First of all, I think every African should be doing what I do, like everybody, because of who we are, right? We're African. We should love Africa. You know, when I went to South Korea, I realized that Africa is being perceived and viewed very different. I realized that, well, the media, what I see on TV, what people talk about Africa, even my friends, they don't really know about it. It's very negative. It's very negative. That was 2013, and I was like, I must change this. So I started actually there in South Korea. I started to go to schools, to like elementary school, like kindergarten, elementary, middle school, high school. I started to go there. That was like my part-time job. I went to, like in Korea, I went to every single city in Korea. I went everywhere in that country, and I was going to these schools. One day I went even close to North Korea. Like there's this one place called Paju. It's just next to North Korea. Like you see North Korea is there, South Korea is here. I went there and I went to kindergarten. These little kids, and these little kids, when they see you, some of them, they start to cry. They just see you, ah! They say, why are you crying? So I was like, why are you crying? So they're scared. These are little kids, but that's what they have been seeing on TV. That's what, like, sometimes some of them, even their parents teach them like that. What we're trying to do is we're trying to build a new system that is for Africans, it's for us, a new system that it will support us, it will challenge authorities here in Africa, right? And it will challenge as well, it will defend and protect the image and heritage of Africa, right, from outsiders, Westerners, Easterners, and to build pretty much a new system, because before colonialism we had a different system, right? During colonialism we had a different system. After that we're still struggling with this system, right? And our forefathers like Haile Selassie, Julius Kambarage Nyerere, Kwame Nkrumah, Kaunda, and so many others, they tried to build a new system after colonialism that unite all Africans, right, to become one. And they did their part, right? And you know, now they're gone. Nobody's here right now. So it's our responsibility right now, as you know, the sons of Africa, to actually carry on with that move and that fight. And that's what One Africa is standing for. One Africa is not about me personally, but it's about us. Hey guys, welcome everybody to Swahili Nation One Africa. I am so grateful to be here today. Man, I just want to appreciate everybody who is joining, and please do me a favor and let me know in the comment section where you're watching from. It is very important. I want to know where you're joining us from. Whatever place you are in the continent or outside of the continent, it's very important to let us know where you're joining us from. It's very important. And I'm very excited because today, right here, we're going to have very productive conversation. All right, very productive conversation. I have 3 of my brothers here today. They'll be joining me in this live. I have my brother from Mali. I have my brother from Burkina Faso. And also we have another brother from Uganda. He'll be joining us here for the very first time. Very interesting people here today. And also me as well from Africa.
And we're going to be talking about Niger, and also we're going to be talking about, Mali, Burkina Faso, and everything that is happening. And so let me lay down the foundation a little bit before I invite my brothers to come here and to start to have this conversation. So one of the things that we're going to do here today, first of all, we're going to have a little bit of the background story, like of Niger and what is happening right now. For those who do not know what is happening in Niger, or what has been there, we're going to have a little bit of recap of what's going on for you guys to know what is happening. That will be the first thing we're going to do. The second thing, we're going to talk about the military coup in former French colonies, because we see these things are happening a lot, especially in this region of western part of Africa. I was saying earlier that, since 2000 until right now, 10 different coups have happened in Burkina Faso, Mali, Chad, Niger, and in this region. A lot of things have been happening. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. Why is that? And in all these French colonies. And also another thing that we're going to talk about, we're going to talk about the exploitation of resources of countries colonized by French. I'm going to talk about that because we've seen that a lot, and I think we've been talking about that for some time. We're going to hear, and also you guys can comment in the comment section. And also we're going to talk about the puppet leadership that we have mostly in our countries. We have witnessed a lot of time that we have leaders who are not really there to save the needs and the wants of the people, but rather to save the interests of the West. I think those accusations we have seen a lot, even towards AU, and also toward ECOWAS, and toward our countries and our leaders as well. So we're going to talk about that. Why is that? What is behind all this thing? And also the last point that is very interesting, and I love this, we're going to talk about the rise of the new African leadership. All right, because we are seeing this. We're seeing the rise of African leadership all over the continent. And it's fascinating and it's beautiful to see the development and the rising of this leadership. And to the point where you see, we have a lot of African descendants moving back to the continent right now because, man, the house is on fire. All right, in a good way. The house is on fire. So everything that is happening, yes, revolution is going to cost a lot of lives, it's going to cost a lot of things. But it's fascinating to see how Africa is changing. And I feel so privileged to be part of this and to see this transformation happening in the continent. So those will be a couple of the points that I'm going to talk about. And finally, we're going to have the Q&A session. So I want you guys to jump in and to share your questions, your points. Still have the time. Don't comment your questions right now. So just save your questions somewhere, and then there'll be a time that I'll tell you guys to comment your section. Your questions, and then we'll go through them, all over together. So yeah, without wasting time, I'm just gonna raise a word of prayer, and then I'll invite my brothers here to come and start this conversation. God, I thank you that you brought us here today, Africans from all over the world, from all tribes, all nationalities, all religions. We're just here to talk about this beautiful continent and the beautiful country of Niger. As we talk about so many things to just get the information of what is happening and what should be done to save our people. But mostly we pray for peace. We pray for stability of that country. We pray for the safety of our people. And please come and be with us from the beginning until the end of this conversation. I pray in your name. Amen. All right, so it's good to see everybody here. So guys, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting time, let me have a moment to welcome my brother, Nabelou from Mali. Welcome to the family. And also let me have a time to welcome my brother, Matua Job, from all the way from Uganda. And also,
Asanteni sana ndugu.
Welcome. Also, let me have a moment to welcome Brother Mohamed Basiru, all the way from Burkina Faso. So, without wasting time, I want us to start with a little bit of introduction. And maybe we can start with my brother from Mali here, Nabelou, to just, let people with the people. Welcome. Oh, you're muted, my brother.
Thank you. Hey. Thank you so much, Micah. It's always a pleasure being with you.
And I really love to be around fellow Africans and like-minded Africans. So my name is Nabelu. I am from Mali. I currently live in the United States, and I have a podcast, a platform where I talk about mismanagement of resources, corruption, and I try to promote Africa and Mali in the meantime. And so I really look forward to having this conversation, as I said, and I think it's going to be very interesting.
Appreciate my brother. I've had a couple time conversation with my brother Balu last year. We had a conversation about Mali multiple times, so you guys can go and check them out. Is a good friend of ours, and we've been doing this thing for Africa. So I appreciate. And let me remind everybody who is joining. Remember to like this video, and you can share. And also do not hesitate to subscribe. It's very important. In that way, you'll help us to spread our message to even a lot of people out there. So please like right now, subscribe, and share this video as soon as possible. We love you guys. Oh, my brother, Matua Job Richard, man, welcome. It's good to have this conversation with you for the very first time. Would you please kindly introduce yourself?
Yeah, thank you very much, my brother, Ndugu Savela, and my other brother from Mali and Burkina Faso. Where is the person from Burkina Faso?
He just left, but I think we'll. Yes.
Yes. By names, I'm called Matua Job Richard. I am from Kampala, Uganda. Matua Job Richard is an acid-tested, award-winning Pan-Africanist and a very fierce patriot. Somebody who is anti-corruption crusader in Uganda, fighting big corruption wars, and an aspiring candidate for national vice chairman of the ruling party of National Resistance Movement, NRM, in Uganda. Thank you very much.
Appreciate. Welcome, Matua Job. I had a pleasure to meet up with Matua Job in Ethiopia 2 months ago. We were invited there for one of the very high-level summits that included all the countries that the River Nile actually crossed by. And Matua Job, he had a moment to give a speech. I shared that video here in Swahili Nation. So it was really a pleasure to connect with him. And right now he's here. Welcome to the family, my brother.
Thank you very much, brother. And I am willing to go into the depth of this discussion because it touches my spinal cord.
Yeah, I love that. All right, so without wasting time, I would like to give an opportunity to my brother from Mali, Nabelu, to share with us a little bit historical context of what is happening in Niger, and especially for those who do not know what is happening there, to just give a little bit a historical context of what is happening. And my brother Matua there, you'll have that an opportunity to add as well. Nabelu.
All right. Thank you again for the floor. So what is happening in Niger right now is what has been happening also in a lot of West African countries. So there was a coup last week. The last president, elected president, Mohamed Bazoum, was taken from office, and he's currently being held by the general in charge, the current general in charge. So it just goes to show that the policies, right, that have been the French policies towards Africa has failed, and all the peace talks and resolutions that they try to pass also have failed. So personally, I believe that this is a problem that has to do with mismanagement of resources and corruption. So something that you have to know about the country Niger when they talk about the democracy that they're fighting currently is that Niger never had a successful transfer of power from a democratically elected president to another. The first one was in 2021, and that also happened after an attempted coup. So there was never a democracy in this country. There's always been leaders that don't represent the people and that don't really do what the people actually want. So what's we are seeing currently in West Africa is to tell the West to stop supporting the candidates that don't do work for the people. Because one thing that you also have to know is that Niger is a big country. There's 25 million people who live there, and most of them live in the south. Niger has been plagued with insurgencies. It has been plagued with rebel movements. A lot of them also plagued with climate change. So the desert is growing, the conflicts are rising. So the presidents are not addressing those situations, and it's something that ends up everywhere. I really hope that there will be a wake up. This will be a wake up call for the West to change their policies towards us.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Matua Job, do you have anything to add to that?
First of all, I would like to thank my brothers who are online with us here, and my other brothers and sisters who are watching us in this conversation. Before I would delve into the issue in West Africa, I want to give historical context into the problem we are dealing with. 400 to 500.
Oh, no. We're just losing our brother there. We're losing our brother, man. What is happening with this internet? So hopefully we'll have our brother back as soon as possible. He was about to drop some bombs here. I know this brother. Hopefully it's all well with Uganda, man. Yeah. This is issue, with Africa's internet. Anyways, so our brother will be back here, and we're gonna connect with him very soon. Let me just do like this, and let's move forward. These are challenges we're facing in the continent, guys. All right, so my brother, I think for now let's just jump to the first question that we are going to cover here today. And also, my brother, I'm having a little bit hard time to hear your voice, a little bit too low. So I don't know if it is...
For me?
Yeah. It's a little bit... All right. Hello? No. I'm not here now.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Now I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
Is it better?
All right. Yeah, now it's better. So much better. So,
okay, cool.
So now let's dive into the very first conversation that we're gonna be having here today: the military coups in former French colonies. So we have seen this everywhere. In your case, in the country of Mali, last year you guys stood up and you kicked them out. But we see this tendency of military coup in all these French colonies. I just want to know, why that is the case, and why it seems like in this region there will be no end to military coup. And for example, right now in Niger, you see military coup, in fact, kidnapping even the president and be there standing for the country. I want to know, why is this, and how are we gonna get out of this? Just in general.
Okay. In general, there is a lot to be said about it, but like I mentioned, it has a lot to do with the stance that the West has been taking towards West African countries. Just if we go very back to the time of how this whole thing started and how the colonies even started. If you notice, the British and the other countries have colonized some African countries for economic reasons. But France has done it for ideological reasons. So that's why after colonization ended, it was very easy for the British to leave and to let the former British colonies actually have their own country run by the way they want. But for France, they had philosophers at the time. There is a big one called Voltaire. A lot of people read it. We used to read it at school. We used to read his books. But it's after I came to America that I realized that the man was, to his core, very racist. He's someone who believed that Black people are just apes compared to apes, and that French and white people were sent upon us from God to save us and to give us civilization, although we had the first civilizations in the past. So that ideology that France had ever since has been reflected upon the Africans currently that have really embodied that philosophy and that become president and work for France in this sense. So the presidents for Mali, for example, they are not oriented towards Africa. That's why we talk about the idea of Pan-Africanism, right? They are all oriented towards France. They write loans, they indebt the country, they don't build schools, they don't create services, they don't create job outputs for the population, and that is very bad. And it's people that they support. So instead of them trying to have a league to fight the coup, they should have a league to promote good governance. Like I always try to mention, the last president of Mali embezzled billions of dollars. It's 300 billion of our currency, which is a lot of money. So it cannot be done without the West knowing that this is happening. So the stance that they have taken in supporting those people that do protect their interests but don't protect the interests of Africans is what is happening. The same thing has been happening in Senegal currently. The president have tried to do everything to stop the opposition leader who is African oriented, right? So Mali is the same thing. The last president was very, very oriented towards the West. He wanted us to be, I don't know, some type of annex to France, which is what a lot of Africans now are raising their voice, saying that the movement of Pan-Africanism should live long, and the presidents that we want should be there. And if a president comes in and doesn't do what we want, there'll be a lot of problems when it comes to their tenure. So that's just what is happening now, and I believe that it's all due to the West.
You know. In fact, what you mentioned, Nebelu, that ideology actually came from Greek. You know, Greeks believe that if you have the long nose, not like the one Africans we have, and if you have the white skin, if you have blue eyes, you know, if you have the long hair, and if you have the tiny little lips, you are actually born to be a leader. And the rest, you're born to be a slaves. That's where ideology came. Today I mentioned even democracy. The idea of democracy actually came from Greek. The word called demokrasia. That's where it originated. So so because of that ideology, that's what actually brought colonization. And even us Africans, you know, even in the US, you know, back in the days, you know, we were treated like half animals, right? And you know, we don't have that value to anybody because, of course, of our mouth, our nose, our hair, our eyes. That's where the whole idea, you know, began long time ago. So I really appreciate for you sharing that. And I just had to throw that. And that's what we have been adapting until today. But I really appreciate that we have our brother Matua Job. He's back here. Matua Job, welcome back. You had a little bit issue with the internet. So would you mind to continue with that historical context of what has been happening?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, my very sincere apology to my African brother and sister. I am really extremely at high voltage to discuss this matter. And I would have fallen sick if I could not submit tonight. Historically, 400 to 500 years back, the Western world, together with America, USA, took African, able-bodied African away from the continent, away from the motherland, to build Europe and USA. So the ideology was of enslaving us, the African. So the ideology of slavery, enslaving the black man, enslaving anybody who is not rated to be a white man. I'm not here starting a battle of race, but I want to make it very clear. 400 to 500 years back, Africans were taken, able-bodied one. We are taken to USA, we are taken to Europe in the name of slaves. Now, when they completed building the economies in the USA and in Europe, then these people came up with a trick that now they want to abolish slavery. Now slavery was abolished, but actually slavery was not abolished. They instead resolved to use the Africans in their own continent to produce more raw material, because the continent is the most fertile, to produce more raw material for the industries that had come in USA and in Europe. So actually, slavery was not abolished, but was turned to another form, hence the colonization of Africa. Now, the colonization came to a period when the imperialists, the capitalists, they fought among themselves in the war we refer to as world wars. These were not world wars. These were wars among the imperialists who were fighting for dominance over us, the African, and the other part of the colonies they had. So these world wars weakened them, and they could not sustain their conquest of the colony. Hence, they had to come up with another trick to give a fake independence to the countries they had colonized. In fact, I will tell you that for France, it was even worse. The France did not actually give independence at all, because the France continued to influence everything. Printing of money in those countries that were colonized by Africa, no, by France, is done in France. Resource, money, reserve, foreign reserves of these countries, even national reserves, are kept in a Bank of France. So actually, France did everything to make sure that what it actually gave these countries was a paper independence, was not actually any independence to say the least. Not even political independence, leave alone the economic independence that they did not grant at all. France did not even give political independence. France continued to dictate the kind of leaders that must be in those countries. These leaders must listen exclusively to the authorities in France. So, this historical context must be looked into when we are discussing the current crisis in West Africa. Now, having looked at this historical context, what is it then? So I want to conclusively say that actually West African countries and the other former French colonies did not get independence. Actually, the white men replaced themselves with the black men to lead for themselves their former colonies from West Africa. I can tell you France was taken, according to the former ambassador of AU to USA, Ambassador Ariakana, France took 500 billion US dollars worth of resources from Africa every year. 500 billion worth of resources from its former colonies in Africa every year. In fact, my brother Chavela, the economies in East Africa, the GDPs in East Africa combined, if you add them all together, they don't even reach 500 billion US dollars. The GDPs of all the 7 countries in East Africa, if you sum them together, they don't.
My brother's having issues with internet. Wow. All right. Let me hear from Muhammad Basiru, my brother Muhammad. Welcome. Our brother Muhammad is from Burkina Faso. He's in Burkina Faso right now. We are talking about the military coups in former French colonies. That's our first topic that we're talking about. So my brother, you can go ahead. Mohamed Basiru, You can unmute yourself. Okay, yeah, go ahead,
yes,
my brother.
Mika. Yeah.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. This is the son of Sankara right here. Welcome to the farm, my brother.
Yeah, I'm very fine. I hope you two are fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm so sorry because I was in a car and also have a strong internet problem here. That's why.
Yeah.
So maybe can you please restart by your question? And
oh yeah. We are talking about the first very topic of today, the military coups in former French colonies. You know, we're seeing that everywhere in French colonies, and we're talking about that a little bit. So if you have anything to add to that, would really appreciate
Going
it.
on.
Yes.
My brother.
You can go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Now, I have just ended with the historical context of the crisis we are seeing in West Africa, which by and large is a bigger thing for the whole of the continent and the other former colonies of this former colonizers, the imperialists from Europe and America. So now, what we are seeing in West Africa now is the struggle for real independence. What we are seeing
Oh, no. All right. It's gonna be a long day. So, my brother Nabu, you know, what do you have to say from what our brother Matua Job from Uganda has been sharing with us? Is there anything you'd like to add, Dad?
I believe he's right when he talks about the effects of imperialism and colonialism. So for me personally, I try to also look our faults in it, right? It's that now we've seen in countries like Botswana that have trying to get away with the World Bank deals and stuff like that. So it is really possible for us to move away from it. So the points that he's mentioning is very spot on. If we cannot talk about the future of Africa without talking about the past and everything that led us to being here. And I appreciated the conversation he had with that.
Yeah. Appreciate that.
My brother.
My brother, welcome back.
Thank you. I'm suspected that this imperialist could be the one disconnected me. Because the internet is okay. My data is enough. I'm telling you this. Mimi ni mbaya kabisa ndugu Sevilla. Now, what we are seeing in West Africa now is the actual struggle for the real independence. I said we did not get independence at all. For the British, they gave the political independence, but they retained the economic independence. But for France, it did not give both political and economic independence. So what we are seeing in West Africa now, what we are seeing in Burkina Faso, what we are seeing in Niger, what we are seeing in Mali, what we saw in Guinea, Conakry, is the actual struggle for independence. I want to congratulate these military officers that overthrew the Western puppets in these countries. They have lit a flame, a glorious flame that is lighting the entire continent. That is causing debate in the whole country of Africa. You can imagine these imperialists have put me off light. Light has gone off. But if you can listen to me, let me talk.
Yes.
Mr. Sevilla. Please.
Yes.
So, therefore, these military generals are the actual Pan-Africanists. They have captured the power from the imperialists. That is why the French, the British, the Europeans, the Americans are panicking. Uranium that powers the nuclear power plant in France is coming from Niger, and in Niger, 30% of the uranium that is used to power the nuclear power plant in France is coming from Niger. And in Niger, 80% of the population do not receive electricity at all. Niger, which is contributing the basic raw material that powers the nuclear power plant in France, 80% are not having power. Ndugu Sevilla, is this really democracy? This is the broad day robbery of African resources. Thank you very much, Colonel, who overthrew this Western perfect. You can imagine, gold is coming from Niger. If you go to France, France is among country number 4 with gold reserves in the world. France does not have any gold mine, not even one. Where is the gold the France is accumulating coming from? From the former French colonies in Africa. So we must say enough is enough. What these generals have done should be appreciated by ECOWAS, should be appreciated by African Union, should be appreciated by an entire black race in the world, that once in a lifetime, we now have people, we have leaders who are truly looking in the direction of Pan-Africanism. We must help these leaders to keep true to their vision, to keep true to their ideology. We must support them to ensure that they succeed, so that their example can be cascaded throughout the continent. Once and for all, we liberate this continent from the enslavement.
Oh yeah, once again.
I am more than ready to go in. I'm more than ready to go into the battlefield if ECOWAS announce a war against these brothers of ours in Niger. Because we have to defend Africa. We must speak. My brother Sevilla, there are people like you, the people like my other brothers who are here on the line, there are people who are listening to us. I am calling upon all the African elite to use this platform of internet and really unpack the Western life and really promote a pro-narrative of the African. ECOWAS is supposed to be economically.
Yeah. All right.
What was ECOWAS doing when the president of Senegal almost overthrew the constitution to run again? What was ECOWAS doing when elections were stolen in Nigeria? President Tinubu is not the genuine winner of the election. What was ECOWAS doing when in Chad, the son of the president replaced the president without any election? Was that democratic election? What was ECOWAS doing when Bonjour, the president of Niger, surrendered the entire resources of the country to the French, and then his countrymen and women were wallowing in abject poverty? What was ECOWAS doing if it is a truly economic community of West Africa? I therefore want to declare ECOWAS impotent. I want to declare ECOWAS void. I want to declare ECOWAS irrelevant to African interests. In fact, countries should withdraw from that border. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, my brother. And because you already mentioned ECOWAS, I wanted to go a different direction, but let me build up on what you say. So yes, one of the reasons we have seen these organizations that are supposed to stand there for Africa, ECOWAS, African Union, our own very organization that is supposed to bring us together, but we are seeing this tendency of actually, for me, I've released a video today saying that I'm seeing them working actually against the people of our countries, because what is happening in Nigeria right now, you will see that people are supporting what is going on. They're supporting the military government that is there because they believe they're there for the interest of its people. But then looking at the organization like ECOWAS, you see they are on the same side with France, with the United States, speaking about democracy. So I want us to dive a little bit into this democracy, because in Africa, we have seen a lot of things happening. We have seen a lot of our brothers being killed, entire continent, because of democracy. So I don't want to say that democracy is bad. I don't want to say that, but I'm seeing people hiding behind the idea of democracy to protect their food, to protect what they're doing. So even right now, ECOWAS is putting sanction on Niger because of that. They say, we're giving you guys 15 days. You need to leave and you need to bring back the president. Otherwise, something is going to happen. And, Burkina Faso, Mali joining and be like, you know what? We are standing with Niger. You guys want to bring it on? We're ready for the war. In the name of democracy, that we want to defend democracy. And so I want us to talk a bit about this. What are your thoughts? I'm going to start with my brother from Mali, Nabelium. What are supposed to actually stand for the people of Africa, but they seem not to stand for the people of Africa. We can even share the experience last year with Mali, because they put a lot of sanction on Mali, and people that they were struggling, they were actually innocent people. It was not leaders, it was not anybody else, but people, they were struggling and dying because of the sanction that not America, not France, but ECOWAS, like the organization that's supposed to stand for Africa, put on the fellow African.
So thank you so much. Thank you for both of you. And what you said is very insightful and great. The problem for democracy is, especially in Africa, we are not saying that we are against democracy, that we support autocracy or we support dictators, but we are saying that we have to make sure that the systems that you have in place are actually working for Africans. I'll give you an example. In Mali, we have 25 million people. So when the election happens, only 28% of the people who are able to vote actually vote. That is less than 3 out of 10. So there is no understanding of how democracy works. In Mali, the majority of people cannot tell you what is the role, what is the mission of the senator, or what is the mission of the congressman. They don't have any idea. So there is no explanation of how democracy works. There is no attempt to help the people understand how democracy works. This thing is still very new to West Africans, and it's trying to be like imposed and forced upon us to have it a system and embrace the system and love the system. But only a few people understand it, because if you go back to the areas where the French people left in 1960 in Mali, the results of that, the power was given to the elites, right? So those are the same guys that have still been there. Is their parties, their political party, that have always been in power from 1960 till now. So it's a group of people that only understands this system, this diplomacy thing, but the vast majority of people do not understand it. So what they are actually saying, that if we talk about the people that are liking Assimi Goïta for what he's doing, it's because for so long, for more than 60 years, they have been left out of the system, right? Less than 2 million people voted for the president, and which is in Mali, and we call that a democracy. It's not a democracy. So they're saying that in Niger today, that they will go and attack the leaders of the coup because they want to protect democracy. They want to fight for democracy. But like I told you, Niger has never been a democracy. Just one time in the history of this country, there was a transfer of power from a politically elected leader to another one, right? So there is no democracy that you're fighting for. And which is something that is even crazy, is that today they're telling us that they are against the guy that did the coup in Niger, right? They don't want to see him. They don't want to talk to him. They want to kill him. They want to have sanctions on him and everything. But history tells us that in 2010, there was a coup in Niger by a general called Samu Djibo. If you Google it, just Google Djibo and Sarkozy. In 2010, after he's done the coup, 5 months later, he was invited into the Élysée to shake hands with the president of France. So how can it be possible that in 2010, the same country, the same democratically elected president was overthrown by a coup leader that you have accepted, that you have taken, that you have shook hands with, that you didn't impose sanctions on? But today, in 2023, the same thing happened, but you are telling us that you are fighting for democracy because he overthrew a democratically elected president. That is the type of hypocrisy that Africans will talk about when they fight for democracy. That is one point. The second point is when it comes to supporting coup leaders. There is the opposition leader, right? That was there when Gaddafi was alive. His name was Mustafa Abdel. There is a video of a philosopher, a French philosopher, that always goes to talk to opposition leaders. There is a video of them having a conversation planning the killing of Gaddafi. They were saying, okay, we will support you. We will make you, we will legitimize you by having you come to France after we kill Gaddafi and shake hands with the French president. And if that happens, everybody else will support you and accept you. And guess what happened? After Gaddafi was killed, he went to France and he shook hand with the president right after. In Mauritania, there was a coup with there was a general that did a coup, Mohamed Val, in 2005. He did the coup. There was no sanction on him. He went to France and shook hands with Chirac, the French president. The same thing happened again in Togo. For Gnassingbé, he did a coup in 2007. And he was welcome in France, shook hands with Sarkozy, shook hands with Chirac. He was in power for 18 years after a coup. He's still president today. So they're accepting him for doing a coup after 18 years. And they go to Togo, they shake hands with him, they invite him to the gala and to the party. It happened in Burkina Faso. Blaise Compaoré, when he did the coup in 87, he was invited in France after the coup. So the same thing happened again in Central Africa. Francois Bozize tried to do the coup multiple times, at least 5 times. And after he succeeded, he was invited in France and shook hands with the French president. He stayed in power for 10 years. So we are saying that if you tell us that you fight for democracy, we have to see that fight with what you do. You tell us that you don't like the coup leaders in Mali, Burkina, Guinea, and Niger, but you support the coup leader, the president in Chad that have not been democratically elected, that also came in the same circumstances after his father died. That told us that he was going to do election after 18 months. It's been 2 years. He still haven't done the elections. So you don't talk about that. You still name him to be a mediator between the CEDEAO and Niger, but he's not democratically elected. So we are not saying that we are against democracy. Again, we want everybody to play fair. The same thing is happening in Senegal. The Senegalese president, Macky Sall, is using every means possible to remove the opposition leader, right? So that is not democracy, right? So you guys have all the tools that you can have to manipulate the system to make sure that your opponents stay away from power, but you are telling us that you're fighting for democracy. There's a lot of country, there's a lot of Paul Biya in Cameroon have been president for 40 years. I was not born before he was president, but he's still there. You still accept him, but you tell us in Mali that you fight for democracy. You accept the Chadian president. You invite him. You shake hands with him. You've traveled. The French president traveled from France to Chad and sat with him, had a conversation with him. But he's not a democratically elected president. He came after a coup. So what is the system that you are taking to judge these people and forcing us to like them or dislike them based on your liking?
Wow. That's I really appreciate for everything that you've given. I love the historic context that you've given and all those evidence. Like those were like more than 10 different evidence. And this is you're just exposing the hypocrisy of
if I can share my screen, I will show you. Yeah. I will show you the pictures where you can also see what I'm actually saying. So I don't know if I can do that. Is it possible to share my screen?
Oh yeah, you can do it. You can do it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Just give me 2 seconds. Let me find.
Yeah. In that spirit, I would love, as you're sharing, I would love to okay, my brother, he left already. Then I'll just wait for that, because Burkina Faso, it's very interesting place as well. They're in transition leadership, and they have this one young leader. I think is capturing a lot of hearts of a lot of hearts of Africans because of what he did in Russia and what he spoke. I wanted to hear him saying, but let me just wait for you to share this. And
can I give a small information?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
First of all, I want to thank my brother from Mali very much. My brother, thank you very much.
Yes.
And I want to appreciate the examples you gave us. So Ndugu Sevilla, in the production of this video, those are the things we, the African elite, should now be talking now. That look, these imperialists are not consistent in their standards. There is no certainty. There is no predictability in their ways of doing things. In one country, they are supporting a military coup. In another country, they are refusing it in the name of democracy. So are they really interested in democracy? They are not interested in democracy. It is about their interest. NATO under the influence of USA and France bombed Libya in the name of democracy. Is Libya democratic today? Is Libya any better than it was during the time of Gaddafi? Libya has become an open market of slave trade. Libya, which had everything free, which was the best in the Africa in terms of living standard, is now down to zero. Is that democracy? So I want to tell you that the use of democracy is just a window dressing. It is a decoy to deceive us. So democracy was a short change of African. We were shortchanged with democracy because these guys kept choosing for us who they want. That is why there are very many countries where they instigate coup d'etat and go ahead to shamelessly support the coup people if they serve their interest. But now in this Niger, Mali, Guinea, Burkina Faso, where the coup plotters are in the interest of Africa, now they are coming out in the name of democracy. We should tell them, you know what? Shut up. Shame on you. We have seen you the other time supporting a military coup, shaking hand with the people who overthrew a democratically elected government yesterday. What are you telling us today? Keep quiet. These people are not democratic at all. I want to tell you, my brothers and sisters in Africa and everywhere, these people are exclusively after their interest. That is why they killed Gaddafi for wanting to unite Africa because it did not serve their interest. And then they are trying to support President Bozoum, former President Bozoum, in the name of democracy. They are not democratic at all. And we must not accept to be lied anytime. No more. And we must say no more.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
It's exactly what we're saying. So this is the current president of Chad. You still see my screen, right?
Yes, right here.
Okay. So this is the current president of Chad. So the story with him is that there was a very, very big fight in Chad in 2021, right before the last president was killed, which is his dad. There was a rebellion that happened, and as soon as Idris Deby died, the rebellion stopped. Right after it, there was no other fighting that was happening. And so when he died, the French President Macron flew to Chad. This picture was taken during his funeral. And so what I was saying in this Twitter post is that the West have always been supporting people based on their own interest. And the guy is not democratically elected right now. And he refused to do the election. Then he's still in power. But he was named to go talk to Niger about the coup that was happening to preserve democracy. But he's not himself democratically elected. So in this video, this is the French philosopher that was talking to the leader, the opposition leader of Gaddafi, in the video, he's explicitly saying, I don't know if you can hear the video. Can you hear it, Micah?
Yes, now we can hear.
Let me show you. You can hear his voice? You can hear his voice, Micah?
I can hear, but you're gonna have to mute yourself because
Okay.
of echo.
Okay. It's
I
very
can hear
important to hear what it.
No-fly zone. Okay. Number 2, bombing of the airport of Sirte, of the airport of Sema, in the south. Sabah.
bombing you said.
Bombing.
اوكي يعني حصار جوي وقصف سرت
And the bombing of the bunker of Gaddafi. Number 3, the legitimate representative of the Libyan people cannot be Gaddafi now.
شرعية الدول الليبية مش قذافي تو.
It should be you and the committee. We
Yeah.
take the plane tomorrow. We are in Paris Monday morning, and President Sarkozy will receive you with all the.
So, did you hear what he was saying? The video, he's saying in the video that they would bomb Gaddafi, they would bomb the airport, and that the true leader of Libya cannot be Gaddafi and can be this opposition leader. And he's also saying that in order to make all of this legitimized, right, they will fly him tomorrow to meet with Sarkozy on Monday so he can be the true president of Libya. And guess what? Guess what happened? That's exactly what happened. They flew him to Libya and to France, and he shook hands with him, and now he's the true leader of Libya. And this is not the thing. This is not the first time. This guy did the coup in Mauritania in 2005. So if they're saying that we have sanction on people who do coup, we tried to kill them, but why didn't you kill them? Why did you invite this one to France? This is the same guy that did the coup in 2010 in Niger. 5 months later, literally 5 months later, he was invited and they're shaking hands with the French President Sarkozy. But today they're telling us this one should be killed, but this one is accepted. What is the difference? This guy did the coup in Togo in 2007. 10 years, 18 years later, he's still president. This is him with Chirac. He was president when Sarkozy was there. He was president when Hollande was there. And now he's president and Macron is here. They're not talking about democracy. This guy killed Sankara, I mean, allegedly, and in 1995. And he met with the French presidents multiple times. And he stayed in power for a long time because he left in 2014. Imagine, 1995 to 2014. How many years is that? They accepted him. Nothing happened. This is Bozize that I was talking about. He tried to do the coup more.
They're asking to share the link to that video. So do you mind to drop the link in the comments?
I will share. So it's from my Twitter, and
okay.
I don't have to share the link.
You can just share the link of your Twitter, or you can just write the name of your Twitter, and people will just go there to find out.
It's. Let me share it again so you can see.
Yeah, you can just write here in the comment or private, and then I will share. I want to take this moment to appreciate Ezra Mill for joining our membership again of the family. John Kofi, we appreciate you for joining the membership as well. That is helping our channel. And also want to appreciate Curtis Michelle for the super chat. And Vane 40% of electricity in France is actually comes from Niger uranium, while more than 90% of Niger people, they don't have electricity. Right, that's one of the reasons, because of the richness that is in that country. And it's the same thing with when you go to, you know, Sudan right now, they have war. The same thing when you go to Congo, they have issues like that. The same thing when you go to Ethiopia, and you go to so many countries out there, you know, a lot of things are happening. But another interesting thing, you know, let me just expand this map a little bit longer. All right. Family, take a look at this map right here. All right, this one right here is Niger. Niger is here right now. But Niger is actually at the middle of so many different countries. You have Algeria on this side, you have Libya on this side, you have Chad on this side, you have Nigeria, you have Burkina Faso right here, you have Benin, right? And you have Mali here. And all these countries, they're going through a lot, all right? All these countries. So the geographical position of Niger, it's very, very crucial and very, very important for people like France to be here, for people like, you know, United States. You see them as well putting their nose into this business as well as usual to be here. It's very, very important. They did to Libya already. You know, Mali last year, we all know what is happening. What has been happening in Burkina Faso? You have Benin here, you have Chad here, Nigeria, and so many other countries right here. You know, have Benin here, in Cameroon a little bit. It's very, very crucial and very, very important for people like France to be here, for people like, you know, United States. You see them as well putting their nose into this business as well as usual to be here. It's very, very important. They did to Libya already. You know, Mali last year, we all know what is happening. What has been happening in Burkina Faso? You have Benin here, you have Chad here, Nigeria, and so many other countries right here. You know, have Benin here, in Cameroon a little bit here. Yeah, so the geographical position of this country, it's very, very, very important, because being here, it means you have an access to all these different other parts right here. I want to hear a little bit your thoughts, and let me give this opportunity first to Muhammad, my brother Muhammad Basiru, you know, to give that thought, but also you can give a thought to Burkina Faso as well, because I know Burkina Faso, you are in the transition right now, government with the youngest leader, and a lot of us would love him, you know, for what he said. I would just love to hear your thoughts and what you would like to say. Muhammad, come on. Hello, Muhammad. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me too?
Yes, we can hear you, brother.
Oh, I'm so sorry for this. I have an issue here.
Yes.
No worries, yeah. What I can say regarding what is happening here in West Africa, in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger is that
hello, my brother.
Look, look. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Our countries was living. Our country were living in like in a situation where people were in poverty because of the politics and.
Oh man. Then I'm gonna have to kindly, you know, move on to you, my brother from Mali, to kind of like share about this, and we can hear from Muhammad soon once his internet is stable. We really appreciate for your patience, guys.
If you can share the screen for the map, it would be great so people can see it.
Once again. Indeed.
All right. So it's huge. Mali is twice as big as France, and I think 13 or 14 times as big as Italy. And Niger is also quite big, as you can see. From coast to coast, it's, I believe, 3,500 miles of it's just gigantic. So just looking at the map of Mali, you can understand how the war against terrorism can be very hard. Mali doesn't have a lot of like air system that is able to monitor this massive land 24/7. So what is very interesting about the fight for against terrorism is that for so long, for the past 10 years, they have been telling us that we had French soldiers on the ground. We had at least 5,000 French soldiers on the ground, and some 16,000 with MINUSMA and the UN. Those people failed. After 10 years, there has been more than 16,000 people that have died just in Mali. There is more than 2,000 schools closed in Mali, and there is 2,500 schools closed in Burkina currently. The situation is very bad. Like, there is a lot of migration that have been happening. There is a lot of videos that you can see. People from my hometown in the center of Mali have been fleeing from terrorism. So in 10 years, there has not been an improvement at all whatsoever. After all of this money they have spent, the budget of the UN that they were spending in Mali alone is 1,200,000,000 a year. And this is the same also, I believe, from in Congo, is the same from I think they have another mission in Eritrea, and I believe, I can be mistaken, and Sudan as well. So all these billions of dollars have been where that money has been coming. In the span of 1 year, 2 years, I'll say, the transitional government under Assimi Goïta has increased the military twice. So we came from 30,000 people on the ground to 72,000 people. The military bases that have been built in Mali have never happened under no democratically elected president. The number the cars, right? The equipments for the military. I can share videos as well. I don't know how to, if people want to see actually the purchases of equipments that have happening. They have bought a lot of trucks. They have bought a lot of ammunition. They have bought a lot of tanks, right? So we asked ourselves, in just 2 years, how can they buy all of this stuff? But in 10 years, we didn't have half. We didn't have a quarter of everything that these guys bought, right? So Mali and Niger are landlocked. If you see CEDEAO, you can kind of draw, right? All these countries in the bottom are part of ECOWAS. So we have Guinea, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Togo, Benin, Nigeria, all of them, and Senegal. So they're effectively keeping Mali and Niger landlocked. So we don't have access to sea because of, and so every time that there is a coup, they do sanctions, because how can you get your oil? How can you get your food? How can you get your products from China? How can you get your rice from Thailand if you are landlocked? So I believe that the inception of this organization is really to force these certain countries to adhere to certain policies that fit them time to time. You mentioned Niger produces uranium. It's true that they have a lot. Currently, they reduced their imports to France. So it's not 40, it's close to 20%. Okay. The whole European Union, right? Niger provides them with the most uranium, the whole European Union, close to 20%. So Niger is the #1 provider of uranium to the European Union. And you add that Kazakhstan, which is also 20%. You add Russia, which is also 20%. So currently, they have not been getting uranium from Russia and Kazakhstan, right?
Yeah.
So it's like 40%.
Man.
And now there is another 20% that they are in phase to lose in Niger. Like I said, Niger is the #1 provider of uranium. So you can already understand how this is a big geopolitical issue. They try to do the energy transition from uranium and everything, but it's not been working because of the war in Russia. So the European Union heavily now more than any time depend on the uranium of Niger, because like I said, it's been cut from Russia and from Kazakhstan. It's 60% that they have not 60% uranium decrease. On top of that, Niger, someone is mentioning 80% of Niger doesn't have electricity. Yes, it's the same thing with my country as well, Mali. I think close to 70% of electricity that Niger has comes from Nigeria. And just today, Nigeria has imposed sanctions in blocking the exports of electricity to Niger. So today, currently, I'll say the vast majority of Niger will not have access to electricity. This is a wake-up call. You've mentioned the coup that happened in Mali. The sanctions were imposed, right? All the borders were closed. All the banks were closed. All the funds, the aids that we received were closed for close to 1 year. But Mali did just fine. This is a wake-up call for African countries to say that we should not be heavily dependent on Western countries, right, for our own stuff.
Yeah.
Mali is we have something in Mali called Office du Niger, which is for production of food. It's bigger than the size of Netherlands 30 times, right? But Netherlands is the second biggest exporter of food, right? And everything else. But Mali has 30 times the size of that. But ourselves, we still heavily depend on imported rice, imported food for ourselves, which is it's very sad that we've been having presidents this time that have not been able to address the basic necessities that we Africans are facing. So it's a wake-up call for us to stop depending on them for economic reasons, stop depending on them for the loans that they give us that they call aid, stop depending on them for electricity, we stop depending on them for food and basic services that we have. And that comes with integration, that comes with transforming our products, that comes with working with one another to make sure that we have diversified our interests.
Yeah, but let me ask you this question. What you're saying is very important, but what is so sad is that people are ready. People are ready, as you can see. They're willing to die. They're putting their lives on the line because whether you step outside or you don't, but you're gonna die anyways. Yeah. That's what has been happening in our countries, right? Yeah. So people, they're like, you know what? Forget about this. I ain't gonna stay inside anymore. I'm gonna step outside and speak out my voice. And it's fascinating to see all these guys are actually young people. But what is sad is that we want to get out of this dependence, but then it feels like there's something pulling us back. And in this case, you're talking about these organizations, because what Mali did last year, what Niger are doing right now, you see backlash that is coming from our own organizations. And you say, you just mentioned that Nigeria, they're cutting their electricity. So basically, our own people, we're jeopardizing ourselves. We're pushing each other's down. Like, we want to break out from this shock of colonialism and all this dependence, but we have organizations that are sabotaging us and pulling us down. So in fact, this is not really unity that we preach about, that we talk about, because now the question is, everything that everybody believes is that ECOWAS, they're actually working together with friends and, United States to jeopardize what is happening in most of these Western countries in Africa. So even though we want to get out of this shock of, dependence on their, their money, their aids and everything, but it feels like we have organization that is looking over us, that is highly dependent on them. So we want to get out, but these guys are forcing us to remain the same. How are we getting out of this? The solution is us to get out of ECOWAS. And if we get out of ECOWAS, again, it's division. What are we doing?
I believe that every solution that don't come with multiple people working together is already doomed to fail. We have you have people in America who have individuals who have higher net worth than the whole GDP of Mali. So that is very telling. So we have to come together and agree upon certain things. The idea of just leaving ECOWAS and leaving the franc and everything sounds great, but we cannot do it without working together and without a correct planning. Because in 1960, Guinea did the same thing. Guinea decided to leave ECOWAS and have their own currency. But today, the currency is very, very devaluated, and it doesn't have a lot of exposure to the international markets. So it has to be done together. It has to be coordinated. So what you mentioned about ECOWAS and all of these guys, the presidents don't represent the people today, right? You have, for example, in Nigeria, the president is documented that he was part of money laundering from heroin trade. His accounts were closed here in America. It's public. You Google it, you see it, you see the case files. His accounts were closed because he was trading heroin, and he had businesses in London. His son bought a mansion for $7 million, and that mansion belongs to a diplomat or a businessman, a Nigerian businessman that also embezzled billions of dollars in Nigeria. The president of Niger today, he's in court because people are contesting, right? There's been a lot of fraud that have happening with the INEC, their electoral commission. So those are public. So we are saying that if you want us to respect your institutions, don't put presidents, don't support presidents that do not represent us. Because right now, the president of Nigeria, with all these there is a disconnection between what the people want and what these institutions want. So I'm not going to say what French and Europeans and Americans are telling Tinubu today, but it's very clear that you support us, we support you. You do this fight against Russian, they say, we did this fight against Pan-Africanism and then these ideologies that have been coming in. And we support you in your mandates, in your tribunal case that is also happening. But Mike, one thing is certain is that the fight will not be easy, right?
Yeah.
They have been having a grip on Africa for the longest time. They understand Africa. They understand how everything was. They want it. They want to keep it. The fight will not be easy in order to root them out. It's not going to happen without a fight. It's not going to happen without sacrifice. And I'm sorry, it's not going to happen without a lot of people being casualties. But at the end, we will edge forward every time that these revolutions happen. We'll edge forward towards freedom. And really, really, what we need is economic freedom. We need to break away from IMF. We need to break away from the World Bank. We need to break away from their aid. Otherwise, we're never going to succeed.
Yeah.
But the new generation of leaders in Africa are definitely going to be the change.
That's what I want. I want us to go to that direction. And our brother from Uganda as well will be coming back. He just texted me here that he said, I think these imperialists just disconnected me. You know, there's a lot of censorship in YouTube. Yeah, he's going through a lot. But I wanna appreciate once again Globalism Black Man for the super chat. As well, I want to appreciate Leo for joining a membership. I appreciate so much. That means a lot to this channel. And also I want to appreciate everybody in the comment section. I can see you guys are talking there. It's gonna be hard to go through all the comment sections, but all the comments. But nearly the end, we're gonna have the moment of questions and answers. So just prepare that, and you drop any question you have here, and all of us will be here to answer them. And also do not forget to like. You can share, you can subscribe. You can join memberships, you can join Patreon to keep supporting what we are doing here. To use super chat, super stickers, whatever you choose. Appreciate it. So okay, let's jump to this last. Okay, I think we already covered the puppet leadership imposed by all these so-called countries, and that's why they highly defend democracy, because they have their own people that they want them to be there, and they're coming in the name of democracy. That this is what. But by the way, there's not even democracy in the United States, so I don't know what kind of democracy they're talking about. Anyways, let's jump to this last point that I think it's a horizon. One of the things that I really love. I want to share with you guys this video a little bit. The video that I shared here on Swahili Nation a couple days ago. It was just very few days by. Okay, let me just not say anything, but let me show you guys, because all of you guys have seen this, and we're gonna talk about this. At the last point, I want to share this video right here. So I shared this video a couple days ago, and I muted here to make sure that it's all right, by this leader from Burkina Faso. It's transitional leadership. He was there in the in Russia for Russia-Africa Summit. And another thing that I remember right before I say this. So another interesting thing that I see, I've been watching a lot of Western news covering about the issue that is happening there in Niger. And one of the things that they're saying is about people of Africans raising Russian flag. All right, you see people, they've been burning, French flag, but they've been raising, Russian flag. And this has been really bothering them because you say something very important, that Niger is actually exporting uranium to European Union more than any other country. And also, Russia and Ukraine. But now you see that there's this kind of collaboration, and that this what can I say? The people of Niger, it seems like they really want Russia to come in. We're seeing how Mali and Russia are cooperating one another, but you see the same thing happening there. And what would you have to say about this? It seems like it's a very scary thing to the Westerners, because they feel like Russia is gaining influence in Africa, talking about BRICS and talking about, all these Western countries, joining hands with Russia. It seems like that. So what would you say about this?
So I can go a lot of ways with regards to let's start from the earlier start, from the Cold War, when there was like when communism and socialism Latin American countries, America did everything to stop the rise of communism, to stop the rise of leaders like Fidel Castro and stuff like that. So there is always been an attempt to stop any countries from commercing with Russia, because the ideas that the West shares most of the time doesn't align well with our vision and our cultures and environments, and it just happens that it aligns more with Russian. That's why Cuba has been in the U.S. terrorist list for the longest, although it's not a terrorist state. So raising the flag for Russia, the Russian flag, doesn't mean that we are trying to, at least not a lot of leaders that failed Russia to be our puppet, but you have failed us. And this Russian thing is an alternative that we are telling you that we will take. It's a political statement. They were ready to attack the city. The Malian president called the French president to bring troops and to help us with the aerial support so we can attack those terrorists. When the guy went in France, you can Google it, there was a lot of French flag. People named their kid after Hollande, the French president that time, because they thought that they were going to save us from terrorism, but that didn't happen after 10 years. So we are telling them, you failed us for 10 years, and today we would make sure that you know that we are not happy with your system, we're not happy with your politics, and we will commerce with anybody, we will trade with anybody that aligns with our what we want as a nation. And let's not forget that today they're doing all these fights, they're telling us not to talk to Russia, but they're still
this last conversation that we have today about what I was saying, the rising of African leadership in Africa, and especially the young leaders. And one of the example, I think I'll take this leader of Burkina Faso right now, and I think he captured a lot of hearts of young people, including me myself. Seeing this, it's really fascinating, because back in the days we just used to see old leaders, standing there. But right now you see a lot of young leaders stepping out and, taking the lead.
when it comes to their conviction and what they really want for the country. In a lot of countries, they have or what. So right now, that is being more clear. A lot of presidents that we had, all of the democratically elected presidents that we had in Mali, where, like I said,
it's a horizon. One of the things that I really love, I want to share with you guys this video a little bit. The video that I shared here on Swahili Nation a couple days ago, it was just very few days by, okay, let me just not say anything, but let me show you guys, because all of you guys have seen this and we're going to talk about this. At the last point, I want to share this video right here. So I shared this video a couple days ago, and I muted here to make sure that it's all right, by this leader from Burkina Faso. It's transitional leadership. In Russia, for Russia Africa Summit. And another thing that I remember right before I say this. So another interesting thing that I see, I've been watching a lot of Western news covering about the issue that is happening there in Niger. And one of the things that they're saying is about people of Africans raising raising Russian flag. All right, you see people, they've been burning, French flag, but they've been raising, Russian flag, and this has been really bothering them because you say something very important, that Niger is actually exporting uranium to European Union more than any other country, and also, Russia and Ukraine. But now you see that there's this kind of collaboration, and that this how can I say, the people of Niger, they really rating one another. But you see the same thing happening there. And what would you have to say about this? It seems like it's a very scary thing to the Westerners, because they feel like Russia is gaining influence in Africa, talking about BRICS and talking about, all these Western countries, joining hands with Russia. It seems like that. So what would you say about this?
So I can go a lot of ways with regards to that. But the first thing that I will start is, let's start from the earlier start, from the Cold War, when there was like when communism and socialism was taking ground in Africa and in a lot of like Latin American countries. America did everything to stop the rise of communism, to stop the rise of leaders like Fidel Castro and stuff like that. So there is always been an attempt to stop any countries from commercing with Russia, because the ideas that the West shares most of the time doesn't align well with our vision and our cultures and environments, and it just happens that it aligns more with Russian. That's why Cuba has been in the U.S. terrorist list for the longest, although it's not a terrorist state. So raising the flag for Russia, the Russian flag, doesn't mean that we are trying to, at least not a lot of leaders that I know, that I follow. We're not saying that we will replace the West by Russia. Not at all. Because the same if you listen to the conversation, the same people are telling Russian that we will not allow you to extract our minerals and send it to them. We will transform it before you have it. We'll not be another puppet of another master. The flag of Russia is nothing but political. It is a message to the West saying that you have failed. We're not saying we welcome Russia to be our puppet, but you have failed us. And this Russian thing is an alternative that we are telling you that we will take. It's a political statement, nothing else. If we go to Mali in 2012, when insurrection was happening, terrorism was on rise, they were ready to attack the capital city, the Malian president called the French president to bring troops and to help us with the aerial support so we can attack those terrorists. When the guy went in France, you can Google it, there was a lot of French flag. People named their kid after Hollande, the French president that time, because they thought that they were going to save us from terrorism, but that didn't happen after 10 years. So we are telling them, you failed us for 10 years, and today we would make sure that you know that we are not happy with your system, we're not happy with your politics, and we will commerce with anybody, we will trade with anybody that aligns with our what we want as a nation. And let's not forget that today they're doing all these fights. They're telling us not to talk to Russia, but they're still trading with Russia today. Them themselves are trading. America is trading with Russia. France is trading with Russia. Germany is trading with Russia. Ukraine trades with Russia. So, how dare you us not to talk to Russia at all? But you do it. The idea of having China, Russia, and anybody else who can help our cause is to diversify our trade partners. So Mali, 90% of the gold in Mali goes to West, 45% goes to 50% goes to London, and 50% goes to Switzerland. So 90% of the untransformed raw gold straight goes there. So if we have only one client buying the gold, how can we tell you to increase the price? How can we tell you to to make different trade agreements. So the idea of having the BRICS Bank coming, the idea of having Chinese investors, the idea of having Russian investors is a very good thing for Africa. And it's something that we should welcome, because why not? Because they do the same thing. So you cannot tell us not to do it while you do it.
Yeah. Yeah. I appreciate it. Then I would love for us to jump to this last conversation that we have today about what I was saying, the rising of African leadership in Africa, and especially the young leaders. And one of the example, I think I'll take this leader of Burkina Faso right now, and I think he captured a lot of hearts of young people, including me myself. You know, seeing this, it's really fascinating, because back in the days we just used to see, you know, old leaders, you know, standing there. But right now you see a lot of young leaders stepping out and, you know, taking the lead. And not only that, but also you see like young people awakening. Young people, they are more interested right now, you know, in politics, knowing what is happening in the countries and standing there to defend. It's really beautiful. And again, you kind of feel like there's always somewhere there to push us back. But anyways, you know, we're gonna make it happen. And I'd love us to talk about that.
So I believe that what has been happening in Mali is that the political lines were always blurred. You couldn't tell where a leader stood when it comes to their conviction and what they really want for the country. In a lot of countries, they had like the rights, and now that is being more clear. A lot of presidents that we had, all of the democratically elected presidents that we had in Mali were, like I said, Western facing. So right now, the leaders like me, the Pan-Africanists, people who are saying that let's move from that system, that is also being drawn. So in the future, you would have a lot more diversified pool of presidents, right? So you have to bring your argument by explaining how you think the West is a better option for us. And then on the other side, you would have people who believe that this is the system we should break away from. And it's something to be welcomed. There is Sankara has a very good speech where he mentioned that he can be gone, right? You can unmove him. And Assimi said the same thing. You can kill him today, but there's tens of thousands more Assimis who are coming in. So in the future, I promise you that there will be less and less president Western facing. Definitely, at least as long as people like me and you are here, we would make sure that we front them and stop them from being Western puppets.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think personally, I really love how Africa right now is awakening and withdrawing themselves from this Western influence. We see that not only in the western part of Africa, but we saw that last year from like Ethiopia, with the normal movement. We've seen that with Sudan, even today, and praying for Sudan as well. And we're seeing that in so many countries in Africa, even the dollarization, the dollarization of dollar, and how everybody just want to break out of that. It's really beautiful. I think there's a big change is happening, but at the same time, it's like what you said. I think there'll be a lot of casualties. People, they say there'll never be peace without a war, right? That you always go through that to you fight for peace. You fight with everything you got. And even me as a believer, the word tells me that try with everything you can to be with peace with anyone. That means you gotta try everything you can just to be with peace with someone. Sometimes you're gonna need to go on a war, so that your people can stay at peace. We were seeing that. We're not praying for that, but it's something that we cannot avoid. So we're sending our regards and our prayers, the people of Niger, and for them to know that we are here actually for them, and they're not alone. And that's why we're having this conversation. We're going to continue to have more conversation because it's very important for us as Africans to share these narratives from African perspectives, because we see a lot of Western media talking about this right now. And you know, if those guys, if you see Western media talking about whatever issue that is happening in Africa, you have to know that they have interest in it.
Right.
And there's some agendas that they want to, there's some agendas that they want to share. They want everybody to know. They want to change some stuff. You're like, you can't really trust what you see on the Western media. And that's why we're having this conversation here. And that's why we continue to have this conversation, to share these narratives from our people. So it's really my prayer to find someone from Niger, because I would love to have someone from Niger to just come here and to have this conversation all over again, you know, with you guys right here. My appreciation to Harry C. Smith for the super chats, and he's asking a question there. So you guys, you can also reply why Somaliland is not in a UN or in a MEPS. It's a sovereign state in every way that matters, in democratic relation with over half of the world. Yeah, that's the question. Anyone who knows that, feel free to drop in the comment section. And also appreciate to Yogi Fish for the super chat as well. Tubrak America is honored to see your strong leaders. Appreciate that. Appreciate that, our brother. You know, it feels amazing, you know, to have everybody from everywhere, you know, all over the world, just connecting our people together. So yeah, you know, before, you know, I end this session, I'd love to know from you, my brother, your final remarks. Anything that you like to share before you leave us here as well. And also, if people would like to see your podcast or where they can find you, feel free to share as well.
Sounds good. Hey, Micah, appreciate the conversation. Always good to connect with people. And I believe that the Pan-Africanism that we talk about, this is also part of it, you know, opening doors for conversations like this across countries, and making sure that we align and we strategize and we organize and make sure that we are parts of the next movement of leaders and the next change in Africa. So I really appreciate you for that. And I appreciate Swahili Nation for everything that you guys do. I pray that you guys have a lot of success and that good things come for you, good happiness and things flow towards you. What I say is to everybody is just stay educated, right? Try not to fall for propaganda and stay focused. There will always be challenges. There is always, they say what they will say, you know, we just have to focus on what we do, focus on the real work that we have to do, and the fight that we have to do, which is economic freedom. So people would be chatting, people would be against you, people would try to put break your legs while you run, but that shouldn't stop us from moving. If we have to crawl, we crawl. If we have to push each other, we would do it. So yeah, my podcast is in French, unfortunately, and Bambara. Most of it is actually in Bambara because close to 80 to 90% of the news that is consumed in Africa I don't try to address the elites. I try to address the real people and explain them in plain languages, the problems that we've been facing. And in a lot of time, it's very eye-opening when I tell them that, well, your goal is going to this country. They're very shocked. Like, how can we have let that happen? It's because of the language barrier, and it's because of the lack of access to the right information and people to share it. So I welcome everybody to go and like it. I make sure that I also follow leaders in all countries of Africa to understand what is going on everywhere, and we share insights and push each other. So this has been a great conversation, and I would love to if you need me anytime to talk about the situation, just hit me up. You know how to find me.
Yeah, my brother. But before I let you go, man, I just forgot. Guys, please drop your questions. If you have any questions right now, please drop. We'll go through and write your country and the flag of your country, and let's have a conversation. Even if you don't have country, it's okay. Okay, so we have here already Emmanuel already joined us. Emmanuel, can you change the name? Change the name and write your country there. I want to see your country. Because it's important. I'm saying that because some of our people, they do not understand English, But if they see the purpose of this live stream, okay, I see Jacqueline from Tanzania. It's good to see somebody from Tanzania. Wait, maybe you're guessing where I'm from. Anyways, so the purpose of this stream is to tell Nigel that, Nigel, we're here for you. We're standing for you. We love you. And us, Africa, we're here for you. Yes, our leaders, they're not saying anything right now, which is odd. It's recently they just had a meeting with Macron, the president of France, and they talk a lot about Africa, but now something is happening in jail. They don't say anything. They don't say anything. Walk the talk, African leaders. So it's time to forget about them. We don't have them to talk. We can talk and we can stand with Africa. And that's the message we're going to spread today. All right, so let me put in my brother all the way from Kenya. Emmanuel, welcome to the farm, my brother. How are you?
Hello. Hi.
Hey, brother. Hi. You're straight from Kenya, right?
Yeah, straight from Nairobi, Kenya. One love.
One love, my brother. I know there's a lot going on in Kenya, but I appreciate you coming here and stand for Niger.
You know, it's about time Africa we come and become one. I think it's time. I think this one we are living that time. I think it's the time.
Yeah.
Because everything that is going in Niger, it's so sad to speak about this, but it really hurts to see our brothers really wanting to fight each other, man. Like, that's how the policy is now really to a point where it's falling. The divide and rule is falling. Our generation sees that, you know, and we're just speaking from the Kenyan perspective. We just want to say that we are one with Niger, and those brothers need to know that what they are doing is in fact the thing that was supposed to be done like more than 60 years ago, man, 50 years ago. It's something that was supposed to happen. It's now happening right now, but our brothers need to know we are with them. Yeah.
Man, I appreciate that so much. I appreciate that so much. And maybe you can take this moment as well to just let the people know, you know, how is Kenya? How is everything there right now?
I just want to thank God at least we are surviving. You know, the cost of living is still high. People are still struggling, you know. Hunger, you know, the drought, everything that Africa is most things are happening in some other nations. It's also happening in Kenya. Like our people are suffering from unemployment. Our people are suffering from hunger. We are poverty, you know. But Kenya, we want to say that it's high time that we realize as a young generation that we have to say no to the Western. We have to say no to colonialism because it's still there. We have to say no to slavery of the mind, you know.
Yeah.
And it's so sad that our leaders are still part of this regime, the Western regime, you know. Like how would it be so good if ECOWAS will just come with a way of because ECOWAS knows what is happening in Niger. They actually know that these people are suffering. France has exploited them for long, and it's something that is happening. How can you be one of the richest nations in resources yet you're being exploited? I saw your video today. It said that imagine Niger being given aid and loans as part of the payment. That is really sad. That is really sad. And And the other thing is that our leaders, they don't want to come together. It's leaders should come and unite. How will it be good to see just all 55 leaders come together? We bring our leaders to just go. If we could come up, if our leaders could come up with a system where they would come up with one voice, one stand, that Africa, we say no to the influence of the Western world. Africa, our resources are ours. These people have exploited us for long. When are we going to say no to this? When are we going to say no? But I'm happy to see Africa is slowly waking up, although it's a process. Yes, it is a process. It's not something that will just happen overnight. It needs the voices of like Traore. I like that young man. He's so brave. He's courageous. The way he has that voice of reason is actually amazing. The way he does things. The way he speaks. Like I think he should be. He should stop now. Like he should be elected. That's what I'm saying. I think he should be elected and just become a president, because he has a vision for his people. He just doesn't want to do things the way the former president. Sorry to say that, but he did actually. Yeah, he was just. France told him what to do. Macron told him what to do. He just did.
Mhm.
And this issue of human rights, I think that ideology.
Zambia here, but he ran away. So I'm sharing the link again. This is the link. Come and write the name of your country in your name, and then I will have a chance to talk. From Kenya, Emmanuel, what are
Yeah.
your final thoughts before I let you go?
First, I just want to say that what you're doing is good. What you're
Thank
doing
you.
is actually what encourages us young generation. It actually keeps us on. It actually keeps us active and aware of what is happening. Nowadays the media is something has happened to the media that we are not being told the truth all the time. They bend the truth. They just give us fake news, and nowadays we have to look for the truth in social media. So painful. I have to go to the YouTube, I have to go to TikTok, I have to go to where to find the real stuff. But my final thought is that Africa, we need to wake up, like fully stand together. Africa, we need to back each other, being influenced to fight each other. Yeah, Africa needs to come to a point of where we say no, and we say enough is enough. What has happened? Our history tells a lot. We are so strong. Imagine,
Yeah.
even after surviving the slavery, even after surviving colonialism, we are still here. We are still existing. That shows us how strong we are, you know. And the journey is still long, as I said. It's a slow process, but we are getting there. Yeah, we are getting there.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I appreciate Emmanuel. Thank you for your courage, and thank you for coming here to have this chat conversation with us. We appreciate you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Pleasure. Thank you,
All the
brother.
best. Yeah, we're together in this. Yeah, that's our brother from Kenya, who's here in solidarity with Niger. All right, we have someone here from Mozambique. Mozambique in the house. Welcome to the family. How are you? Hello, Mozambique. Oh, should I speak? I don't know the word. Obrigado. You're muted. Do you mind to unmute yourself? All right, you're good now.
Hello.
Yes, Mozambique. How are you, man?
I'm all good, and you?
Man, I'm all good as well. It's a pleasure to have you here today to represent Mozambique.
Thank you, my pleasure.
Yeah, welcome, brother. What are your thoughts? What do you have to say?
Sorry?
What are your thoughts? What do you have to say? Do you have anything that you like to say to show your support with the people of Niger?
So, some noise here. I'll come back soon.
All right, no worries. But it's clear now. So show your support. Who are you standing with? All right. So I want all the country. The link is in the comment section. Click that link. Come and in your name, write the name of your country. Just like our brother from Mozambique here wrote Mozambique. You can see there Mozambique. So write the name of your country, whatever it is. It doesn't matter. You might not even be African. You know, it might be there and you're like, I'm not African. This is only for... No. You might not even be African, but you are here in solidarity with the people of Niger. Welcome. Oh, we have someone from Serbia. This is what I was talking about. You know, Serbia here we have in the house. Kenya, Uganda, Somalia. You know, yeah, the link is in the comment section. The Ethiopia. Okay, let me share with you guys the link again. There's the link right here. Village Storyteller. I remember you, Mama, from yesterday, Michigan, USA. I remember you. Yeah, so I just want to have the entire Africa. So who is gonna show up? All right, who is gonna have that courage to show up and to just say something about Niger in solidarity with Niger? We have Serbia, we have Florida, USA, Ethiopia. Yeah. Right. One day they will see this. They don't know who has been standing with them. Maybe your president has your country. We don't need leaders to say anything. They need to be accountable. Say something. But if they don't say, we're gonna stand in solidarity with them, and we're gonna represent our countries. You know what I'm saying? So we have Eritrean, we have DRC living in Finland. Yeah, guys, join. Appreciate that. The link is in the comment. Today, I just want not to say anything to let others speak. It's very important. So Alex Skipper, I see you, but can you change your name to the name of your country? And I'm going to put you in a second. All right? Okay.
Alex Skipper. Yeah, I already have here 4 different guests. So what we're gonna do is this. Once I have a conversation with you, you're gonna drop off, and then we're gonna allow other people to come, because I think the stream that I'm using, it has a limit of the number. Yeah. So Alex Skipper, you are next. If you can just edit the name, and you can write the name of your country in your name. That's wonderful. As I'm waiting for you, okay. All right, we have someone from Uganda also joining. I love seeing these countries right here. All right. Okay. Mozambique, you left already? All right, okay. So I'm waiting for you guys to type your names. Let me start with Greece. We have Greece in the house. Hey, what's up, Greece?
Hey,
Hey, how are you, man?
by the way, Mika, first of all, congratulations for what you are doing, brother.
Thank you so
You're
much.
doing great job.
Appreciate that.
And I do stand for human rights and freedom for all, and Africa included. And I do feel for the Niger currently is being pretty tense. But this is the process of humanity reach for its own freedom. Africa's been subjugated by the colonization, by injustice, by stealing their resources, by slavery. Africans have been one of the most incredible humanity on earth, but we've been abusing them for centuries, thousands of years. It's time to stop. The times to tool them up, times to help them, times to actually hold their hands.
Yeah.
That's my view of what's going on in Africa. I hope rest of the humanity wakes up, actually kind of liberate itself from this hijacking of humanity we all have.
Yeah. Appreciate that. That means a lot. And it means a lot coming from definitely outside of the continent. So we really appreciate that. Greece, send our love to Greece.
Thank you so much, guys. We are with you guys.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that.
All love back to you guys. Keep stay strong. The weathers will pass. The freedom is ours to take, guys. Just stay strong.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'll let you go for now, and I'll put in.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. A brother from Uganda. Uganda?
Hello.
What's up, brother? How are you?
Yes. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes. How is our grandpa there?
He's really good. And
appreciate.
He's really doing good.
Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah. So what would you want to say
and we fight for what we believe in. From what those would think, from what those would think, okay, what I'm trying to mean is that they will not be able to control us anymore. They are controlling us. So I feel if Niger can overcome this, it will set an example to all other African nations. Just the way Guinea-Bissau and their colleagues came and had to chase France out of their country. It means we can chase the British in Uganda. It means we can chase the Americans from occupying our land. And it means we can liberate ourselves from this years of slavery annually. You know, back using the back door. You understand? So it's a high time. We stand with our brothers from Niger. Actually, I believe if this platform can be open for everyone's opinion, it will create a very great impact. No, it's not all about going to get arms and fighting back. And no, we can use platforms like this beyond the African borders.
Yeah.
So I really want to thank you for everything, because I believe we can make Africa great.
Thank you so much for stepping up for your country and sharing your love with Niger. Appreciate that, brother.
Much love.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let me ask Chief and also
I know you.
Before that, I want you guys to write the name of your country first. The name of your country in your name. But for now, I'll have, because I'm going with the list according to how they came here. So you guys, you can type the name of your countries in the names, because we want to tell the people of Niger this is dedicated direct to the people of Niger, and want them to see the countries that standing here with them. We want every country to be represented, and we want to have everybody from all the countries here in Africa for that. So for now, I'm gonna welcome our Mama first, and then I'll go to Niger, and then we'll go to Chief, and then we'll go to the other guest there. Mama, welcome back. Oh, sorry, you're muted. Let me see. Okay, you're good now.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. It's nice to be back. Wow. Yeah, I want to thank everybody that's out there for watching this station, because I absolutely love my son. Yeah, all of my sons and daughters. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm going to put something out there that may be top secret, but after I got over crying and the pain of the thought of an invasion, I thought about this. First of all, I know Nigerians are very intelligent. I know Africans are very intelligent. And so I had to look beyond a possible attempt of war from Nigeria. This could be top secret, because I also know that Africans especially Nigeria, we have our way of not showing what the real picture, because we're going underground with something. And I don't think ECOWAS ever truly was going to attack Nigeria. I believe that it was a way to soften France and the rest of them, you know? We have to do those things. These are top secret, but we have to do those things just to calm, the man-mades down. And so we can go ahead and do our thing among us. I really don't think that they were going to attack our brothers. I don't, because it's too many of our brothers and sisters over there. The border, I think, is 90 miles or more. The border is just too big there between Nigeria and Niger to be enemies. It's, they cross back and forth without a passport or without a visa, I'm sure. So I have to look at it like that. I have to look at the intellect of our brothers and sisters that's in ECOWAS, if there's any sisters there, because I just don't believe that they would have done that. It was a facade for somebody else, until they could build a rapport. Because one thing about Africans, they believe in each other. And okay, let's talk. Let's find out exactly what's going on. Although they already knew, I'm sure, what's going on. Because let's face it, the presidents around Africa, they know one another. And they know what's happening in their family of their country. They know. And I'd like to think that it was already set how it was going to go down. And I'm so proud of them. And I just hope they keep working. So don't be mad at them, because they are intelligent. They wouldn't be where they are without some type of intelligence. Sometimes our brothers slip into that money bag, but they have intelligence. And they know what they're doing. They didn't invade, right? Not yet. And I don't think they will. I don't think they will. But we stand beside you.
Yeah. 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 Oh, yeah. I appreciate that for your thoughts. I never really thought about it before, but as you were saying, I'm just sitting here and, hoping that that is the case, because I know in the case of Nigeria, I know they already cut out electricity a couple of days ago. And I know that Senate, they rejected the request. The Nigerian Senate rejected the request of the, president. They don't want to go to a war right now with, their neighbor. So everything that you're saying, it makes sense. But I hope that is the case until the end.
Well, they had to do something.
Yeah.
They had to do something to convince them,
Yeah.
And so breaking and around other countries. So we're kind of used to that.
Yeah.
They haven't harmed them. They know, we're productive. We know what to do when we don't have electricity. We know what to do when we need to eat. But just give them a chance to see what's really happening. That may have been the call for the rest of Africa to come in and take your position alongside your brothers and alongside the continent, you know,
Yeah.
and they're coming together. I'm watching the countries align with Niger, and I love it. Yeah. So give them a chance just to think about it, you know. How could they hurt their brothers like that? Because they know what time it is. They know what time it is. They know that they're asking for us, the diaspora around the world, to come back home. They're not going to jeopardize that.
I really just you know what I hope is, and then I'll have a chance with Niger. I hope that it reached a time whereby we're not gonna have to do that publicly and do something else privately. My hope and my wish is that Africa, we, just like the other guests that were here sharing about, we need that unity, that we'll be able to stand and to say and to pretty much speak our stand, that this is our stand, and this we're not gonna do, or this we're gonna do for the sake of our people. I hope we need to reach there, and I don't see us reaching there without unity, because right now, at least you see Niger, leaders are standing and they're like, you know what, if you guys are coming, Mali and Burkina Faso are gonna stand with Niger, and also they're taking actions to revoke some of the agreements with the French. So these guys, they're really standing out for them, and I feel like this is the moment for other countries and other leaders as well to come to join and to tap into that and to stand for that.
There will come a day when they don't have to hide it. There will come a day, but until then, let's be patient. We're being patient with our own people. Let's be patient and see what happens next. Because I have read some wonderful stories by Nigerian authors and other African authors, and it works that way sometimes. It works that way sometimes, and let's give them a chance. No harm has been done as of yet.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to eat my words, but I'm thinking.
Yeah.
There was never going to be any harm. Other than the electricity, that's harmful enough, but it's helping us to wake up. I mean, even their position, they're aligning alongside of Niger. Come on. It's, everything is causing, it's causing a reaction.
Yeah.
Whether it's a good reaction or a bad reaction, it's a reaction to incite unity for us, Yeah. So one day when I get there, we're going to have some, you're going to have me on your show. And we're going to have to talk.
Absolutely. We will. Yeah. Thank you, Mama, for that wisdom. We really appreciate that.
Thank you.
That's a wisdom from Mama. It's very important. I appreciate that.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate it too. I appreciate being with you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. So I'm gonna have a moment with Niger, and I'll kindly let you go. Niger, welcome, my brother.
Hey, brother, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you today?
I'm doing wonderful, doing great, blessed and highly favored.
Yeah. It's good to hear you, my brother. So, what do you have today for our people?
Hey, can you check your devices just to make sure you don't have anything open that is causing the echo?
Yeah, absolutely. Just make sure that when you're talking, your YouTube is not on. That always causes an echo. Yeah. It's good.
And guys, we wanna have all the countries in Africa, 54 countries, coming here, standing in solidarity with Niger, and to share your message to our people as well. We want to have the taste of one Africa here today. So whatever country you are from down there and you want to join this, just click the link in the comment section and come.
All right. Are we good now?
We're good, Nigel.
So that's Benin now, and then we have the Senate from Nigeria. They say they don't want to, and then the opposition parties in the government, opposite of Tinubu, also say they don't want to invade, and people in the northerners, which are Hausa people and Fulani people. You know, the borders of Africa were created by Europeans in Berlin, right? In 1884. So some of the tribes in northern Nigeria also exist in Niger, southern Niger. So they have families in Nigeria and they have families in Niger. So they've warned our president that if they invade Niger, it's going to be a problem with them as well. And on top of that, in southern Nigeria, they used to be called Biafra back in the day. They also said if Tinubu sends military to Niger, that they will also intervene as well. So it's making things more complicated. And then Algeria also told ECOWAS not to do that. So there's a lot of different people now making it more complicated for ECOWAS to send their military, which is why they missed that deadline. So now they've gone back to do diplomatic talks with Niger, which, last week they tried and failed, but they're trying to find a way to do it again. So for now, a lot of different parties are saying no to invading Niger.
Absolutely.
So wonderful news.
That's great news, my brother. That's actually the shortcut.
Yep.
And according to the news I've heard, these are very secret news. What I've heard is that they're actually going to have a meeting this Thursday, ECOWAS.
That's what I heard. I heard that too. They're going to have another meeting this Thursday. So let's keep praying. Let's keep pushing that things, get smoothened out. And like the sister said, the 1 week time frame given was just to do a test, which is kind of true, just to show they had. But when they made that ultimatum, they didn't expect Burkina Faso, Mali, Guinea to join in. That wasn't part of the play. And so now it's made things more complicated. And also, if they invade, the terrorists that exist in that area will then have free will to go in different places, because now the military is not focusing on them and it's focusing on some other people. So now they're gonna go do some other crazy. So it's just that's what Algeria doesn't want. Algeria doesn't want that. So they're trying to limit it, because everybody have seen what NATO did to Libya and how Libya hasn't recovered until today. That's over a decade, 13 years, going on 12 years now that they did that to Libya. So everybody's trying to avoid that scenario to happen again, which is why Benin is saying, you know what, we don't want to go. Let's do diplomatic talk. You see, Tinubu used to be a governor in Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria. He doesn't have foreign affairs experience. He doesn't have that. So he came out in his opening statement for ECOWAS before the coup started. In his opening, he said that we're no longer going to tolerate coups in West Africa. That we're no longer going to act like toothless bulldogs. Those were his words. And a week and a half later, a coup happened. Instead of him coming in and saying we're going to have unity, we're going to develop, we're going to build up, he came in with division in his opening statement in ECOWAS. So because of all of that, he foreign experience, and then he chose to lead us with force instead of diplomatic talks and dialogue. Those were his mistakes. So now he's learning. And the French and the US and all the other European countries that have interests in Africa are paying the bills of ECOWAS. Unfortunately, the EU spends about 300 million pounds a year on ECOWAS. And then the US spends about $20 to $30 million a year, and some other countries as well. So if these people are spending money on you, of course, if they tell you to go and jump like a dog, you're going to go jump like a dog. Tell you to bark like a dog, you're going to go back like a dog. So that's the unfortunate thing that we have facing us. And then I just hope that things get better. But so far, so good. Now, what we're not talking about is that African Union gave 15 days, right? And ECOWAS gave because they also have their own thing coming. Another thing before I go is that we shouldn't forget Sudan. Sudan is still fighting that fight. And then the mainstream media have turned off their channels and their eyes. Them is just going to keep getting worse and worse, and nobody's going to do anything. So we need to, be speaking out for them as well. So, but the future looks bright. Let's keep going. I just came to give you all some updates, and then things are looking good from Nigeria, and we don't want ECOWAS to invade. So it's getting more complicated for ECOWAS. So they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and come up with a new plan. So hopefully this happens without any military intervention. And that last thing I'm going to say, I'm going to leave after this.
Appreciate my brother. Those are good updates and good news. Thank you, my brother, for having my back. I really appreciate you. I'm going to let you go for now.
All right. You'll be good.
I appreciate that. So let me remind everybody who is joining, instead of writing your name in your name place, please write the name of your country. All right? Write the name of your country. We want to celebrate our people, and I want to be fair with all the countries as well. So I want to give opportunity to different countries that are joining to share their thoughts. My brother from Uganda, I see you, but I want to give chance to others yet. As well, waiting, please just type the name of your country there instead of your name. And we have our sister here from South Africa, maybe brother, maybe sister, joined here as well. But before that, I want to give a chance to my brother right here. And please write your name as well, the name of your country. And I'll give you
Senegambian.
Oh, yeah, welcome, my brother.
Yes, your brother from Gambia. This is Darth and all that stuff. Mondetezi, not Mondetezi. I mean Mika. I remember you from the days of Mondetezi, Tanzan, and Dr. E. I remember you from all those days. You know what I mean? But first, let me just say, I want to give some respect and admiration for my former, the guy that just spoke and the lady that just spoke, for the heartfelt submission of what they said and all that stuff. I really respect that, and I love that, and it's a contemporary analysis of the situation and all that kind of stuff, and I respect that with full gut. I'm probably gonna add more into that as well, which we probably agree, and then I'm gonna say my feelings and how I feel about this situation and all that stuff. So the situation, how I feel, how I see this is, yes, I even had a colleague of mine tell me, maybe what's his name? Tinubu knew that this war was not gonna pass on the Senate. He knew already that it was never gonna pass on the Senate. So, but he had to say something. He had to say something to make ECOWAS look credible. Because if he didn't say something, the Europeans could have just taken it the same way as they took Libya. You know, African Union never stood something, they never said something, and then the Europeans just came and wiped out Libya and just destroyed it. So Tinubu had to put himself as the paramount position for ECOWAS and all that kind of stuff. Although that situation is now questionable because ECOWAS, but then the Europeans cannot necessarily invade because it's still an ECOWAS situation. ECOWAS wants to pursue it diplomatically. If Tinubu never done that, then what would have been, if Tinubu never done that, what would the reaction of the other Europeans be? Which I think would have been a terrible disaster, because if I have watched online the amount of how many Africans were motivated to defend their continent, and if from all the zeitgeist, from all over the channels, everybody was motivated that, you know, I'm ready to die for my continent. I don't have military training, but I'm ready to die for my continent. That fucking motivated me to the point of tears and all that stuff. But anyway, that's an underestimation people are making. Underestimation. Like I said, in Africa, it's not that Africans are scared or afraid to die. We're not afraid to die. It's just when you have a leadership that's afraid to die and a leadership that's scared and in chaos, and the leadership is scared. If the head is scared, the body will be scared. But if the head is strong and the head has direction, the people will rise and say, this is who we want to follow to death and all that stuff. Africans are not scared of death. I've realized that now. We're not scared of death. We just need that fucking leadership to change. The leadership to change. You understand what I'm saying? Sorry, our language. Language. We need the leadership to change. But Africans are not scared. So I was motivated by that and all that stuff. And one thing I'm going to say is, yes, it could be. I'll give Tinubu an alibi. He knew that the Senate was going to vote against this thing. And he knew this was never going to pass. But he had to make a statement anyway. He had to make a statement anyway just to keep those fuckers in check. Sorry. Just to keep those guys in check. Now let me do my submission. Mika, ever since we have been doing this, from Ndetezi, Tanzan, Dr. E, and all of that, ever since we've been doing it, I thought this was going to take us 10 years of a campaign. 10 years of a campaign to get Africans on board. I thought this, but it just goes to that saying that people say, it's funny how the world changes so fast. It's funny how the world changes so fast, how things in the world play so fast, just like that. Right now in West Africa, there's only 2 countries that are still puppets. The rest are free themselves. There's only 2 countries in West Africa. In Central Africa, it's probably about 4 countries in Central Africa. You understand what I mean? To be free. Let me tell you, Mika, the reason African Union was not working as a body is because the majority of the nations were Francophone countries. And before they ever made a vote, they had to consult with France before they made a vote. So the African Union was incapacitated and couldn't move any way or form because these people had to co-occur. But that is changing. In West Africa, it's changing. In Central Africa, that's going to change and all that stuff. That's going to change. We have it in Niger. So all these things, like I say, Mika, I have been surprised by how things change. I thought it was going to take us 10 years of campaigning and speaking. But you never know. That when you cannot stop something that when its time is due. I don't know how to say that word. You cannot stop a feeling when its time is due. You cannot stop the time of something that is due. You understand? These things happen so fast and so quickly, I couldn't believe it. You understand? So that goes to show for all those people who talk shit about Pan-Africanism, look where Pan-Africanism, where that sentiment can take you so far. You understand what I mean? For all those people who talk that people want freedom, it is a sense of Pan-Africanism. It is a sense of Pan-Africanism. So Mika, I myself, I'm surprised. I thought this was going to take us 10 years. The world can change very, very fast, just like that.
Very quick.
Appreciate my brother from Gambia. Yeah, I remember you. We had really a nice time, and you know things are happening as fast as you say, and I think the change is in the air. Like I can feel it, and we can see it right now that Africa is awakening, and everybody is ready. So if our leaders will hold their hands and also show that unity, you know, I think it can happen today.
I think African leaders at the moment, it's a pivotal time and it's a turning point, and they should show more a resolute stance on what they stand on. They should show more resolute stand on what they stand on and all that stuff, rather than cowering down and all that kind of stuff. Because the world is not the same as it was back then, and it's changing rapidly fast and all that stuff. Faster than I thought. I thought this was going to take us 10 years. Nothing at all. And the man the fuck out of me. I'm joking.
It's a time for you to drop out now. My brother, bless up, man. Bless up. I appreciate for your contribution. I've seen people moving from the diaspora coming to Niger. Some other people moving from African countries moving there in solidarity with Niger, and they're ready for a war. We just had our brother here from Ethiopia. He was like, okay, if these guys are going to fight with imperialists, I'm going to be there. I'm going there. I'm traveling there to fight, because this battle is not just for them, but it's a battle against Africa. And that's what we have to get, that fighting against Africa, fighting against one country in Africa is fighting against Africa. And that's the unity we're talking about. Chief, are you there?
You to give me a chance to come on platform. Second thing, sympathize with the brother and sister from Niger, you know, and honest, very disappointed Nigeria how they handle the situation. And you know, as much as I see a lot of brother, I can be different with a lot of people on how they say here. As much as I see a lot of us here, we talk about unite as Africa become one, but I think it can be a little hard. I can give you an example. Let's take an instance of brother and sister from Niger. The way how Nigerian, not all, I can't say all, the current president of Nigeria, the way how he approached the situation. So the Niger brother and sister is obvious, or it's going to take a time for them because they're going to hold a grudge against Nigeria. So how people can unite, how we can unite while we have a lot of puppet. You see, so as much as I want to say we have to unite and become one, but if you come to reality, I think it can be hard a little bit. And also we have other people, let's say they move from one African country to another ones, they commit crimes. Like some brother or sister or brother moving, let's say from one country or one African country, go to another country, disrespect other people, commit crimes, or maybe selling drugs, or pimping the system, put them in prostitution. You see, so before this unite Africa, we have to come to reality. Like things has to be talked about. I think the minds of Africans has to be readjusted a little bit. You see, the minds has, because look, if I can say this, for example, if you can look a lot of these, a lot of African leaders, it's like they do the same thing, puppeting. They puppet, don't care about the people. You know, once they get position, presidential position or leading position, they don't care about the people. They just do for themselves, stealing, extract all the resources and going and invest in European country. So it's like, I think we have to look at the root cause of the problem. It seems like the issue is, I think the issue is, it comes from, because all these leaders are the products of the environment. So I think the issue could be faced, the mindset has to be adjusted a little bit. See, because if you check a lot of places, a lot of people, we invest on the religious more than technology. You see, innovation, because if you look at most of the European countries, Russia, Western countries, China, they invest in technology. Just imagine a lot of African countries, they can't even build a bridge. If they want to build a bridge, they have to go and call China. Like, I can't believe 2023, just 2023, a lot of African countries, they celebrate just them having a, let's say China going to build a bridge for a certain country. People they celebrate like, oh, we have this bridge, we have this bridge. I don't know, like, how this thing is going to be changing if we still, or we not invest in technology and science, because all these Russian, East and Western, all of them, they invest more in technology. But we dedicate a lot of time on religion. I'm not saying people should not pray, but maybe we have to shift the direction. Maybe we have to invest more on technology, science. We have to, because look, we can do all this bread, we can do all this crime, but if you don't have a strong military, they can come anytime and take away anything. Let me ask you, brother, something, because I remember once watch one of your videos, you say you come from Tanzania. Okay, let's say now Russia or America, they just decide to come, they want to come and invade in Tanzania. What you gonna do? Or they want to invade, let's say, South Africa or Russia or any country. What you gonna do? So, in my opinion, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe we have to invest more in technology, science, in high technology, in a strong military. See, because as long as we have a weak military, they can take away anytime.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate my brother from Burkina Faso for raising your voice. Your concern is also Africa's concerns, because I believe that this, you're not alone in what you say. So I really appreciate for raising your voice, brother.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate, brother. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And thank you for being patient. You've been here for a while.
No problem. Thank you too, brother. I appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Then I'm going to allow South Africa in the house. South Africa, welcome.
Hi. Yes. Sorry. Hi. How are you? You okay?
Hey, my sister. I'm good. Am I talking to Joyce?
No. I'm not Joyce. No, sorry. Lehumo. Yes. I've been looking at, okay, fine. I've been watching your videos as well. The last one you posted, and it covered a lot of things, and it was really good to actually hear that Nigeria has the senators, they refuse to go ahead with approving approve the war with Niger. So that was actually good to actually hear today, as well as looking at, I did do like a bit of research on Niger issues with the company Areva. So Areva will be the company in France that is providing electricity, nuclear electricities into the country. And this company is changed its name. It's no more Areva in Niger. It's called Orano. And what happened is this company is not exposing of their litter correctly, and it's causing a lot of health issues around that area as well. So these are the things that I've been looking at when it comes to mining in Africa. It's not very ethical as well, because it's not the only area where uranium is being mined. We've got Kazakhstan, we've got Russia, we've got Canada, but those ones, they're actually done proper and more ethical. But in Niger, and not only in Niger only, it's the same around Africa with mining. Is not very ethical, and most of them, they have like a radioactive waste, then all those, they're just exposed to the public, to the children. And on top of that, they'll bring their own medical, they'll open their own hospitals, put their own doctors there, And these doctors are not telling the truth, what's going on, but the people are actually suffering. A lot of minors are dying from cancer and stuff like that. So another angle of what's going on as well with these mines that is not even looked after. The area is not looked after by France as well. So that's a major, bigger issue as well.
That's remind me even what a lot of these NGOs does to Africa. They come with a really pretty good agenda and good profiles, but what they're doing is opposite to what they say they want to do. And Pierre Lumumba, he was saying that most of them, they're not here to solve issues or to solve problems, because once they solve, that means they're no longer gonna have job anymore. And they're not gonna be having those money and funds that they receive all the time. So, and they're doing pretty bad job even here, in the country that I am right now, and most of the countries right now, to push different agendas. So I really appreciate for that insight. Yes.
Yeah. I think with this stuff, it kind of like made me realize how cheap African life has been to these companies, these private companies that are coming in, as well as the same things happening in the Congo as well. Same thing happening in all these countries where there is like conflicts in Mozambique. And it just shows that these NGOs, as well as governments or private companies like Glencoe as well, that have been funding all these instabilities and insurgencies as well to continue this war in order for them to keep on extracting cheap minerals as well. So I'm glad with what's happening. I mean, it's not nice what happened in Niger, but I'm also very happy that it happened, because then it will highlight what has been going on in these Francophone countries, that not everyone is knowing what's going on because of the language. We're not really focusing a lot, especially when you can't understand the language. Then we end up just looking at or maybe viewing things that has to do with languages we can understand. But when it comes to Francophone countries, we don't normally know what's going on. We just know that there's so many conflicts there, and we also know that most of these countries they have a lot of dictators there, and most of the time France is protecting all these dictators as well at the same time. So then it makes it look like when they talk about democracy, it doesn't make sense, because why talk about democracy while you're protecting all these guys that you're actually paying, that are enforcing your interest into the continent?
Yeah, absolutely. Sister, I really appreciate for your insights. You just needed that voice. You just needed that voice. So thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Sending love to South Africa. South Africa and Sudan with Niger. Appreciate that.
Yes, definitely. Thank you very much. Bye.
I appreciate it. Bye-bye. All right. So we have our brother here, the relentless man, all the way from Nigeria. My brother, how you doing? Now I don't see you anymore.
Yeah, I had to take the cam off for a minute.
Why?
Can you
Why?
hear
How
me?
you doing? How you there?
I did fine. Oh, I did fine. Oh, I gallant.
my brother. You can go ahead, my brother.
Well, actually, let me just clarify something real quick, right? I'm actually from Nigeria, right? I was born in Nigeria, grew up in Nigeria, but I'm not currently in Nigeria right now. I currently reside in the United States, but I still like to claim that I'm Nigerian. You feel me? Or like most of the time, I like to claim that I'm African. Because I know like the word Nigerian is something that was forced upon us, that was given to us. So it's not like we came up with the name Nigeria. That was something that these white folks forced upon us. So so I like to represent Africa, African. But real quick, man, let me just touch on what's going on with Nigeria versus Niger. And I just want to say that most, or should I say, Nigerians, we don't subscribe to what's going on, what the ECOWAS are doing. We don't subscribe to that. Like we're not in support of let's invade Niger, because it just don't make no sense, bro. You feel me? Like that, it doesn't make any sense to us. So I think this is something that the ECOWAS leaders they're terrified of, they're scared of, because they feel like this might be something like a domino effect. That okay, if Niger, gets overthrown by their military, what's going to happen? So I feel like they're looking at it like, oh, it might be us next, because they know like they're not really doing shit for us. They're not really representing us. So this is just them just trying to like they're trying to be defensive in a way. They're trying to make it seem like, oh, like if any one of you military members try to like step on us, like this is what you're gonna get, this is what you're gonna receive. But I'm really very in support of what Niger have done, not just Niger alone, but other African countries as well, and what they're doing currently. I'm in support of it, and I wish that would happen in every African countries, not just. But you see, like, I mean, in the past, we've had like military intervention before, but it never really went anywhere. But in this case, in this time, it looks kind of different. It seemed like most African countries, they're also standing in solidarity with other African countries, and they're like, bro, we're not letting this shit happen, bro. Like, so I'm very proud of Africa. I have to say, I've been in the United States for a few years now, and one thing I've noticed is that, bro, nobody respects Black people, bro.
Yeah.
Nobody respects us. Nobody likes us, and nobody respects us. And it don't sit well with me. That shit does not sit well with me, because like when I go outside, I see the way I'm being looked at. I'm being looked at like I'm not even a human. It bothers me a lot. There have been so many times that I've thought about just taking my life just because of the fact that I'm a Black man. Just for real, like I've thought about it, man. Like it doesn't sit well with me. It doesn't sit well with me. A lot of Black people all over the world, we are like mentally, psychologically, physiologically, spiritually, religiously. Bro, we're messed up. We're fucked up. We don't know who we are. We don't really know who we are, because like everything that's our identity has been taken away from us. So, so to see what's going on currently in Niger, it's a fresher breath here. It gives us hope, especially to know like the people who are actually undertaking these actions are people just like us, our age mates, the youth. We're the one who's mobilizing. We're the one who's like, nah, enough of this bullshit. Like enough of it. Like all these old leaders, they're not doing anything for us. I really like what's going on. Also, I don't want to take too much time. I just want to touch on education real quick. So. Yeah. If we know, is like right now we are in the fourth industrial revolution, right? The first industrial revolution that took place was the steam engine. The Europeans, they learned how to master the steam engine. That was, they were stealing resources from us to build a steam engine. That was the first industrial revolution. The second industrial revolution was factories. They started building up factories, and that really boost up their economy and stuff like that. The third industrial revolution is the invention of the internet, computers, internet. That was the third. And now the fourth industrial revolution that we're currently in is the invention of artificial intelligence. And what's going on at Africa, the Black people, we have never participated in any of these industrial revolutions. But guess what? The only way these people have been able to come up with these so-called innovations for centuries is Africa, bro. This all the minerals that they're using to come up with these revolutions and this is Africa. And we've never participated in any of it. We've never invented nothing that we can be like, oh, okay, you know what, like we invent, bro. It just don't sit well with me, man. Like it doesn't sit well with a lot of Africans. Yeah. And so education is a big thing. Education is a big thing. I know, like Africans, we're very spiritual beings. We like to we like to pray. But listen, at this point in time, prayer alone is not going to cut it.
Yeah.
Prayer alone is not going to do it, bro. Like, we really have to, like, you know, like, grab the machete right now. That's what we got to do. We got to grab the machete. And not just that, but we also, like, I can't stress education enough, because when you really start to educate yourself, you really get to understand how far behind we've been. You really get to understand how these people are really, 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 like, they've stolen everything from us, our identity. And that's what really makes someone a man. If you don't know yourself, you don't have anything to fight for. You don't have anything to live for. So education, science, technology, these are things that we have to embrace in this new world that we're approaching, that we're moving on. We have to embrace, like, education, not Western education, because Western education is still going to put us in the same place that we are. So we really have to we have to educate ourselves in the African tradition, the African way. We really have to know who's really our God. Like, who's really our God? Because if the God that we serve is the same God that, you know, the white man serve, like, why will he, like, allow us to be going through this for generations and generations? Did he plan this? So we need to know who really is our God, because I see, like, Africans are very, very spiritual beings. So how do we connect to our God? And not just that, because, like, if you look at countries like China is, it's kind of like a religious country, or I don't know, like, but they have something that they believe in, but you see them embrace science, you see them embrace technology, but they still have that Chinese culture, they still have all that. So like, moving on, man, like, what I'm hoping, what I'm praying for is a domino effect. I'm praying for a domino effect that what's going on in Niger opens the eyes of a lot of Africans. Let this be a domino effect. Like, I am sick and tired of, like, just not having respect from people that don't look like me. Even Africans don't even respect themselves. Like, we don't like ourselves just because of, like, there's so much else that we've taken, so much losses. So we just feel like we're not capable of achieving, when that's not even true. That's not true. Like, African, the black men and the black women, with, like, the most beautiful and the greatest being. That's what I think. Like, anyone can, like, I mean, you can disagree if you want, but this is what I believe. And another thing too, like, I want to, you know, if my brothers are, like, in the diaspora, living outside, you know, bro, we gotta start. We have to marry ourselves. We can't keep running around these white boys and white girls and dating them and having kids with them, bro. We have to stick to ourselves. If we're gonna marry, if we're living in Canada, in the US and UK, we have to marry a fellow African. We cannot keep married. We can't keep. You feel me? So this is how we start this revolution, bro. Like, whether or not these old men, these puppets, whether or not, like, bro, we are gonna take back our motherland, bro. It's our God-given right. This is why we exist, and we're gonna make that happen. I just want to close with that. I just want to send love and positivity and prayers to all my brothers, all my African brothers, all my African sisters all over the world, in the United States, in Africa, in Niger, in Guinea, in Ghana. All of you, man, listen, we're riding together, bro. We're riding together, bro. We're riding together, bro, and we're gonna win. We're gonna we're gonna control the resources of the world, of the planet, not just Africa alone. We're gonna come on top, because that's what we have to do. We have to start thinking as powerful people. We have to start thinking as men who wants to control power and resources. That's what we got to do. So, bro, I love you so much for what you're doing, man. You're a legend. I just subscribed to you. I found your channel today. I'm subscribing to my brother, man. I love your passion, man. You're doing good, bro. And God bless you, man. Take care, man. Everyone, man. I'm out.
Amen. You too, man. Take care. And please don't think about taking your life again before you come back to Africa, eh?
Nah, bro. Nah, I see what's going on, man. Like, nah, never, man. I got hope now. I got hope. And I love you guys so much, man.
Sending love to you. Be safe, brother.
You too, bro. One love.
Appreciate. All right. We have a brother here, Bisrat. I know we had Fikado before you, but I'm gonna give you a chance since it's too late where you are right now. Even though I don't know Fikado where he is at right now. I'm trying to unmute you here, my brother. You gotta unmute yourself, I guess.
Hello, my African fellow brothers and sisters.
Oh, Fikado.
Oh, yeah,
Fikado.
no, yes.
Now, let me ask you this: Where are you right now?
I am from the capital of Africa.
So you're in Addis Ababa.
Ethiopia, yeah.
I love you. Please, can you just allow me to give a chance to Henry first, because where he is at right now is 3 a.m. in the morning. I know you and me, we have the same time zone. Just give him a chance, and then I'll come to you.
Okay, please, brother.
Thank you so much. That's an African brother right there. My brother Henry.
Hello.
How you there, brother?
I'm doing okay. I really appreciate Thunder, my brother, for the opportunity. Please, I love the spirit. Yeah, I'm Henry. I'm a Nigerian from the southeast, to be precise, and I live in Malaysia. It's 4:02 a.m. here. I'm supposed to be sleeping, but because of the African spirit, I'm still awake.
Come on now. Come on now.
Yeah, one Africa.
One Africa, yeah.
I want to hit a point to my Nigeria first. I listened, it actually made sense. I talk about God, is it the God that we are serving? I want him to listen to me. I know that God already said that he has given us dominion. When you're giving dominion means you are being given authority, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have been given charge, right? So God has given us dominion. But the problem here is not God, it's we, Africa, are the problems. Our leaders are the problems. So it has nothing to do with God. So let's keep God outside this.
Yeah.
We use the focus on, and then we start praying over things we are not supposed to be praying about. Like if I want to drink water, I cannot be praying to God. I know I have water, I have a boiler, electric kettle, I can go and boil my kettle. I start praying, God, please, I want to see. Can you help me boil my water? That's stupid. Understand? The things that we can do for ourselves, we cannot be calling God and praying to God about it. So now, if we talk about the revolution starts with us. What kind of leaders do we have? So for us to start, we have to first of all stop this imperialism. The imperialism, this so-called modern slavery, because that's what I call it, modern slavery. Because when they first came to Africa, they didn't bring Christianity, but there was Jesus before they came to Africa. But they first came with slavery, and slavery they now brought Jesus to instill us again in Christianity.
Yeah.
So now that didn't really work. Then they now brought democracy. And then if I have to define democracy in a layman's understanding, it is the government of the people, for the people, and by the people. So if you check what happened in Niger Republic, and you see the multitude of Nigerians who trooped out in the streets supporting the juntas for the takeover, means the Niger people actually wanted the military, and the ECOWAS are not even. What do they? President Bola, President Bola. I don't call him my president. So someone said our President Bola Tinubu knew the Senate. I want to see their point blank. And the reason why Tinubu wanted to invade Niger was just to distract the ongoing presidential election going on. Because if Nigerian military invade Niger, all the focus will be on the war going on in Niger, and it will affect Nigeria so bad that nobody will be talking about the election tribunal again. All the focus will be on the war. And the war may even last for 6 years. Who knows? How long have Russia spent in Ukraine? Russia, of all people, check how long they have been in Ukraine fighting. So nobody knows how long the ECOWAS war in Niger will last. So what I'm trying to say here is that the problem we have is not just our leaders. If our leaders can try to see how they can be self-reliant. See, that self-reliance is what we need in Africa to grow. If we can stop depending on these so-called France, United States and all that, we cannot grow because they don't want us to grow. I have watched a video where a man was saying that for them to remain relevant, Africa has to remain impoverished.
Yeah.
You see, most importantly, the sub-Saharan Africa, which is mostly the ECOWAS section of Africa. You see, so now what I'm trying to say is that let the African people let us imbibe the African spirit. You see, when I say imbibe African spirit, let's leave on because they are only doing the beat of the colonial masters, so we don't need them.
Yeah.
So let our generation bring the change.
Yeah.
If possible, if we can be able to have their own African Union, yes, that one is political. The African Union is political. If we can find a way to form African Youth Charter, I don't know how we can be able to do that. To have our own union, African Youth Charter. Let it be that this is for African youth. If you are African and you are the youth between the age of 18 to 40 years old, you register to that. So we can always come out and we can have leaders, like 3 leaders from each African country. Each African country may have like 3 or 4 representatives on the African level. So Nigeria may have representatives, South Africa 4 representatives. Then we don't have that African Youth Charter or whatever name we might coin to call it. So that we can always, as African youth, have one voice. So that when it is going wrong in South Africa, the African Youth Charter can stand up as one African youth to fight whatever that is going wrong in South Africa. That is the only way we can achieve whatever dream we are pursuing. If it's going wrong, just like in Nigeria, if something is going wrong there, and we have we come to a consensus and say this is what we are going to do in Nigeria, then our leaders in the African Youth Charter will sit and pass a communique to us. All of us with one voice, we send a message to the leaders that this is African youth, let this stop and let that happen and let this one not happen. When that begins to happen, I think we can be able to start redirecting our leaders on the right path. By that, we can take the voices of the colonial masters and now start raising our own voices.
Yeah.
I love that. Because this whole thing I'm seeing, I watch what that. If you leave my president, I'm telling you the truth, he will invade Nigeria. Forget the Senate. The Senate stopped him. He knew that Senate was no. He wished it was possible. He wished, which I know. He wished. He wished, and it would be very stupid for ECOWAS to invade another African country, even African Union. Please, if they will hear my voice, African Union, if they invade Niger, it will be a shame on them, all of them that are leaders of African Union. How long will we continue to do the bidding of the colonial masters? France give them so European Union give them so amount of money. United States give them so amount of money. How have that impacted on the lives of African people? So they are only fighting for their own selfish interest. For their selfish interest, we don't care about them. All we care about is we care about our African mothers, African fathers, African brothers, and African sisters. Or when it comes to politicians, we don't care about them. If it's possible for military to take over the whole Africa, let them take it over. Even Nigeria, my country, let them take it over, because there is nothing like democracy in Africa. I know what happened during Nigeria election. People that died. No one came out to talk about it. No one came out to speak. When it happened in Burkina Faso, who invaded Burkina Faso? Who invaded Mali? Who invaded Guinea? So why Niger? So please, if my brother, if you can be able to, let me not take much time. If you can be able to start this move of, let's start having it possibly form like a kind of African youth charter.
Yeah,
that would really help us. Please.
I appreciate, brother. I appreciate. You know, we appreciate for that thought, because we actually already have a move that we call you know, One Africa. But I love the fact that you had to specify with the youth, because we know that majority of our African population are youth, and we must be in charge, and we must take charge. We can still get wisdom from our old folks, but we need to step up right now and to bring that change. So I appreciate it. We definitely, I know the team is listening to this.
Yeah, but sorry, 1 minute, you will second, please. Yeah, you made a point. I know about the One Africa. Okay, please don't get me wrong. I really apologize to other people who are on the line to come in. I'll be leaving right now. But please, I want you to understand that the One Africa thing is okay, but African youth cannot be rightly heard under the One African thing. If you want the African youth, the voice of African youth to be heard and loudly heard, we need to have our own African youth charter, and then let's work with the agenda of One Africa. We can work with that agenda, but let it be that we have our own specifically for African youth. That will help. Please, I can drop my number on this private session. You can add me on WhatsApp, so we talk about how to go about it. Or if you want us to, I can help to start it up. No harm, the kind of people to connect and all that. I'll write you privately on this backstage, so you can add me on WhatsApp, so we can talk privately about it. God bless everyone. God bless Africa. God bless Africa.
Bless you, man. Bless now. Thank you so much, my brother. All right, my brother from Malaysia. God bless you, man. Have a good night's sleep.
All right, well, thank you very much. I'm leaving my number behind for you. Put me on WhatsApp,
all right,
so we talk.
I appreciate it. My brother from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Welcome, my brother. You know, the country I love. My brother Bisrat Picard. Welcome to the program.
Yes, sir.
There.
Wow.
Yeah.
I hope I will meet you by your next travel.
Absolutely. You can drop your number in the private chat, and we can connect. Definitely. When I come there, we shall meet.
Okay. So I heard what our Nigerian brother said, and he already mentioned. I just want to talk about the African youth, and when we are free. So when we are free, I mean that I think the time is now to set Africa free from colonizers, and also colonizers' mindset. So we are not colonized by only military or other economic stuff, but also we are colonized by colonizers' mindset, you know. So so we are brainwashed by their education. So we are studying the history of Africa, which is written by the colonizers. So how can we think like Africans, you know? even if we are studying the history which is written by them. So we have to wake up, and we have to look inside of our educational system. So one of the tool they use to colonize us is brainwashing by Western education. So we have to fight against that too. So and when we need this change, we need it now, because we suffer a lot because of them. So our children's will not suffer by the same cancer we suffer in our young and in our old stage. So like we have to transfer the continent. I mean, Africa is a country in my eyes. So a country which is free from colonizers. So we have to fight now. We have to stand by our African brothers who stand against these colonizers. I mean, warriors and companies who are like stealing our resources. So we have to stand by them, like and we have to wake up when we think about democracy, blah blah stuffs that like when we think about like the Western use democracy to to destroy countries, to remove the leaders which they're not like. So that we have to wake up when they say this is against democracy, this is against constitution. We have to wake up on that issues, because they one of our sisters said that they supported the dictator one, and also they talk about democracy. So we have to wake up when they say democracy, democracy, democracy. So we have to wake up on such issues, like when we come to Niger's specific issue. Like they just telling us through their media that the Niger military just remove the president, which is selected democratically. So by other words, like this coup is against democracy. So like they put the person they want like a doll. So they use not only education, not only military, also some terms like democracy, good governance, such kind of things to influence us to stand in their side. So African youth, we have to wake up. It's the right time to fight against colonizers. So as you know, like Ethiopia is not colonized by any country. So not on. We are not. We don't have such weapons to defeat the colonizers. We use our ancestors, our fathers use first their mind. Their mind was not brainwashed, and they don't watch the Westerns are like what we think now. They are developed. They have military now. Not only military won the war. So
I actually feel you, brother, because honestly we don't really need that. I mean, remember the history of your country. You guys, you beat the heck out of Italians, and you did not have advanced weapon as they did. So yeah, I mean, these days we at least have, so it's doable. We can do it. But I really appreciate
yes.
you.
Yes, the time is now. Okay,
yeah.
Sorry.
No, I want to ask you this one question before I let Patricia. She has been here for a while to share as well. I know you're in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa. Just in very short to inform our people as well. How is Ethiopia now?
So there is war in the northern side, with some, with in Amhara region, between the government and some groups in there, so that it's still it is still a fighting in here. So people are asking for a good governance, for like in the city life is become tough, as you know that Addis is like very expensive city, and also other areas life become expensive. So because of that, people is not satisfied by what the government is doing. So even the government is challenged by the Western too. So as you know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, but yeah, hand crossed, and we have the hope that will be a bright future as Ethiopian and also as African. I'm optimistic, so I want to see the brighter side, what the young Africans bring to Africa. So
Yeah.
So I want to say this one last word. No one is safe until everyone is safe, and no one is free until we all are free. So and the time is now to set free ourselves. God bless Africa. Thank you.
I appreciate that. That's wonderful. That's a wonderful way to end a session. Thank you so much, my brother Amasaganala. My greetings to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. I love you guys. You know you're in my heart always. Patricia Matthews, welcome to the family, and it's good to see you. You have been very generous with this family and this channel by donating super chat. I've seen you. And let me just appreciate Stay Quiet for joining membership. Guys, you can join membership as well to support us. Appreciate Nimal 24 hours for the super chat. It means a lot. Appreciate Pan-African Forever for the super chat as well. I love the spirit I hear today. Thank you so much for your generosity. I don't take it for granted. Sending love to you. Thank you so much. Patricia, welcome.
Blessings, brother. Blessings to everybody. I just want to know that thank you. I just want to let you know that we from the Caribbean, we support Niger and we stand in support. You are in our prayers, and we stand with Africa. One love Africa. We are one family because that's where we originated from, and 400 years ago, and many of us are returning, and more of us will be returning. So Africa, here we come. One love. Stay strong. Don't let anybody put you down because of your looks. Stay strong. Because I mean, one of our brothers that spoke earlier on, the one that spoke about three levels before. Stay strong. Don't worry about what anybody say about you regarding your looks. We are one people, and God made us this way. Who don't like us can look the other way. That's as simple as that. All right? So one love, and take care and keep up the good work.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you. Needed that, Patricia.
You're welcome.
You for your support. Thank you for always being there. I love you and I appreciate you.
You too. We love you too. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you so much. So let me end this session. I see Relentless Man, you came back. Do you have anything that you want to add just a little quick?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I didn't think my mic was still open. I mean, it's really not much I can add. I just want to thank you. There's so much we could talk about, but there's so many different topics that we can get on, about our problem and what's going on, and even questions I would like to ask, but I don't know who to, ask these questions to, or who's going to be the right person to answer the questions. but I'm really just glad. I'm very, very happy about the spirit that a lot of Africans are kind of taking on recently, especially the young ones, and it really fills my spirit. I just want to thank all of you guys for what you're doing, especially you too, my brother, man. Come on. Big ups, bro. Big ups.
Appreciate it, my brother.
Yeah, man. I'm just here. I'm just, listening to, the conversation, and that's it. And really, that's just what it is, bro.
Appreciate, my brother. You said you found this channel today, right?
Yeah. I was, because like the whole Niger thing, like it's kind of viral. So, because I'm not in the land, I'm not back home. So I'm keeping up with everything that's going on. I'm like watching every YouTube channel, trying to like, get an understanding of what's going on. So I stumbled upon your channel a few hours ago, and I watched the one. It was like 45 minutes long, and there was a point where it felt like you were almost crying, bro. It felt like you were crying, like when you were talking.
And I did.
I was like, oh my God, bro! Like he's very passionate, and it's the same passion that I also share for my motherland as well. So that's why I connect with you. I connect with the show. I'm like, no, I think I have to get on this conversation, on this dialogue. So I'm right now I'm your biggest fan right now, bro. I'm your biggest fan, bro. I just subscribed.
We family, we family.
Yeah.
Family in here. And I really appreciate for you taking that step, because not everybody does that. But I really appreciate, man. I cried. I mean, you see a lot of videos. I usually cry a lot of time. That's because of
you know who you remind me of? Do you know who you remind me of, bro? Professor Lumumba, bro. You look just like him.
That's my African daddy, man. That's my African daddy. I haven't met him face to face yet, but I've been talking to him sometimes. He's one of the few people that I look up to. Yeah, he's the legend.
Yeah, he is.
I love him. I follow him. I listen to him a lot, and I learn a lot from him. Yeah.
Yeah, I listen to Prof too. I listen to him like it's the scripture, man. Like, so many things that he says, I really relate to. And it just feels like, man, it's so many people that share the same sentiment as, a lot of us. Professor Lumumba is one of them that I really, really, really listen to. Like the passion in his voice, the command, the call, the outcry for Africans to be a single state. That's what we want. We don't want this border division. We want Africa to be a single state, a single military, a single currency. You know what I mean? Like this is how we can be powerful, bro. If Niger is just Niger as a country, Niger can never be a powerful nation. You know what I mean? Because it kind of limits itself to what if Nigeria is just a country, it will never be a powerful state. So we need the whole entire continent to be a single state. No border restrictions, just a single state, a single military. And then when we go out to for trade, when we talking about trade, we should be talking about trade for the benefit of the entire African continent, not just for one country or not just for a few countries. That's how we have to do it, bro. There's no other way that we are going to make it out alive if we don't unify ourselves. There's no other way, bro. Like this, I just don't see it happening. I just don't see it happening because guess what? Once we can, if we're able to unify the continent as a single state, we can do trade within ourselves. So, like people like Congo, for example, people in Nigeria, we can buy minerals from there. People who are in Nigeria can we can do trades among ourselves. We can come up with the with the most baddest weapons ever, bro. Like with the most destructive weapons. And really, the West only respects people that have atomic weapons. So if we can make our own, if we can fortify our military, we start to get respect. But we can't do it without, unity. So unity is the only way out. Is the only way out. We have to put away with every other thing, religion aside, tribalism aside. We have to just do away with that, because if we don't, we are going to help these people to exterminate us, bro. Like, we are actually working into extermination right now. Yes, Africa has a huge population. If we if we count everyone, we're like 1.5 billion, both the ones that live within Africa and outside Africa, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, we're so divided, right? We're so divided that it's gonna be so easy for them, bro. Because you have to understand how diabolical these people are, bro. With the way things are going, bro, with the scramble for Africa and the scramble for world power, bro. We are going to get caught in casualties. We are going to be like the ones that are going to be like just using us pawns, bro. So the only way we can get ourselves out from this mess is we have to unite, bro. We have to unite. That's the only way out. I don't see any other way out. I mean, if anyone has any other way, please just let us know, bro. Please share with us, because we're very curious to know.
I appreciate my brother. I love the passion, and I love your voice, man. It's really needed, so I really appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
Now I'll let you guys go, because I think I'm gonna close this session, but I'll leave you guys with something later on too. For those who, let's say you're new to this family, you don't know what's all about, at the end of this video, I'm going to leave you with one video to at least understand what's all about. So stay tuned. All right. Then I'll let you guys go for now. Relentless Man and my brother there, Bisrat, I appreciate you guys. So since he has spoken about my daddy, my African daddy, PLO Lumumba, let me play this video for a little bit. You guys listen to him, and then I'll be back. That's that. I need to have a future tomorrow.
Peace is at the very heart of human development. Peace I bring you, the peace of God that surpasses all understanding. That statement attributed to Jesus Christ is not only known to him. I can refer to many religions, both within and without Africa, that talk about peace. Peacemakers and peacemaking is critical, because we recognize that without peace, without tranquility, you cannot realize your potential. And African communities, like other communities, have always had means of mediating conflict, because conflict is part and parcel of human engagement, part and parcel of society. And it is therefore important to reiterate that peacemaking is an exercise that must never be poo-pooed, it must never be abandoned. Of course, peacemaking is not always successful, but history has also taught us that all conflict throughout the ages always end with peace. So you choose either to engage in war and suffer the pain, then make peace, or make peace in order to avoid war. The choice is ours.
I love how he finished. I love what he said there. I love what he said there. So we either choose to engage with the war and then have peace at the end, or we choose having peace and avoid the war. And I think the second option is so much better. I know we believe and we say that, there's no peace without war.
But war is not necessary sometimes. It's possible to avoid war and to have peace. And that's what we've been talking about, the case of Niger right now. That there's no need to have war. There's no need to go to war. There's no need to. I saw one guy said that we need to use them as an example. Man, really? You need to use your fellow Africans as an example. And this Sunday, I hope the world sees the huge number of people came out in solidarity with the coup. And I said this in the video I released today. If you didn't watch that video, please go and watch that video because it's very important. I say this, that I think, this is my personal thought, all right? I'm not saying that it is, but it's my personal thought. I think the reason why, one of the reasons why the military have been taking over the governments in the western part of Africa, I said it's because they love their countries. It's as simple as that. Soldiers and militaries are trained to love their countries, to protect their countries, to protect their resources, to protect everything in their country. They are trained that way. They're software that way. And so when you see this military taking over, it's not just a matter of authority, as the Western media are putting out there, that again, you know, Africa are fighting because of leadership. They're fighting because of this and this. It's not because of that. It's not just because of what Western media says. And please don't believe that. Yes, that could be one of the reasons, but I want to believe, and one of the reasons that I think, it's because these people, they love their countries. And when they see their countries are not going in the right direction, they have experienced war for so long time. And the first people to die all the time are military, are soldiers, because they're the ones that are going to defend the country. It's like the war right now. They're the one going there to fight the war. So if you're going to have civilians and normal citizens dying, that's like the second part. But the first part, the first people who are dying, they're soldiers. These guys love their countries, but we paint them in a way that they don't love their country. They just want to take over the government. They kidnap the president. No, it's not just about one way. It's about the other way as well. Why are they doing that? Maybe this guy didn't have a good plan for his country. Maybe this guy was selling his country, and they were there defending him, protecting him every single day, seeing the country going astray. And they swear before God, because you usually swear, if you have a Bible or you have a Quran, you swear on that I'm going to defend and protect my country at any cost. I'll be ready to die protecting this country. So that means if you have a leader who is not protecting and defend the country, they're going to choose country over the leader. And that's what has been happening. So let's not just paint them the way we're painting them. I mean, the Western media, this is a message for Western media, because all Africans understand that, and to ECOWAS and AU as well. These guys love their countries. They're ready to fight. They're ready to die for the country. Let me ask you this. How many leaders in Africa are ready to die for their countries? How many leaders that today, if there's a war breakout, you'll be there. You go there to fight the war for your country. How many leaders can do that? Well, so far, I know only one leader. Honestly, I know only one leader, because he did that. And I know there's a lot of things happening in Ethiopia right now. There's so much hate and so much towards their leader. But I remember last year, he went on a battlefield to a war when the war broke out. Yes, there's still a war there today. They're still fighting. There's still conflict. Things are still not settled. But for the sake of argument and this point that I'm sharing right now, I want you to remember that. The soldiers are always there, willing and ready to die for their countries. They're putting their lives on the line. These soldiers have families. They have kids. They have wives. They have relatives. And they are there, ready to die.
So when they're taking over government, don't just think about negativity. No, these guys, they love their country. That's why people are showing love to them back. You say this leader was there democratically. Where are his supporters? Why everybody is with the coup? And I love what one of our brother here said today. He said, you know, before they came with our brother from Malaysia, Nigerian from Malaysia, he said that today, these days, they're using that agenda of democracy. And he's saying there's a lot of dictator leaders they're supporting in France or US. They're supporting, we know that. It's not even a secret. But do you know why they support them? Because there are agreements that they've made with them, and they don't want the change of regime. Because if they change, those agreements maybe might be taken out. So if they find the best shot to take all of your resources in your countries, and there's a puppet leader there who save their interests, they're going to keep him there as long as they can. They don't care about democracy. They don't care about democracy in Africa. They care about your resources and what you have. They don't care about human rights in Africa. They care about their agenda and mess up your families with the agenda of LGBTQ alphabet to mess up your families, destroy your families, take dad figure out of your families. That's why today, if you go to the United States, a lot of people, a lot of kids have been raised by a single mommy. Where are dads? The first thing they do, they take God out of the picture, and then they take daddy out of the picture, and then what is left is broken family. And that's what they want it to happen in Africa. They want to break families of Africa, because one of the strongest things in Africa is family values. That's one thing that I'll give credit to Africa. Africans, we have family values. Our dads, our moms, our grandmama. Have you met African mama? My mom, okay, my mom cannot do that today, but most of our African mom can whip you. Even if you're 30 or 40 years of age, she can whip you because you're still a child to them. She's going to whip you with everything she got. That was African mom. Man, if I tell you my story, how my dad whipped me, and today I turn out to be this good guy, because my dad, he whipped me. One day I was beaten on the New Year Eve. I mean, not New Year Eve. In the New Year, we went to the church. We just came back home. I was whipped. New Year. Imagine starting your year by being whipped. That the entire year was difficult for me because I was whipped. There was a moment I thought like I was adopted with my own family. I didn't think I was a kid in that family because of how much whipped I received. One day I was not even able to sit on my chair. I was sitting like this, and my mom, she was feeling sorry for me. You understand that? Because of how I was whipped. Oh, my background here disappeared a little bit. I gotta bring it back. So yeah. But those whippings, they helped us. They help us so much. Yes, I told even my dad one day that, Dad, I used to hate you, but I love you now because I know. And I was not a wicked kid. I was not the most wicked kid. I was not, man. I was not. But my dad was trying to set an example for others because I'm the last born, and brother and sister, they had some issues, and he wanted me to turn out good. So he whipped me as much as he could, so that I may be, however. But that's the way they show love. Say, we love you, I'm gonna whip you. My dad, I remember, he opened the Bible and he whipped me. He'll read the book of Proverbs that is talking that about whipping your child. It's important to do that. He'll read the scripture and then he'll be like, come here, and then he'll whip the heck out of me. But that's why African family, we have values, we have morals. Today you're bringing the agenda of homosexuality in Africa. Nobody understands you because we have values. We've been raised with those values. We've been raised with those sticks. You can't turn that away today. No matter how much you try to do that, do you know how free we'll be if we kick these guys out? Because we no longer have to depend on them. They don't have to enforce anything to us. They're out, just like that. So yeah, it is very important for us to remember that us kicking them away, we are going to receive a lot of benefits. in that way. Yeah, so kudos to those countries that are kicking people away. I appreciate for the super chat. I see super chat here from my brother Pan-African Patriarch Stand. Appreciate. Thank you so much for the super chat. And though I'm kind of scared with your profile, my brother, but I appreciate for the super chat anyways. Thank you for your generosity. I don't take that for granted. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah. So one of the Western agendas right now, it is to destroy family values. They have succeeded a lot in the Western countries. In US, man, I'm talking to yesterday we had Mama here, but I have a lot of my friends there. Man, when you talk to them, they're like, man, this is the end of the world. I don't want to be here anymore. A lot of people moving out from the US, from the UK, because of these values that have been, there's no more values. And who are you today to stand there and be like, democracy, human right? No more values. And it's bad that abnormal things these days, they're pushing so hard to look normal. I want to advise those people who have kids. Man, don't even play these cartoons from all this like Disney and all this stuff. Don't play these cartoons. Because these days, even our kids are watching awful cartoons. These guys, they use everything to destroy the values of our families by training kids. You turn on your TV, showing cartoons, Western cartoons. They have so many different agendas, evil agendas towards our kids. Don't do that. Don't do that. If you have kids, don't let them watch cartoons. Don't let them do that. I thank God here in my country, we have like a local cartoons. So when I'm going to have my kids, when God bless me with my kids, they're going to be watching that. No more watching evil cartoons. Everything is about satanic. Everything is about evil. Man, we need God. And that's why, let me tell you this, guys. Some of you are criticizing me, putting God first, always pray before and after. Man, because this world right now is organized, being led by Satans, by satanic movements everywhere. And it's open. Go to United States. There's satanic church there. Everywhere. Look at the rituals they do. People are being sacrificed. It's in the open these days. So if the world is doing that, who are you to stop me talking about my God here? Who the heck are you stopping me to talk about my God? The God of love, peace, and unity. Who are you? Man, I'm not going to shut up. I'm going to talk about God until you get it. And if you don't believe in God, I'm going to tell you right now, it is important for you to believe, because I'm telling you, we are not going to see liberation in Africa without God being at the center. We're not going to see it, because satanic agendas are being pushed to Africa. This is spiritual warfare. It's not physical. Guys, it's not physical. You can't fight spiritual warfare with your guns. You can't do that. What I'm trying to say is this, that this is first and foremost is the spiritual warfare that is being manifested physically. You understand that? Only people in the spirit will understand this. This is a spiritual warfare that is being manifested physically. That's why all the agendas you see are against what God wants, against nature. Against nature is like against who you are. You are being trained to believe that that is who you are, but I'm telling you, that's not who you are. There's no biological reason to what they're saying. So these are agendas that are spiritual, trying to be manifested physically by forcing you to believe that's who you are. That's how you were born. That's how you came. There's no evidence to that. It's force. Imagine, this is force, but it's being pushed as much as they can. It has nothing to do with
physical. It's not nothing to do with physically. It's about controlling spiritually and physically, and taking God out of the picture. Because when you force this agenda, when you send this agenda to our people, you lose that connection with God. If God created you this way, you say, I'm not this way, I'm that way. Or you decide to change yourself. Basically say, I'm the God of my own life. You're your own God. Because we have this say that you choose who you want to be. It's your choice. You choose who you want to be. Let me tell you, man, you don't choose who you want to be. Not in that sense, not in that context. You are who you are. And God had a reason to make you who you are. If that's the thing with gender, it's gonna be the same thing with color. We have Africans who change their color and try to look white. They say, I choose who I am. You know, I don't like this color, I want to be white. It's the same thing, guys. You don't choose who you are. You are who you are, man. You are who you are. You can change your face, but deep inside your heart, you know you're black. You know your ass is black. You can't change that. You can change your gender, but deep inside your heart, you know your gender. You know who you are. Who are you fooling around? So we must talk about this. We must talk about God. Because if the battle is spiritual battle, being manifested physically, we're going to fight spiritually and we're going to manifest physically. And that's what we do. And that's why we pray. And that's why we seek God. And that's why we preach about God. That's why we talk about Him. Because until we need to return to Him, that God will see all the evilness that are happening, but we're seeking your righteousness. We're seeking your kingdom. Because you said, Proverbs 21:21, it says, whoever seek righteousness will find life, prosperity, and honor. Do you want life? You got to seek righteousness of God, man. You got to be right with God. And we ain't going to stop talking about that because all the media, all the Western media, all the agendas right now is talking about being right with men and not with God. There is no more fear of God. So we do whatever we want to do. We sin however we want to do. We speak however we want to do. We are the owner of our own lives. This is my life. You ain't going to tell me nothing. I'm going to decide how I want to live. However, I'm going to decide that, man, I'm telling you this, man. The true freedom is only in God. The true freedom is in your relationship with God. You don't have a relationship with God, you don't have freedom. You fool yourself. There's no true freedom. There's no true freedom out there. The Western media is saying that to you. No, there's no true freedom out there. And I'm not going to be ashamed. I'm not going to be ashamed to speak the good news of our God and our Lord Christ. I'm not going to be ashamed. You must know it. I'm an African. I love Africa and I want the best of Africa. And I know the best of Africa is us returning to Him. The God of our ancestors, the God of our forefathers. Turn to Him. Turn to Him. Turn to Him. Let me say this again as I'm finishing. This is a spiritual warfare that has been manifested physically. Everything you see in this world is start there in the spirit. So you choose. You choose. You choose. You can't be at the center. You gotta choose. There's only two sides. There's only two sides. Bright side and dark side. You choose. Even not choosing bright side, it's choosing. You already choose. Even stay silent, you already choose. You know deep inside your heart. So I'm not naive to stand here and to think that we're going to achieve everything we say without God. No. No. I'll be lying to you guys, and I don't even deserve to stand here before you, man. I don't even deserve to speak to you, man. Cancel me. Unsubscribe to me. If there would come a day I will stand here and be like, you know what, we got this, we can do it, we don't need God, cancel me. The matter of fact, report my channel right away. Unsubscribe, leave, never listen to me ever again because I'm lying to you and I don't deserve, and I'll be hypocrite. I'm not hypocrite, man. I'm not going to sit here and tell you lies. I'm not that. All right, I'm not that. If you want that hypocrisy, there's a lot of channels that has that hypocrisy, but not here. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be straight with you. I'm going to tell you the truth, because only the truth shall set us free. In Africa, we really need that. You see that? The truth shall set you free. That means when you hear the truth, you shall have that freedom. And the truth is the word of God. It's God himself. There's no true freedom outside of God. And you know it. Even you that you don't believe in him, you know it. You know it. You know it. Come on. You know it. You know it. Because we didn't just come here because my dad and my mom, they made love and then I came. Man, I came here with the purpose. I was somewhere before I came here. Even when you die, your spirit goes back where it came from. Do you know that? And we bury your body. Do you know that? So, where does your spirit come from? Do you know that? Do you know that each and every single one of us were there before we came here? Do you know that? Do you know that we were living in the spirit before our life manifested physically? Do you know that? So deep inside your heart, all of us, we have that hunger and ego to worship God. You have that. That's why, let me tell you this. Each one of us, we have that inside of our heart. Even if, I don't care whether you believe or you don't believe, if you don't believe, you have that inside you. There's something that you're missing. There's something that you have been searching for so long. And you feel like, something I need in this life. Maybe you have all the money in this world. You have, servants serving you every single time. You have all the cars. You slept with all the women and all the men. You did that, but there's something missing inside of your heart. Why? What is that? You know what is that? Because your spirit was not designed. Even the Bible says your body was not just designed for sex. Your life was not just designed for materialistic. No, you were designed for him. Our true pleasure comes from him, us being in a relationship with him, us walking righteously. That's where our true pleasure is. That's where pleasure is. You can drink all kind of alcohol. You'll never find that pleasure. You can sleep with as many people as you want. You won't find that pleasure. I have my history too. I ain't gonna tell you today, but you can find your pleasure whatever you want to. But you never find that true pleasure. You can smoke as many weed or cigarettes as much as you can. You never find it. You're going to keep doing it because your heart is keep searching and you're still doing it. You're still lying to yourself. Western media is still lying to yourself. You're lying to yourself. And I'm telling you, the day you meet God, the day you have that relationship with him, you're never going to be the same again. You find that pleasure. And that's why when you find a man that meet up with God, if that man was abusive to his wife or abusive to women, he's stopping. If you will be alcoholic, they're going to stop. If you'll be addicted to sex, they're going to stop. Why? Because they found true treasure, true pleasure. In this life, there's more pleasure than what we see. And that is your relationship with God. In Africa, we need to go back there because we do believe in him. And our brother from Malaysia, he said it very clearly. He couldn't be more right with that. He said that problems with Africa is not because of God. It's because of us. Don't put blame on God. God has nothing to do with that. He's giving you everything. And one of the very important tasks that he has given us after he created a man in his own image, he said, I want you to go to rule, to dominate. Dominion. That's the only task God gave to a man. Dominion, not over people, but over the resources. That's the reason why Africa is poor, because we do not dominate our own resources. He said, go and dominate the birds in the sky, the fish in the ocean, in the seas, and everything that grows upon the ground. What is that? In the sky, we have electricity there. We have rain there. In the ocean, we have oil there. In the ground, we have, crops there. We have all kind of minerals there. He said that. That's the only task God gave to a man after he created him in his own image. But Africa don't do that. Westerners are controlling our resources. No wonder why they are far away from us. No wonder why. Because they do what God has called them to do, to dominate the resources, and they do it very well. They've been doing in Africa, they've been doing in Niger, and I appreciate for these countrymen. I love Burkina Faso, I love Mali, I love Niger, because these guys are waking up and they say, well, get out of here. Mali just destroyed the relationship with France, and now Niger are doing the same thing. Unless you manage your own resources, you'll never be rich, you'll never be wealthy. If someone else is managing your house, don't be surprised if one day that guy sleep with your wife. If someone else build your house, don't be surprised if one day they're going to destroy your house, because they have authority over your wealth. That's the reason why Africa is poor. I don't know why I've been saying this. I don't know, man. I didn't plan to say this, but I know that I'm speaking to someone out there. We have 142 people watching, but I know I'm speaking to you. I know it. I know it. I know it, because I didn't plan to talk about this. I know it. I'm speaking to you. I know it. I know you hear me. I know your spirit is like you're feeling this fire inside of you. I know it. That is the presence of God. And some of you'll meet with him today. And I just pray for that. I pray for you. So let me just pray for you a little quick, all right? Pray for blessing and pray for that kingdom of God. And let me just say this. That's the only message that Christ preached when he was here on earth for 3 years straight. He didn't preach about anything else, but he was preaching about the kingdom of God. Kingdom of God. That's the same thing John the Baptist preached about, the kingdom of God. That's the reason why he came. For the kingdom of God. For you to know that you're in the kingdom of God. You're supposed to be in the kingdom of God. When you have this relationship with God, you are in his kingdom. He said, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Your kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven. One thing that you're supposed to be hungry and thirst for more than anything else is God and his kingdom and his righteousness. Be thirst for him, and he'll show himself to you. So let me tell you this. Let me help you this, all right? If you do not believe, I want you today, and you want to have that, you want to have that faith. I want you today to go and pray. Pray to God. Tell him that I don't really know you, and but let me tell you this, you know him because you were there before you came. Anyways, you forgot about him. So in that case, there's no one who not really believe in God. No one, really no one. Because we use God a lot when we swear. Oh my God, you already called him. Everything you see, that breath. Okay, let me tell you this. Okay, the people who always say this, that no, God does not exist. You are believing on that white, colonialist Jesus and all those stuff. There's a lot of people say that, and I understand, but let me tell you this. We believed in God even before they came here, colonialists. For those who are saying that you believe on white Jesus and all those stuff, you don't know the history of Africa. You don't know that. So just don't say that. And anyone who knows that that guy was not white. Those are the movies and videos to, again, for you to believe something else otherwise. It's the time for us Africans to create our own movies like that. But okay, let me challenge you. I'm giving you a challenge. I believe in God, right? And I have that faith and I have that relationship with him, right? You don't have that relationship with you. So do this. If you don't have that relationship and you don't believe at all, I want you to try this. Today, go and pray. Say, God, if you exist, I want you to take this oxygen away from me. I want you to pray that prayer. You want to test if he's there? Pray that prayer. And tomorrow we're going to be hashtagging RIP. I don't want that to happen to you. No. But if you want to find out if he's there or not, that's the easiest way you're going to find out. Because you're no longer going to have oxygen that he provides. And then you're going to meet him on the other side. And I don't know what is there for you. Anyways, guys, I'm not here to scare you or anything. I'm not here, but there's always those rebellious people. So if you're rebellious, we talk the same language too. We speak the same language. Carlos Ortiz, appreciate for the super chat, sending love to you. I don't take that for granted.
This is our member here. I want to appreciate that for supporting this channel, all the members. And I want to appreciate for the super chat as well. And as usual, before I pray and get out of here, I want to appreciate all the members in the house. And I'm just going to display their names here and those who are supporting me on Patreon as well. I want to appreciate you guys. You guys have chosen to support this family financially, so I'm going to appreciate you as well publicly here. So I'm just going to share these names right here publicly. I appreciate all the members in the house. Yeah, 0 days. So we have like Stay Quiet joined today. Randy B also joined today, and Yehuda, 3 members joined today. And we have different kind of membership. We have like distance cousin, we have close cousin, we have sibling, we have like family, and we have like partners. So it depends. If you want to support, like you start from distance cousin. So whatever you want to support, and I think you start from 2.99, and then you have 4.99, and then you have like 99.9999 and even 99.99. Yeah. So I want to appreciate everybody here. These names you see are people who are standing with us to support our cause with their giving monthly. So I really want to appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. I don't take it for granted, and I appreciate you. Also, let me take this moment to as well display my people from the Patreon. I have a Patreonship as well. The link is in the comment section as well. Let me display your names here. Now we have 9 patrons. I have 9 patrons. So let me just display here the names. Appreciate you guys as well. 9 of them. So the first 9 names you see here, they're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. All these guys. Appreciate you guys. Sandra, Titi, Asata, Christian, Boniface, TG, BJ, Emma, and Kifaru. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for your support. And there it's open, so you can go and see what kind of support I receive from Patreon. And also I appreciate the super chat for today as well. Let me just display that. I will never stop doing this because you guys are giving part of yourself. And I don't think you're crazy, but I think you want to stand with us. So I appreciate that. And I want to appreciate also those who are, for those who wants to join membership, I think I'll share that link as well here for you guys to join. Let me share. For those who would like to support Patreon, I'll share that link is there. And for those who would like to join membership as well, let me share the link right now for you guys. It's important for me to do this for my people. I love you, family. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Right. And for those who joined here today with all the comments and everything, I know not everybody has something to support, but you guys, you've been here, you've been watching, you've been commenting, you've been talking here and there. So I want to appreciate you guys for doing that. I love you so much. I know, we've been here for 2 hours and 40 minutes right now. Thank you for sticking around, for staying there, for contributing. I love you guys. For those who shared, liked, comment, I love you guys. And even for those who have been quiet, but you came here and you've been listening, because I know sometimes people are, they want to see, like, who is this guy? But we started this mission 4 years ago. If you go through our YouTube channel, you'll see a lot of videos we've done so far. Yeah, so in the end, let me pray. And then as I go away, I'm going to share with you guys a video for those new to just understand who are we, Swahili Nation, One Africa. Our vision is towards One Africa of solidarity in peace and love. And our mission is to defend and protect the image of Africa, to bring back all the heritage and the sons and daughters of Africa back to the continent, to decolonize the mind through authentic knowledge, and to create a bridge for oneness and peaceful Africa. That is the mission, and that's the vision that we stand for. So our vision basically is to have one Africa in our generation. And, you know, we have One Africa. We have WhatsApp group that we connect there with our people. For those who would like to be in the WhatsApp group, let me share right now here. Also, we are a registered organization here in the continent as SNOA Foundation, Soil Nation One Africa Foundation. And as I'm inviting you guys in the group, I'm inviting you in the group to tell you that this group, guys, the topic there and everything that we talk about is about the unity of Africa. I hope you guys, you hear that, the unity of Africa. So if you come in this group, just know that everything we talk about is about the unity of Africa. So if you join here, make sure that whatever you talk about, it's about the unity of Africa. We have admins there. For anything apart from that, then there will be, don't be surprised if you are taken out. All right. We don't curse. We don't, even though today I did that, you know, today I did that in my video. So I'm sorry, guys. I did that. I said this, I was like nobody give a shit about democracy. You know, I was a little bit too emotional. I was carried out. So I'm sorry about that. But, you know, we refrain ourselves from profanity. And yeah, so that's the group. If you join there, we have that to just share with you guys informations and our videos and everything, and you guys to be free to share about Africa, to share about the unity of Africa, the strategies and everything. So you can join there. All right, guys, let me pray, and I'll leave you with the final video for you guys to understand what we're really doing. God, I thank you for today. Thank you for your presence. Even though sometimes we don't feel it because of the situation in life, but we believe that you're bigger than situations. So I pray that our eyes and our hearts will focus on you and not on the mountain that we are climbing and not on the circumstances that we're going through. I don't know, God, people that are watching this right now, but I know that they're battling and struggling in one way or another. Whatever battle it is, if it is finding you, if it is getting back to you, if it is knowing you, if it is finance, if it is family, if it is whatever it is, God, if it is just purpose to figure out why they're here. God, I pray that you reveal yourself to them today. I thank you for Niger. I thank you for Africa. I thank you for the shift that is happening in this continent. God of our Father, we worship you and we thank you and we love you. Thank you for all that you're doing through this family, SNOA. This family is yours. I don't own it. It's yours. And I thank you for taking us to that direction. I pray for the reconciliation, first of all, with us and you, and then with our neighbors. Because if we do not really love you and love ourselves, how can we love our neighbors that we don't even know? So, thank you for Africa. Thank you for our brothers and sisters. Thank you for all the faith that are in here today. Thank you for those who believe in you. Thanks for those who don't believe in you. Thank you. You know us better than we know ourselves. So if you love us already unconditionally, who are we to criticize and hate one another? That would be hypocrisy. Even those who do not know you, you still love them. Even those that know you, or they think they know you, or we think we know you, you love us. And the matter of fact, we don't even know you. But help us. Because the more we get close to you, the more we'll get closer to one another. Because our identity is in you. Nobody knows Tesla as much as Elon Musk knows Tesla. Nobody knows Ford as much as Ford knows. Nobody knows us but you who made us. So if we want to know about ourselves, we must know you first. Then we can know who we are. Because you made us. You have the recipe. You have the instruction book. You have that. Like when you buy your phone, it always comes with instruction book, right? Or your computer, it comes, or with your refrigerator or your TV, it always comes, or your car, it always comes with the book that
tells you how to use it and everything. And so you have that instruction about us. If I want to figure out about myself, I gotta get to know you first. So I pray for that grace today to our people, to know you. Because when we know you, then we realize that we can't kill one another. Because we are your image, and you love us all. And you commanded us to love each other. So if we know you, then we'll have that awareness. We'll have that breakthrough. We'll have that freedom. That resentment and hatred that we have towards one another, this religion towards that religion, because of religions, because of tribes, because of politics, God, those hatred, it's not from you. But I pray that today we'll know you, so that we may know ourselves, so that we may discover ourselves, rediscover who we are. I love you and I thank you. In Christ's name I pray. Amen. Guys, all right, so I'll show you 2 videos to know why I'm doing this and to know what is all about One Africa movement. All right, you're in One Africa movement, and we have another channel of One Africa. If you go to this channel, you will see One Africa somewhere. You can go. That's like our second channel. We're not doing anything right now, but it's important for you guys to know that we have One Africa channel. You can go there. Let me just show you here, guys. One Africa channel is right here. This one is One Africa channel. Go and subscribe there as well. We're gonna come with content in that channel as well. For now, just go and subscribe. We have a few videos, so go there and subscribe. We have Twitter, which is X today. We called One Swahili Nation. Let me show you guys here as well. It's important for you guys to connect with us through those social media as well. If you go to Twitter, right here, oh, that's mine. Swahili Nation, right here. This is our Twitter account. We share a lot of news, all breaking news that are happening in Africa. We share them. So go and you can follow us on Twitter, on X. It's going to take a while for us to get used to that. Okay, we also have Instagram pages. You go there and show you guys as well. You guys just see it so that you may be sure, because there are other pages there that are not from us. Okay, Instagram pages, we have Official Swahili Nation. You can go and follow us as well. Official Swahili Nation, we are there. But others you can find in our following here as well. We have One Africa page as well. And also we have another one, Swahili Nation Podcast, Swahili Nation Podcast. You can go and follow that as well. So you can follow us on Swahili Nation Official. This one is basically our main, but also we have One Africa. We are, still organizing, and hopefully we'll have enough team to run this stuff. So here as well, we share news all the time and a few clips that are happening and all the stuff. You can go and follow us there as well. TikTok. Well, TikTok, Swahili Nation is not active yet, even though it's there. But my personal TikTok, Mika Chavala, is very active. You can go and follow that as well. Let's stay connected everywhere. Sometimes I do live stream there on TikTok because we want to spread our message everywhere. So go and do that. All right, guys. I love you. Let me leave you with these 2 videos for you guys to know what we stand for. I love you. Bye-bye.
First of all, I think every African should be doing what I do, like everybody, because of who we are, right? We're African. We should love Africa. When I went to South Korea, I realized that Africa is being perceived and viewed very different. I realized that, well, the media, what I see on TV, what people talk about Africa, even my friends, they don't really know about it. It's very negative. It's very negative. That was 2013. And I was like, I must change this. So I started actually there in South Korea. I started to go to schools, to like elementary school, like kindergarten, elementary, middle school, high school. I started to go there. That was like my part-time job. I went to, like in Korea, I went to every single city in Korea. I went everywhere in that country. And I was going to these schools. One day I went even close to North Korea. Like there's this one place called Paju. It's just next to North Korea. Like you see North Korea is there, South Korea is here. I went there and I went to kindergarten. These little kids, and these little kids, when they see you, some of them, they start to cry. They just see you, they say, why are you crying? So I was like, why are you crying? So they're scared. These are little kids, but that's what they have been seeing on TV. That's what, like, sometimes some of them, even their parents teach them like that. What we're trying to do is we're trying to build a new system that is for Africans, it's for us, a new system that it will support us, it will challenge authorities here in Africa, right? And it will challenge as well, it will defend and protect the image and heritage of Africa, right, from outsiders, Westerners, Easterners, and to build pretty much a new system, because before colonialism we had a different system, right? During colonialism we had a different system. After that we're still struggling with this system, right? And our forefathers like Haile Selassie, Julius Kambarage Nyerere, Kwame Nkrumah, Kaunda, and so many others, they tried to build a new system after colonialism that unite all Africans, right, to become one. And their parts, right? And you know, now they're gone. Nobody's here right now. So it's our responsibility right now, as you know, the sons of Africa, to actually carry on with that move and that fight. And that's what One Africa is standing for. One Africa is not about me personally, but it's about us. Usually, I never get used to read a speech, but for today, I'm gonna read a little speech that we wrote, and this will give you a full picture of what we stand for, where we are, and where we are going. It is indeed an auspicious occasion, a great honor and privilege to be here with you today to launch and celebrate a Nations of Union, One Africa. Swahili Nation One Africa is a global initiative founded to unite Africa, explore the abundant opportunities of growth that exist throughout the continent, harmonize ideas and best steps to harness these for the benefit of both the young and old generations. To date, Africa remains a continent blessed with numerous resources, yet it is still the poorest in the world. There are numerous internal and external factors that causes this dissonance. The World Bank estimates that by the year 2050, sub-Saharan countries will be home to more than 1 billion people, half of whom will be under 25 years. This demographic stands the best chance at transforming the continent. The most dangerous poverty of all is mind poverty. Colonizers paralyzed Africa decades ago using the education system. The imperialists to date use the divide and rule principle. Africans have for decades been turned against each other. The family unity in Africa, which served a pivotal as a building block of human behavior and society at large, where formative values and respect and responsibility were instilled by parents, all the social order is now disintegrating. Should we sit back and continue complaining while cursing the neo-colonialists? My people, eradicating mind poverty in Africa starts by acknowledging our history, being aware of the present, building on the future, and learning from our mistakes. My people perished and being destroyed for the lack of knowledge. Knowledge remains the biggest challenge we face as Africans. Even with little knowledge we possess, partly our minds have been brainwashed and misinformed. The divide and rule approach of the colonialists remain prevalent even in the current times. Africa, we have allowed ourselves to be divided along with tribes, religion, skin color, clans, ethnicity, amongst others. One Africa, we declare our diversity is our strength. We embrace unity in diversity. Generations behind us are silently pleading for direction. The time is now to reconcile with ourselves, neighbors, and the whole continent. It will be a long road to healing, but in solidarity, we break away from the chains of division and walk the path to freedom. As we forge through this era of technological revolution, Africa should concurrently embrace transformative global trends, especially targeting our education policies. We should create tech corners and replicate across the continent to acquaint professionals in Africa with different trends on education and technology aimed at connecting them with the rest of the world. Unity, peace, and love run a resounding hour. These three sum can only come through initiatives that promote equality of opportunity. Africa is the world's youngest continent with 60% of its population under the age of 25 years. Africa is an envy of the globe, accounting for 19% of the globe youth population. Let us tap into the readily available labor force of the young men and women and detract them from joining extremism. Free them from taking risk journeys across Mediterranean Sea and from appalling conditions and inhuman treatment some experience in the Gulf region. We need to harness the potential of our young people. World Bank estimate that 40% of youth who join extremism are motivated by economic inequality. The exodus of our youth and other professionals through legal or illegal immigration should be a concern for all of us. Our social fabric is being broken, yet human capital is in abundance in Africa. Africans, we have the power to reverse the brain drain into skills gain. I envision an Africa where everyone gets quality education and accessible health service, where no one will be scared to show their ethnicity, religion, or belief, where everyone can traverse freely without being scared of their safety, where everyone is respected for just being a human, where love and peace are our resources for being, giving is cherished, sacrificing in service for the benefit of others are honored, where integrity, honesty, hard work, and result-based leadership are the core motivation for all people, especially those who lead us. One Africa needs more than just talent and passion. We need a rich network of like-minded people, dedicated professionals, experts in various fields, and vast ideas on moving forward to bring about change and prosperity to our beautiful continent, Mother Africa. For a long time, Western media and other foreign nations have manipulated and distorted the truth about Africa for their own gain. No one else can defend Africa but Africans. No one else can support or change this continent, Africa, but Africans. Africa is our home. Africa is our heritage. Africa is our pride. Africa is for Africans. That's why you clap, guys. Thank you, thank you. Collapse the borders. We, the African youth, are ready and energized to build our continent into prosperity. We have the ability to solve our own challenges without external interference and manipulation. We are advancing to reach all Africans across the planet through conversation for a better Africa. We are on a mission to defend the image and heritage of Africa, to decolonize the mind through authentic knowledge, and create a bridge for oneness and peaceful Africa. The core essence of our unity is towards a one Africa of solidarity and peace and love. Knowledge is power. Our people need to be empowered through genuine knowledge based on our values, customs, beliefs, and Africa before colonization. Let us join hands and share in the vision of our humanity, the vision for a one Africa. With all humility, I pledge today that one Africa will unite and build Africa and its people despite of our differences, because our diversity is the key pillar of our unity. I sincerely thank and welcome you abroad to go with me in this journey. Thank you so much. Appreciate. Let me just finish by saying that my tribe is Africa. My tribe is one Africa. Whatever tribe you have, it's Africa. And that's how we can unite each other. Appreciate, guys. Thank you so much. A journey to one Africa. Why do I love Africa? I love Africa because I'm African. There is no one else to love Africa except me. There's no one else to protect Africa, to defend Africa, except me, because I'm African. It's my pride, it's my heritage, it's my nature, it's in my blood. I have African blood in me. We might be speaking different languages. We might be like wearing different clothes. Today I look like Habesha here. We might be eating different food, but the fact that you're African and I'm African, I love you. You know, when you go abroad, nobody call me Tanzanian. They call me African. And whatever I do, they don't say Mika did this. They say African, that African guy has done this and that. So I represent Africa. You represent Africa. We represent Africa. That's the reason why we're here today. That's the reason why we should love one another. That's the reason why we should protect one another. That's the reason why we should stand for one another. Because if you fail, I fail. If you don't have peace, I don't have peace. If you die, I die. And if you survive, I survive. And that's what we need. We need people who will love Africa with everything they got. Because out there, nobody loves Africa. And it's my responsibility. It's our responsibility to love Africa, to defend Africa with everything we got. Thank you so much.
We love you, Mika.
Hey guys, 93% of people who are watching our channel, Swahili Nation, have not yet subscribed. Only 7% of the viewers in this channel have subscribed. What does that mean? It means a lot of people are coming in this channel to watch videos, but they do not want to be engaged, to be a part of this family and to support this movement and what we're working for towards One Africa in our generation. So my request to all of you guys, if you really like our content, you like what we're doing here in Swahili Nation, please do me a favor and subscribe to this channel. Don't do just that. Turn on the notification button. Don't stop there. Like the videos we share. Share with your friends. Leave your comments, your opinions, so that we may actually interact in the comment section, know what is happening. If you would like to support us even more financially, you can join the Patreon. The link is below. And also you can join us and become a member of this family. So please, guys, do us a favor. When you subscribe, when you like, when you share, you help us to reach to as many people as we can. We want this world to be filled with the positive message about Africa and One Africa, and we want the message to go all across the world. So help us by become part of this family. I love you.
God, I thank you for today. Appreciate you for giving us this moment to just come and have conversation about this beautiful continent we love. Thank you because we have been talking about issues and conflicts and everything that has been happening in Niger and other parts of Africa, Ethiopia, currently Sudan. I would thank you because today we are going to figure out what are the ways forward, what are the solutions. Us as Africans, what are steps to take towards our one Africa and towards change that we desperately want and need for our people, for our brothers and sisters who are suffering right now. I welcome you here in this session. In the precious name of Christ, I pray. Amen. Just pray the wisdom of God will be here today. You know, I know a lot of you guys will be joining here. And you guys, let me tell you something. Actually, even leaders are watching this stream. I gotta spoil that a little bit for you guys because I've done my little research before and I realized that most of the time they listen to this. So that's what we're gonna do here today. We are going to talk about the solutions to everything that is happening in the continent right now. Of course, Niger, we have been talking for the whole week here in Swahili Nation, and the whole world actually has been talking about Niger and what is happening there. For Ethiopia, if you guys have been here for 3 years, I think you've seen me talking about that all the time. For Sudan, you know, we don't cover a lot about Sudan. Last time we talked about Sudan, it was like a month ago. We had this live stream of just updating everything that is happening and what's the reason of the conflict and everything. So we're not going to go back there. But I had to put all these 3 different countries together because I think everything is related and we are all connected. And everywhere people are struggling and hustling, and there's only one solution. There might be a lot of solutions, but it's important for us to sit down and to talk to the whole continent. All right, our mission here is One Africa. That's the t-shirt I'm wearing here today. All right, One Africa. And here, by the way, this is the mountain Kilimanjaro, and I have One Africa here because it's the highest peak in Africa. So how can we bring our people together? We have done a good job, and I think everybody on YouTube, they're doing a good job to talk about the crisis and the conflicts and what is happening, what's going on, and a lot of you guys are already informed about what is happening. I think we've done a pretty good job about that. So it's a time now to talk about the way forward and the solutions. And I released the video today, Area, to give a little bit of analysis, you know, what I think. And the reason why I released that video prior to this live stream, because I wanted you guys to at least to grasp what I'm thinking or what is going on in my mind, so that when we come to this live stream, you have your own ideas as well. In that video, I mentioned that please share your solutions or your opinion in the comment section. And I think in this time, we'll have a moment for you guys to have a chance to come to join me here and also to speak of your solutions to what is happening or what can we do as a one family, as One Africa family. So do me a favor, if you're joining here right now, like this stream. It's very important to like so that a lot of people can be informed. Also, you can share with your friend, because today you're going to be featured just like yesterday or the day before yesterday. I was here with you guys featuring and today as well, because it's not about me, it's about the entire continent, and all of us, we must come together and raise our voice for our brothers and sisters. That's very important. So I want you to do me a favor. You can like this stream and you can share as well. And I'll be sharing the comment I'll be sharing the link in the comment section right now for you guys to join. Let me just read a few comments before I begin. You can drop the country or where you're joining from. I see Salim, I see Khalid, I see Yvette from Burundi. Oh, I see Burundi today for the first time. I see Jabi from the Netherlands, but he's from Gambia. So Jabi from Gambia, but living in Netherlands right now. I see El, I see Salim again, Mikado. Yeah, I think pretty much the same people, and Mbaku. It's good to see you, Mbaku. Again, I've been saying you a lot, so yeah. All right, let's do this. I'm gonna be dropping down the the link in the comment section to allow you guys to come here and to drop your links. Just in case if you have no idea what is going on, then soon after we finish this live stream, you can go ahead and check out the links that we shared before, all the streams that we've done before, videos that we recorded before, to talk about the situation and everything. Yeah, but simply what is happening in Niger, we all know about France, USA, ECOWAS. Things seems to be pretty confusing at the moment. Talking about Ethiopia, it's between the government and Amhara people, one ethnic group in Ethiopia called DAD, and about Sudan, the war that is happening is between two leaders, rivals, you know what I'm saying? And because of that, a lot of things are happening in the country. So I'm dropping the link in the comment section because I would love to know where you guys are standing and what are your suggestions. So you can pick any country you want to talk about. You can pick if you want to share about Sudan, or you want to share about Niger, which is the hottest topic right now, or share about Ethiopia. But all these are our countries, regardless of what media is covering. It's important for us to talk about, everything that is happening in Africa and trying to figure out the solution there. So if you know someone from Niger or Sudan or Ethiopia out there, you can welcome them to come here and to raise their voice as well. We are the voice of the muteless, and now we are unmuting by sharing this link for you guys to come and to raise your voice as well, talk about it. Yeah, so the door is open. As I'm still waiting for you guys to tune in, and I already have my brother here, Mikias from Ethiopia. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have a moment with my brother from Ethiopia, Mikias. This brother right here, he's actually the coordinator of SNOA Ethiopia. Mikias, welcome to the family. How are you, man?
I'm good. How's everybody? How are you, Mika? Long time no see.
It has been a moment. There's been a moment. Last time I came to Ethiopia, I didn't have a chance to meet, but it's good to see you here, my brother.
Good to be talking to you. How's everything?
Everything is, it is what it is. We've been pretty busy, covering and, sharing informations about Niger. And today I'm glad that we can connect and link all these three great countries in Africa and to talk about the solution. What are the way forward for this?
Yeah, for sure. I see somebody in, or is it you? Swahili Nation?
Oh, yeah, that's me.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was a little bit confused. Yeah, like things have
which
been
country,
moving
which country are you
fast.
picking?
Yeah. Things are moving fast, eh?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
They do.
So
It's like
we need to follow up and keep up, I think.
Absolutely. Honestly, if you stay like one day out of the line, online, then the next day I think you'll find a lot of things not to, and you're not even gonna know where to start. And I think that's one of the things that we are battling here, in SNOA, here at the office. We're battling with that because, like, literally 24/7 we are we're dealing with something. 24/7 dealing with something. So hopefully we'll have rest one day after seeing a beautiful future and peace in Africa, and that's what we're fighting for. So hopefully everything that we do will lead to that, for our people, to be at peace. At least for us, we can sit here and talk about it. But our people, they're not even sleeping right now. You know what I'm saying? Some of them are dying,
Absolutely.
some of them are hustling and struggling. But yeah, let's talk about the solution. What do you think? Which country are you gonna pick today, and what are solutions do you think we should take to change what is happening in the continent?
Well, I'm gonna start from what I know. I'm gonna help my continent by talking about what I know rather than confusing people. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna talk about my country, specifically Ethiopia. So I'm gonna talk about that, but I know a little bit about Niger as well. But like I'm not on the operation level, but I know like you can feel it the way it goes when you see after the. I think it was the main thing was I believe the African Russian summit that after that like things changed, I believe so. And when you see the Niger and their neighboring countries, they're almost the same the way they handle their government institutions. I think if I'm not mistaken, all three are military based.
Yeah.
So like that concept brings them together. Plus to that, the neo-colonialism mentality fighting against that puts them together. I know about that a little bit, but not on the operation level. I've heard some news that the foreign soldiers, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's the U.S. military that's coming in through Benin with some air force. I think you have some details about that. So nothing about that. I only have that level of detail. About the Sudan, well, I think everybody knows about that. To be honest, I just want to hear about that from a person that's inside on the specific level to understand more. But about Ethiopia, I can give you a lot of details. You're in control.
Yeah. Then let's jump with Ethiopia. What do you think will be the solution for the country of Ethiopia with what's happening right now? What are the solutions? We are talking to a lot of Africans right now across the world, and what do you think will be the way forward and to end what is happening or what has been happening for a while now?
Well, should I approach this with facts and details, or should I approach this with opinion? I think your question is based on opinion, the way I see it.
Oh, even facts and details. That's very important to have facts as well. So you have a freedom to share anything you have. You speak your heart to the people, and you go ahead.
Okay, the way I see it, everything is, in my point of view, perspective, everything is going to be better soon in Ethiopia, especially because when you see from an individual level, the mindset of the people, especially the people who just want to go out, work, do their day-to-day job activity, go home in peace. They are fed up with all the political and the violence. So the majority people are civilians in Ethiopia. So I believe everything's going to be better soon. And then we can focus on the details and fixing our personal lives, working on the politics, because our countries, if you know about our constitution, it's some articles are ethnic based, and ethnicity is very dangerous at this point. I believe everybody is conscious about that, but don't know the specifications to deal with that and to solve that. So we are having a national dialogue commission. We have a commission developed to a national dialogue, and it's going to be inclusive of everybody in the society. So that commission is gathering detailed informations about every group, starting from the political, from the religious institutes, from the teachers of the, like from the education minister, from every corner of the society, even the youngs, the youths, every part of the society, and trying to put them on the table and discuss our problems. Like I stated, one of them is the constitution. So I have that optimistic point of view from my personal perspective. But when we come to the reality currently, there's a, how did I say this? It's not a war, but it's kind of a battle that's happening between the Ethiopian Defense Force and Amhara rebels. I should quote on that. So there's a like a battle going on. So when we see this battle, the battle is, we should say, objective based, like from the government part. It's forced upon, the way we see it, the way I see it, and the facts show it's forced upon. From the Amhara rebels, it's a point of like demand for demand of some specific details. And so what the Amhara rebels are saying is the fight and the question and the objective of our for us being rebelliant is based on the questions of the society. Questions of the society focused on the Amhara community specifically. So what they're saying is, first is we want answers for what has happened to us in other regions, for the people that have died specifically in that ethnic group, the Amhara ethnic group. Second, we want answers for the authorities. Yeah, the authorities not providing their resources on time and in the manner that should be distributed, and the authorities not doing their jobs as they should. So these are the questions that I have found. Plus to that, there are some land issues, because as the constitution states, Ethiopia is based on how did I say, regions. Yeah, regions. So some of the regions that, if you heard the politics, like for some details, let's say the Western Tigray region, as quoted by many elites and many journalists, and even the TPLF group. So those regions are questioned by both groups, the Tigray group and the Amhara group. So one of them is region issues. So I see 4 major issues on this. When we come to the battle happening right now, specifically when it's focused, and the details I have is the Amhara people as a people. Like I want you to separate the rebellious group and the people. In my perspective, the conclusion I have reached upon is the Amhara people have this like basic issues. Like we want to be protected by the government, we wanted our resources managed by the government, and we want our region places. Like I said, the one that's real confusion, Walqait specifically is the name. So we want to have a conclusion on those issues, and we want the authorities to do their job. So this is the Amhara people's question, as I have done my research. Looking up above that, when we see the rebel group, as some of their leaders, should I say, show is more than that. They want the seat of the head of state, like the federal seat. Yeah, so they kind of brainwash the people by saying, okay, we're gonna be rebellious, so we need a people's movement, so you're gonna be standing with us. So that raised a confusion. So when they talk to the people, there is the issue that we're fighting for you, but technically they're not. Their focus is on based on the seat of the state, meaning wanting the throne. So that's the research I have concluded. And when you see the people, the actors in this situation, you can find them very historically. They have a lot of history, as in taking away their resources, dismantling the Ethiopia. They have played a huge role. Their history shows they are they work even with some foreign institutes as their CV shows. So technically they don't care about the people, is what I conclude. They're just using the people to get to their point. Technically the people have suffered so much that they have a trigger that is emotionally based, so they want to make the government look as the bad image, because if we go against the government, it's the government that's doing all the bad things. Technically they're the ones that are manipulating the resource. There are even documents that have been found that this rebel group is the one that's been hijacking the fertilizers for the people, for the farmers. But when you see their reports, is the government is not distributing the fertilizers. You see, for us to come against the government. So that's one of the conclusion. So when you look at the wide scope, they want to even blackmail the National Defense Force, because once you have a bad image on that, you can go up against it. So they're giving it different name tags by making the National Defense Force blackmailing it for ethnicity, saying that it's ethnic focused. But when you look into the details, it's not, to be honest, because Ethiopia is Ethiopia. Nobody, about ADWA, because nobody, even if you have internal problems, it's the National Defense Force. You don't go against that. You even protested with if you were up against the government, okay, you can protest, you can make your voice heard in a peaceful manner, you can do a lot of things, but they're taking their emotional factors in hand and manipulating them. So the thing I want to conclude is this rebellious group is funded from outside by internal, how do I say, treasury, what's the called, like a person that goes up against his own country. I forgot the word. Treason, right? I think. Yeah. So with some of them without knowing, and some of them with knowing, willingly, are going up against their own country. Currently, as if we're talking right now, a lot of the places that were in control of this rebel group, it's even their own region. The sad part is they didn't even go wider than their own region, to be honest. The National Defense Force the government has stated a state of emergency, so they went in quick. They have freed some areas, and they have catch some of the rebel group forces. Some of them are out on the jungles and stuff like that. They have went out. The people are free. When the people are asked, they're working with the Ethiopian government and with the National Defense Force. So everything is falling into place. God bless. Luckily. But when you see it, it's very hard, because as an Ethiopian, it's hard. Treason is very bad, because our history doesn't show that. Yeah, it has happened, to be honest, but the scope right now is very hard to sink in, I should say. But it is what it is. That's what we say. If you have any questions, you don't understand.
Well, one of the things I have somebody, Mikado, join here. Thank you for joining. I'm gonna give you a chance just in a moment. Let me, unless you're here to talk about which country, Mikado. Before I move on, there's a question I want to ask Mikias. Yeah, Mikado.
Yes, hello. I want to talk like briefly about Niger because, well, you know, it's the hottest topic right now. And I want to talk about Senegal and Gambia because obviously I'm Gambian and voila.
Okay, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Then I'm gonna come back to you. Let me pose this question to Mikias. You kind of have my name though, Mikado. You know, I'm Mika. You just added "do" at the end of your name. Leave
yeah,
my
but
name
it's
alone.
not my real name. It's just a nickname. It's a Japanese name, actually. So my name is Fatmata. So it's not Mikado at all.
Actually, I want to tell you that in the WhatsApp, but I was like, I'm not gonna say this. I was told that, you know, my name they also have in Japanese, like it's
exactly.
Japanese. Yeah. So
your name is like international.
Exactly. One day I was in the class and my classmate was Japanese girl. Her name was Mika.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
That was tough. Anyways, I hated to share my name with her, but you know, I guess it's all about humanity. So let me come back to you, Mikias. Mikias, there's somebody here. I had this brother the other day, Fikado. He said this like ethnic-based constitution and ethnic-based federalism is the main cancer of Ethiopia. So what I want to ask you, and he actually joined here as well. But what I want to ask you what I want to ask about that. So what do you think it is the Oh wait, since Fikado came here, Fikado, do you mind to share that? I'll give you for like 1 minute. 1 minute to talk a little bit about that because I want to I don't want to break the promise I had with Mikado here. So do you mind to share just 1 minute of your statement, and then I'll go back to Mikias. He's gonna give us his thought, and then we come back to Mikado, and then we come back to you. Yes, Fikado? Can you hear me? All right. We lost Fikado there for a moment. So let me come back to you.
Me? No, I'm still here.
I'm not you, Mikias.
Okay.
Okay, let me come back to you, Mikias. So Mikias, based to what Fikado said, ethnic-based constitution and ethnic-based federalism is the main cancer of Ethiopia. I think this is something that we are aware of. But what I want to ask you for everything that you've shared already. So what do you think it is the solution to everything that you just say? Because you gave us a really nice, you know, like scenario of everything that is happening. Out of your opinion or out of what you hear on the street and everywhere, you know, what do you think is the solution? Because right now what I see is a rage between you know, people and, you know, the government. Everybody, like when you go to social media, you see how much people they're hating on the government and everything. And it makes everything very hard. Like it makes everything really difficult at this point. What do you think is the solution out of this?
Okay, the solution is to be realistic. And when I say realistic is change. Change takes time, especially peaceful change, because peaceful change is having a lot deep of conversations. Like I've stated, there's a national dialogue commission that has been already organized as an organization, and it's collecting data and going to the core point of our problems. So I believe we must believe in conversation. Even if we don't disagree, at least we can agree to disagree when you come to the papers. But when we come to the weapon part, the money, like it or not, even everybody has questions on this government. I'm not gonna lie, because it didn't even change the constitution and so on and so on. But at least we have brought some change. We have built a good defense force. We have, you can't hide the good things. You can't only state the bad things. So the solution is to be realistic and believe in time and give, if necessary, government time, because it's an elected government. The so-called democracy we've exercised, and this is the first time we've achieved it, to be honest. In my sense, this is my personal point of view. So now we've pushed the democracy, we must learn how to use it. See, I believe most of us don't know how to use the democracy that is running right now. So I believe we need to have deep conversations and go with the ongoing flow, and we can bring change, but we must be willing to understand how to bring that change. Because if you don't know the tool that you have in your hand, it's going to be used against you. So as an Ethiopian citizen, we must awaken our people and state that even though you don't like the government, there is a way that that government has already designed for you to change it. So let's follow that path. For example, if this movement was truly a people-supported movement, people meaning from the elder to the child on the ground, for the young children, you could have protested. But no, you chosen violence, being rebellious. Being rebellious doesn't work against the government who has the monopoly of the power to use violence, meaning guns, weapons, everything. So that's not going to work. So we must be realistic and use a peaceful method. And I call upon my people. I personally have a lot of disarguments. You know, Mika, even the first time that we met, I spoke up about this stuff. Like, I have a lot of questions, but I also praise and appreciate this government that it at least gives you a chance to be realistic and use a peaceful method. If you don't use that peaceful method, you're fooling yourself, nobody else. Because the government has the power and the authority to take action on you. So at least we must be understanding and wanting it to be a peaceful method. So that's what I call upon my people and everybody in Africa. So everybody, Ethiopian here especially, go up and look up National Dialogue Commission in Ethiopia. You can find the link everywhere. Like, it's on Facebook, Twitter, everywhere. So if you have any questions, you can register. It's inclusive of everybody. I know you might not believe it, but at least if you have the peaceful method in hand, you can then question the government credibility, because it's changed, right? It didn't change. You have the right to go up to his neck and force him to bring change, force them to bring change. But not with civilians dying. That's our main concern. Civilians are dying with our rebellious moves. I know all of the people don't agree with me, because I know, like, straight up, even my close friends are against me. But you can't go against the previous rebellious groups. Not 1, 2, 3. Go against them, and at last, when it's your ethnic group, you can support it. You must go against every rebellious group. I believe that's the motto, because if you switch for when it's on your side, that's not right. I believe everybody understands me. So if you want to be rebellious with a pen and paper and with ideas, with dialogues, like sitting on the table, I believe in that. This is my opinion, and I've talked to a lot of elites that are even designed this dialogue opportunities. We've been having meetings, conversations. So I believe the only thing that's left is it's not happening even soon. Like, we're forcing them, we're even contacting them. Like, it must come soon because every rebellious group is standing up before we having this national dialogue and changing the things that are separating us. But you know what they say, a baby that's not finished their life cycle in the mother's womb is gonna die when it comes out. So we're waiting for that 9 months, should I say, for the cycle to finish, for the national dialogue to arrange everything in peace and to do a great job. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate Mikias for raising, you know, your voice, and I love that, man. I love what you say. I think, yeah, you're a leader, man. You're a leader. So so much wisdom into that. For now, let me go to Mikado. Mikado, you remind us again. Let us know which country you're going to pick and what kind of solutions are you going to contribute here today. Welcome. The floor is yours, my sister.
Hi, thank you so much. So I'm Gambian. I live in France. I would like to talk to the Niger situation, but more as a fine solution. I was talking with my mom, and I was saying that today we have Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger who took like the lead for the sovereignty of their government. And as African from the diaspora and who is 100% with the coup leaders, I think that we have to do more than, having this conversation. We have to involve financially to help them to grow with all these sanctions, because the sanctions are not helping. And I think with this sanction, it will be the reason why they will fail if we don't help them. So I'm really open to find a solution, like financially, I don't know, open an association or have talks with people there, but really support them financially to help them to, how do we say that? When you grow food in your own land, because we have like really good land in Africa everywhere. Big part of a lot of countries are arable. It's like where you can grow, fertility. The soil is really fertile. You can grow food, and if they have the autonomy themselves for food, this movement will grow. They will have really good government, and they will be able to bring this new era of completely free countries. And that's the main idea for Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali. So that was the idea. I really hope that they will continue into this line of freedom. And to join a little bit what the previous guy said, we have to understand that ethnicity is the identity of Africa. We have ethnicity everywhere, and we have to support no matter what the government. For example, if it's, in Gambia, if it's a Mandinka and I'm like Sarakule, I have to support them, because even if it's not the same ethnicity, we are still one. Now we have that the country are designed the way they are because of colonization, and the border were traced the where it is now, and we have to work with that. And every other ethnicity is a brother. It's a big family with some differences, but we are still one, and we still have to work with each other. You have how do you say that, weaknesses and force in every ethnicity, and we have to use every forces to build the country the best way possible. So that's the thing for all the African country. We have to grow our own food. We have to use our own land for our advantage. And with that, when people are not starving, they are able to think. So that's the main solution for me, and I'm sure, and I'm like 100%, like we have to, as diaspora living abroad, we have to help them to reach that point. Because if we're sitting here just giving advice and supporting them, it's really good, but it's not enough. It's not enough. We have to do way, way more. And to do more, it's support them financially. So I'm really open to have like any, I don't know, association or something else to, be able to support them. And that's for the 3 countries, so Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali first. I hope this wave of freedom will touch all the country, especially Senegal and Gambia. Senegal right now, they are in they have protests because of the opposition, Ousmane Sonko, who's in prison, and he's in prison right now. So people are dying to make him free because he is in prison for no reason. Macky Sall, the actual president, is the best slave of the European and America's organization. And we have now like this situation, people are dying, police are mistreating the whole youth of Senegal. And I'm afraid that because of that, the opposition will not be able to be candidate to the presidency. And then, so you will have like a new, I don't know if you use that, but in France, we have like the France Afrique, which is the French African government with this, with the money, the France CFA, and all these institutions, European, American institutions that have like all the power in Senegal. So we are fighting this, and we are trying our best, to get free this man. Even if he's not like the solution, he is the best at now. He has good ideas to nationalize companies and to use the money the country have, to use it on the country. And Senegal have a big potential because they have really people are going to school, they are studying, they have master degrees and doctorate, PhD, and so the country have a lot of potential. We have to exploit that to the advantage. And about Gambia, Gambia is actually peaceful, but they have a lot of problem inside. So it's the same problem as usual, the corrupt government, and the country have some money, but they're not using for the best topics. So, for example, a lot of food in Gambia comes from outside of Africa. We have a lot of Turkish food. We have a lot of food from the Netherlands, where we can grow our own food. And the food that is import from the outside is not good at all. It's full of chemicals, it's project, and the Gambian mentality is like, oh, because it's from the Europe, it's the best. But it's not the best. Actually, the best is to eat your tomatoes, your cassava, your rice, the best is out in our land. So we have to change that mentality, because if you want to grow your country, but you don't have good food, everyone will be sick. That you don't have like good hospital and good medicine. So you have to firstly have good essential, which is food, water, and then you can grow the country and build the economy and industrialize the country and do so until you have a really good advancing country. So that's my topic for now. And I hope for other country, as I said, grow your food. For me, the solution for Africa is in growing our food. When you have too much, you sell it. So you have money, so you can build roads, trains, I don't know, schools, hospital, you know, but you have to start by the base, and the base is food and water. When people are starving, they are easy to manipulate. It's easy for them to join, you know, this extremist group and to destabilize a whole region. So, and Gambia is small, you know, it's 2 billion people. So it's small, it's easy to make it correct, you know. So I really hope that we as the diaspora, we will really involve into the development of Africa and not just being not just watch the situation, but being active participant of that.
Yeah. Well, Mikado, I really appreciate. Before I let you go, I just want to do a little bit of recap of what you said.
Yeah.
And to see, if, especially for those who are joining right now, the first thing that Mikado shares is about financial support to the situation that is happening in Niger. He says, you know, we can talk about these solutions and kind of like, you know, motivate, you know, our people. But in reality right now, there's so many sanctions going on, you know, sanctions from France, also even sanctions from ECOWAS. You know,
exactly.
So it's important for us to join our hands together and to support financial. This one, what we can do as NOAH, we'll try to you know, to find as you know, the local organizations. Niger will announce that. So we need to satisfy ourselves, and you guys will be able to see that because we have our WhatsApp group. So whatever we find, if there's any real organization in Niger that is really there for the people, it's not just a scam, and is willing to help people, you know, we can always share on our WhatsApp group, and you know, we can share on our platforms as well for people to contribute to that organization, so that we can support our people there in Niger right now. It's a time for us to serve them any way we can. So for that one, let's do that. And you guys can help us as well. For those who are in WhatsApp group, those who are not in the WhatsApp group, you can find the link in the community tab of our YouTube channel. Is there. Join WhatsApp group, and if there's any organization that you know on the ground that you trust, you can share that with us. We'll go through it to double check to make sure that everything is okay, it's clear, and then we'll share on our platform for people to contribute. That it'll be like that. And another thing that you shared, Mikado, you shared about the ethnicity in general, you know, referring to what is going on in Ethiopia, that ethnicity is the identity of Africa, so we must support, you know, each other. Whatever that is there, we gotta give each other time, because you know, next time it might be yours, and if we are not showing, you know, solidarity with whatever that is happening, that means next time, you know, the other ethnicity group will do the same thing to you as well.
Exactly, so it could be yours. So
yeah, so we're gonna have that cycle of issues, problem going forward. Another thing that you shared, and this I was not aware with this, about Senegal and what is happening in Senegal, that opposition leader is in prison right now.
Yeah, right.
In MOL because of that. You know, so what you're saying is this opposition leader, actually the multitude of people, they love him because of what he stands for, but the current leader, he's puppets, and people, they don't want him. That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, EU, France especially, EU and America, they don't want to hear about someone who want to nationalize companies and, you know, take their own responsibility of the work. And he is the one who's sharing that, who want to, exactly. So he is actually in prison for that. They try, so at the first, they try to, the first problem, they invent the thing that he raped a lady, but that was false, because even the lady at some point was like, no, I created that, but she had to go back to her statement because she can't go back, you know. But when they saw that this rape situation is not working, people are not buying it, so they just create like they say that he was I don't have the word in English, but he's like doing his no, I can't find the word, but he's like kind of the reason of the when the strike. Yes. So he was like, yeah, they said that he was the reason of the strike and he's destabilizing the country. And that's why he's in prison right now. But all of that is false. They just create something to make him ineligible to the candidate because it's it's next year. So they have to create something. So that's the current situation.
With that, it's actually almost the similar situation that is happening in Zimbabwe as well. I think they're approaching to have an election, and it's the same thing with the regime right now and the opposition leader part as well. There's things like that are pulling us. So what we can do is, since you are in the group in WhatsApp, maybe we can prepare another session to talk about Senegal and the way forward as well. To have some people from Senegal who can really give us the details of what is happening.
Yeah, right.
That would be good.
Okay.
All right. I'll contact you through WhatsApp to deal with that. And
okay, no problem.
And then the last thing that you shared is about Gambia, and that is about the food. This is one of the things that even I am completely against it, especially Africa importing food from outside, because we have
exactly.
And these days, there's a lot of things like
we have everything. I think in Gambia we import pineapple. I'm pretty sure that we can find pineapple in another country in Africa, but yeah, we just bring some bad food, poisoning food. People are already sick and they're bringing bad food. Bad food is the reason why you get sick. If you have good food, you take example for Japanese, they have like this really pure vegetable and fruit that they grow in their own land, and they have this really good food based nutrition. So they have a lot of people who live above 100 and some years, So if you have good food, you're pretty sure that people will be in better shape. And then you can go to start to industrialize and to do other stuff to make your country better. But we're not there first. So
yeah. Absolutely. Usually when you import food, you actually kill the agriculture industry.
Exactly.
All those mamas and babies who are growing food, they don't have any job to do because they're importing everything from the outside. So I think this is one of the things that the entire country should work on, because most of countries in Africa, they do the same thing. And food is the best. It's a time for us to talk about development and not talking about food and all this stuff. Yeah, so I really appreciate for you sharing that. Henry was here, but Henry, he just left. Henry is from Nigeria. He left. Hopefully he'll come back. Guys, I've shared the link in the comment section. If you want to join, come, and you want to contribute to any countries that we're talking about today, and you like to share your opinion, we'd love to see that. Also, our brother Fikadu from Ethiopia was here, but I think internet has been kicking him out. I'm just going to read his comment, and Mikias, you let us know what are you thinking about that as well, because I think this is what he wanted to share, but I think internet is not really stable where he is at right now. It says, corruption, nepotism, exclusion, injustice, and unequal distribution of national resources are indicators of bad governance experienced in Ethiopia. The solution is to bring good governance. So, according to Fikadu, he says, all these issues that are happening that we're talking about, the solution for him is a good governance, because he feels like, there's no good governance right now because of all these outcomes that we see happening in the country. The issue is that, according to him. So yeah, good governance. I would like to know what you think about that and how can we bring that.
Yeah, I agree, to be honest. He's right. Especially, like I said, after the, what's it called? Change time. Yeah, sounds better in Amharic. So after the change time has come, after the current prime minister was stated as prime minister of the past regime, it was a peaceful passing of the prime minister title to him. And then came the election, and things started being stable because the election proved that he was stated as in the right manner, should I say. So the governance under him has been questionable due to different factors. One of the factors is the Ethiopian constitution being an ethnic-based and region-based. Resources have been manipulated based on that. It's very hard to explain this in English, but regions have very high power, because they technically run that region. The governance has like almost full control of that region, if not necessarily called upon for the federal governance. So if that region is manipulating and using their resources for misusing them for personal authority, selling it to outside foreigners, even we know a lot of things that have happened in different regions, like even it's too much to talk about personally. So it's bad governance for sure. But when you see about the bad governance, one of the reasons is I believe we must ask for personal, we must ask ourselves in a personal manner, like, what have I done? Like, when you see somebody stealing, do you report? Personally, at this time, most of the people don't, because they feel like they're gonna get beat up or done some by the government. They have too much power. Everybody has fear inside of them. So I believe that is one cause. The other one is the bad governance.
Before you share the other one, I would like to give a chance to Henry, because he was here and I was supposed to give him a chance, and I know where he is at right now. Henry is in Malaysia right now. It's early in the morning. Is it 3 a.m. there right now, my brother?
3:30 a.m.
All right. You so you go ahead. You go ahead so that we can, leave you to rest.
Greetings, everyone on the platform.
What's up, brother?
3:30 a.m. here. So I'm sorry and thanks for you have given me to speak tonight. Actually, I wanted to add light to what the lady, I've forgotten her name, that just talked about Senegal and the rest. I think it's not just, I'm not here to talk about a particular country, but I'm here to talk about Africa as a country. Because if you go around Africa, there is no country in Africa that is not facing one problem or another. That's the truth. But just that their problems are on different degrees, So they are on different degrees, facing one problem or the other. So let me talk about Africa in general. If possible, we can have a way of getting Africans, most especially from the ECOWAS states, to go to the capital of their country and demonstrate with placards requesting that all the African nations should be free. So they can choose a particular day. If it's on the 20th, they say, okay, on 20th this day, all African youths, a number of them will march to the capital of each of the ECOWAS states on the same day and demonstrate with placards requesting that ECOWAS should flee Niger. They have a lot of struggles they are facing. If we do that, that will help, so that even if they are not here, they will not see that even the ECOWAS states, their citizens are protesting. Because if the citizens of the ECOWAS states are relaxed, then the government of the ECOWAS states will now be able to, they will think that maybe our citizens are in support of what we are doing, and then they want to move on. So we need demonstration in all ECOWAS states, peaceful demonstration. So if how we can organize that so that they can hear our voice, that we, the African youth, are not in support of what the ECOWAS leaders are doing. We are not with them. Whatever they do, they are on their own. Understand? That we believe that the people they want to go and fight are our own blood. So with that already, when we have done that, we have already sent a message out. It might not seem big, but it will go a long way. You know, it will raise a lot of discussions among the people at the top, which is true. Understand? So if we begin to do that, we pick a particular date, maybe 2 times in a month. We choose dates where people can go to just the capital cities of the ECOWAS states only. Like in Nigeria, they go to Abuja. In Ghana, they go to Accra. Just like that. It's not going to be a nationwide something. Just the capital cities of ECOWAS states and demonstrate. So when we start doing that, we now request for them to lift every sanction on Niger. That will be one of the things we will be written on the placards, that Africa has suffered enough to face sanctions. No matter what the case may be, Africa has suffered enough from the history of the world. Africa has faced a lot to face sanctions. So we request that every sanction on African nations should be revoked, starting with ECOWAS. So when we start speaking this, is like if we start coming to YouTube, make individual comments, go to TikTok, you don't have weight. The weight will not be as much as when we have a collective, a concerted effort to raise our voice by people coming together unanimously, saying the same thing in different countries at the same time. That will go a long way to send a strong in the world. So when we start doing that, then we can now start thinking of how to help them, because this is the best way we can help them. No matter, even if you want to contribute money and send to them, how much will be enough to people that are already suffering, and then sanctions are being, they are now facing some kind of sanctions again upon what they have been through all the while. So I think contribution is okay, but that will not really help them. The only way we can help them if they join them for the fight for their total emancipation. And how do we achieve that? It's by speaking out and start asking ECOWAS to free these people, free Burkina Faso, free these things, France, leave Africa. At the same time, if we can extend it to all African countries, their youth go to their capital. Even that means we are sending message to both African Union and ECOWAS. So that we don't want any kind of sanction in Africa. If sanction that we can even manage, if France or whatever Western country can sanction, that's their own business. But let no African nation or African organization sanction any African country, no matter what the case may be. So yes, we do something like that, and that will go a long way to help before we start talking about contribution. So that woman, the lady that just spoke, she said a lot of things that are so much important and so much vital that we need to look into, like the people in Senegal and all that. There is a platform where people can petition. Do you understand? So if you can get hundreds of thousands of African youths to sign a petition online, to start that petition, we start nailing them one after the other. All the people that are oppressors, all the leaders who are oppressors in Africa, we start petitioning them one after the other. And African youth will be unanimously signing those petitions. The world will be seeing that. Even the opposition in that is the one they say it's locked in. We petition the current government. African youth will sign, and the world will see it. Once the petition reaches up to 150,000 signatures, it's approved already. The world government will take up the case. It's something that happens. So we as Africans can come together, think of how to get that petition done. We petition the government in Senegal for what they are doing to the opposition. Petition certain people that need to be petitioned, then send it out for African youth to start signing. So when we can sign up to 150,000 African youth signing for the same petition, United Nations will take up the case. They don't have a choice. It's a law already. So let's look at how to, all those things, not about having the backdoor discussions, having a deep conversation on a topic. It's about taking actions and taking drastic measures to get those things working, So let's talk about how we can get people to protest. If it means contributing money to sponsor them, different countries, why we still contribute to help the people over there, because sending them food will not help them much longer than liberating them. That's all I have to say. God bless Africa.
All right. Appreciate my brother Henry. Let me give a chance to, let me give a chance to Fikadu. He's here to contribute your thoughts, and then I'll go to Luzolo. Luzolo just joined us here right now. Fikadu, are you able to talk now?
Yes, I. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Mika has mentioned some points on the current political situation in the country. I agreed with him by some points, but you know, the problem is deep down more than what we speaking here. You know, before 27 years, Ethiopia just ratified new constitution, which is based on ethnic politics. So a lot of elites just warned the government about the danger of tribal politics and embraced the wholeheartedly politics system based on ethnic federalism that now threatened to tear it apart. So currently the country is divided into almost 11 regions. Each region means like county. So each county is even like named by ethnic groups. So like if you want to get if you want to serve communities which are not you're part of your ethnic group, you don't go and serve them because of your ethnic group is different from that one. So that is lead us the country into divided into like more than maybe more than 10 or 11 parts, so that the first problem is ethnic based constitution. The constitution is based on ethnicity, so that is the first problem. The second one is federalism. So the current Ethiopian federalism structured in ethnic groups. So it's not like geographically. I think we are the only countries in the world who are administered by ethnic-based federalism. So.
Fikadu, we lost you for a moment there. As we're waiting for Fikadu to come back, I'll give a chance to Luzoro. Hey, by the way, for something that Henry, you said, we are actually preparing a petition. We are preparing a petition as Snow One Africa. We are preparing a petition. We'll be sharing with you guys, and we'll be sharing on our social media very soon. It's something that we actually spoke about it yesterday for the another time, but we already spoken about it. I believe it was if it's not the end of last year or someone like that, but it's different kind of petition because we demand for a One Africa right now, like as soon as possible. So very soon we'll be able to share with you guys that petition. And for those who are asking our WhatsApp group, you guys, you can find, you find it. That's good. If you go to community tab of our channel, right here is the channel. Okay, let me show you from home. This is home. So you just need to go here in the community tab and you scroll down a little bit. There's a lot of posts here, but you'll find a post right here about WhatsApp page. So yeah, go find that and it will be good. I want to give a chance to my brother Luzolo. I would love to hear you, Luzolo. Welcome, my brother.
Thank you for having me, Micah. Like as I was saying on the SNOA group, basically, like it's nice to especially I see a lot of the videos and posting and everything, everybody saying, oh, this country is abusing us, this country is stealing from us. It's like, okay, guys, we all understand the problem very well. We all understand, yes, these Western countries are going to take advantage of Africa. Fine. Now, what is the solution? What we need is an army of data scientists, like I said. We need to understand what is their problem. Okay, so which company is doing this? Which country? And which like be specific about this specific issue. And then once we list all the different companies, let's say for in the situation of Niger, which uranium company are from France, Italy, Germany, and so on that are in Niger right now taking advantage of the country. Let's list them out. How are they doing that? How's the market work? Let's get knowledgeable about all these different issues and then find solution for them. For example, like in the case of Niger, ECOWAS, Nigeria just cut off their electricity. Well, we need to figure out a way for them, if they need to have different partners that they can come in, like the Russian or the Chinese, that can come in and help them build an electrical, like uranium, production for energy, so that it can help them actually generate their own energy from their own resources. That's one way of solving and becoming self-resilient as these the Nigerians are becoming independent and free. And like the last brother was saying, yes, like we need to do the protest, but we also need to understand, okay, what is the sanctions? What are the sanctions that are placed right now? And how can we help them overcome that? Those who are outside, inside, and close to Niger right now. So we need to coordinate those kind of actions. You can't just be action and talking and having these nice, beautiful speech. Oh, we're going to do this. Like, yes, the correct action, but we need to also analyze the situation and then act accordingly.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. I think this is what we can do then. So for those guys who are not in WhatsApp group, please join. And I think what Luzolo, you even mentioned in the group, which I find it very important, what you're saying, that there must be, a step forward, both, publicly as well as, privately to help our people. So I think what we can do is we can organize from the group. If we have scientists right there in the group, we can organize, and then we can make strategies like what to do next. If we need to do some research and need to find different informations and how can we help and how can we support, we do that. We've spoken about finding organization in Nigels that are doing like really nice job to help people on the ground. So we're gonna do research on that, so that whatever decisions or research or things that we find, then we can easily be in touch with these people together. I think that's something that we can do together as a team.
Definitely. Can I add? I believe like if we do something like a think tank.
Yeah.
Basically a think tank, what they do is they analyze various kind of information and they create a report. So the first thing we should definitely do is have a clear image of what is going on. Like who's on the continent, what they're doing, how they're taking advantage, or are they like even our so-called allies, in Russia and China as well. We also need to analyze, okay, what's going on? Who's there? What are they doing? Right? Yeah. And then let's create a report, and we could have even within that WhatsApp chat group, I think we should even have consuls, ones that are doing research, other ones that are organizing protests locally. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. And so definitely let's organize in such a way that we can begin to analyze what's going on, and then once we get the data collected, we analyze it and then come up with solutions.
Yeah, I love that result. After this live stream, I'll reach out to you, and then we can take a next step how to move forward with this, and also we can announce in the group. And find more people, and we can create all these, small groups of taking actions of what we're talking right now. So we might, because I believe we have everybody there in the group. We have people who we have scientists there. We have people who have been doing research. We have different expertise. So whatever expert you have, and however that you like to support and to contribute, we're gonna have these little meetings, off the line, because don't tell the devil your strategies, right? We're gonna have these meetings off the line, and to just organize ourselves and how we can take forward from there. For things that Luzolo you shared, and you're clearly passionate about this, so we're gonna work together to make sure that is coming to pass. And things that our brother Henry as well have been sharing, I think all this stuff we can have conversation and take steps. Yeah, I love that. I love that we are really taking that road to solutions. That's beautiful. I love that. I have my brother Niger as well joined here. Niger, welcome back. We are talking about the solutions, and I think you've already heard our people here sharing few solutions. Welcome if you have anything that you'd like to add and to share as well.
Hey, well, how's it going?
Everything is going all right, my brother. How is it?
Everything is well. Everything is well. I heard all the solutions. I've been watching. I've been online. I just heard a lot of good solutions, and I wanted to join to add to them.
Yes.
All right.
Right. Go ahead, my brother.
Okay. So the last two guys, actually everybody, the lady from Gambia, Henry from Malaysia, and the last guy that just spoke, the protesting is a good idea. Data scientists is a good idea as well. Now, what I want to add to that, we need to form an organization. This is why I'm coming back to Africa. I'm coming back to form an organization, non-profits, because I believe that we can, instead of relying on our governments to do things, if we set up an organization that has power financially through crowdfunding, meaning everybody from all over the world, including in Africa, can contribute to, and then we can start empowering people, cities, villages in Africa. We can start teaching them how to do things, how to farm, how to manufacture, and then they can become powerful and they can start employing people, and then they can now become sustainable themselves. So that's what I think we should do. I think we should start a nonprofit that can help fund things that can help empower people. Also, I think we need to create an educational platform. This platform will have blue-collar jobs and white-collar skill training, not even jobs, skill training. For example, carpentry, plumbing, masonry, builders, whatever kind of situation it is, electrician, at a very low cost or free, that can help people all over Africa to acquire skills that can help them now go into the workforce and earn a living. Because if we are relying on everybody to get a college education, it's not going to happen. So we need to have an educational platform for the entire continent where people can learn almost for free, and then empower themselves, equip themselves with skills that they can then use to go into the workforce and make a living. So I think those two things, crowdfunding, and then something else I've been thinking about also on top of all this is to find a way to create schools that people can go to. I've been seeing this in Nigeria, and I don't know if they're doing this anywhere else in Africa, where poor people go and pick up plastics all over the town, and the parents use that to pay school fees in Nigeria. So one, that clean up the environment, two, we are recycling, and three, we're educating their children. So if we can use that same formula in other countries in Africa, maybe we can help educate a lot more people at a very low cost. We can use the money generated from the recycling to pay the teachers, and then we can keep the education going. And then the parents don't have to have money to send their children to school. And then at the same time, we're helping clean up the environment. So it's a win-win-win situation for everybody. So I have a lot of ideas. I don't want to give away my secrets in a public forum, but I have a lot of ideas. But the main one that I'm going to push when I come back to Africa in the next few months is crowdfunding, where my website will have different causes. So, for example, something happening in Tanzania. So, for example, Niger people, they need food right now. They need water. They need sanitary stuff, right? Then we're gonna have a crowdfunding for that specifically. Then when we raise the money, we'll find a way to take those goods to them in Niger. Whether we can go to Burkina Faso and then from Burkina Faso go into Niger. So things like that. In Ethiopia, go help the people in the tribe that is having difficulties right now. Find a cause for that. So just different activities like that. By Africans for Africans, instead of relying on the government, because at the end of the day, the government can only do so much. And when we start working like this, when we start doing good, and the government sees us doing good, they're gonna wanna work with us. And when they start working with us, then we have more leverage to influence them. Because now we're just talking behind the scenes. We don't have any connection with the government. We don't have any connection with AU. We don't have any connection with ECOWAS. But when we start doing good as like USAID, right? That they're a nonprofit, but because they're doing good, they can work with governments. So imagine if Swahili Nation becomes a nonprofit like USAID, and then you're doing good, and the government wants to talk to you, they want to work with you, then you can communicate with them, then you can exchange ideas, then you can see what their challenges are, and we can meet somewhere and help fix Africa together. Because instead of right now, the West and the other foreign nations are influencing Africa leaders. How can we, African citizens, influence our governments and not just the West? So those are just some of the ideas that I have. Protesting is good. They do it all the time here in America, but it's not as powerful as I would like it to be. But what we need to do is find a way to partner, to work with the government, even though they're corrupt. But if we can get to their ears and maybe touch their hearts, maybe we can influence them. Maybe we can show them what's happening in the villages, in the ghettos, with the poor community in Africa, so they can at least know what's going on. So I don't want to stay here too long. Those are my ideas.
Wait a little bit, Niger.
What's up?
All right, I wanna share with you something that perhaps you don't know. So Swahili Nation, by the way, I'm not a YouTuber. I don't even call myself a YouTuber. This is just one of the ways or platform that we use to reach out to people. But it's actually an organization. We call it SNOA, Swahili Nation One Africa Foundation, and it is registered as a non-profit organization. We are registered here in Tanzania, where I am, and the plans that we have is to actually open as well branches across the continent of Africa. I want to have branches all over 54 different countries. Currently, we are already registered here more than a year right now in Tanzania, but we have branches that are not yet registered. For instance, in Ethiopia, we have Mikias here with us. He is the coordinator of the team of SNOA in Ethiopia. We have in Kenya, and we have a brother in South Africa, and also we are looking forward for other parts of Africa as well. So it's a registered organization that has departments and has different visions and goals. For example, one of them is I've been sharing here sometimes, like in 4 years, to have African media. That's why we call this SNN, Swahili Nation Network. That is going to be covering everything that is happening in Africa 24/7. Everything, nothing but about Africa. Right now, we're doing here on YouTube in very small capacity, but our vision is to have that African media in few years from now. One of the projects that we are doing right now, or one of our plans, we're talking about security, like food security. That's one of our very first agenda and the project that is running right now. We call it Smart Farm Project. I was actually about to show you here on the screen, because this is the proposal and something that we have been preparing for more than a year for the Smart Farm Project. Right now, we are doing a project with Vanilla because we wanted to generate income to have income that we can donate ourselves to the organization and run other projects that we have. For instance, the Smart Farm project that I was about to show you here, and other different stuff. We have like 7 different departments. We have media and IT. We have education, department. We have, women and youth. When you say youth, we mean even men and girls as well in that, department. We have, I've already mentioned IT. So we have all this stuff, and we have all this structure. We have everything. That's something that we've been working for more than a year to preparing that. So everything that you're sharing here, I'm glad to hear, because I'm gonna need to connect with you. I don't have your number, so you're gonna need to drop your WhatsApp number in the private chat. So that we can have this conversation, and I'll be able to share with you some of the documents, at least to know, like who we are, and what we've been planning to do, what we did last year, and what we are projecting to do in coming years. So this is not just a YouTube channel. That's why if you join WhatsApp group, we call SNOA, Swahili Nation One Africa. So it's basically, our vision is for One Africa, and we are operating in the level of organization like that.
Yeah, I love everything you just said. The smart farming is a brilliant idea to generate funds, the vanilla to generate funds to do things. I also believe that we using media, which I plan to do. I plan to use media to grow my influence when I get back.
See that?
It helps with having an audience that have the same mindsets that can help fix causes. So like, I know you're a leader. I've watched some of your videos. I know you're a leader. When you were in Asia, you've been at this for a long time. This is not your first rodeo. But I believe that crowdfunding can, leapfrog any organization, to do many things. And if you keep doing good, and people see that you're doing good, they're gonna want to keep supporting, because it's not you doing it. You're just the vehicle. You're just the vehicle that they're entrusting to do the work. So if you can show them that I'm actually doing the work, lives are changing. People's life are getting better. Like, there's a lot of solutions. I don't want to give my secret. I'm trying to hold back not to give secrets away. But for example, there's a technology for all the coastal, especially like Somalia, a coastal country. There's a technology called desalination of water, which when you take that machine in South Africa, because I don't want to look overseas. I want everything to be in Africa. So in South Africa, they sell these machines. They sell these machines that can convert salt water to fresh water. So it's called desalination. So some machines go for 3,000. Some machines go for 20,000. They can supply the whole town, right? Imagine if we can raise money for people in droughts in Somalia, raise money to help them convert that salt water, which is rising right now. So we don't need all that water. We need to reduce that water. So if we can now take that water, take out all the salts, and keep it fresh, imagine how many lives it would change. Because I've been looking at Somalia, and I see all the cows dying in Somalia and some other places in Africa. I don't want to single out Somalia. And see all the cows dying, all the livestock dying because they don't have water. Imagine how that would change a town or a city or a country. So there's a lot of solutions that I have that when we talk and when we brainstorm, because right now I can't remember all of that. I don't have them written down in front of me. When we start talking and dialoguing, they'll start pouring out, organically. And then when I come back and come to Tanzania, then we can do a lot of different things. I feel your spirit, and I know you're doing a lot of good work, and I can't wait to start doing work with you.
I appreciate, my brother. I appreciate. Don't forget to drop me your WhatsApp number here.
Oh yeah, let me do that. Let me do that right now. I'm in the WhatsApp group. You probably don't know who I am in the WhatsApp group, but I'm in there.
yeah. I think you're invisible right there. So okay.
I dropped it.
So I start with +1, eh?
Yeah, +1.
All right. So I'll If you're in the WhatsApp group, then you can text me right there. You know
All
my
right,
WhatsApp.
I'll do that. I'll do that.
You hit me up. Yeah, we can brainstorm this, and yeah. I'll share with you. Yeah, we'll have nice conversation.
But believe me, I think it's gonna be simple. And my idea is also to be throughout the whole continent of Africa, with an organization. I have a name, but I can join. I don't care about names, and I can join Swahili Nation, and we can build from there. You're already doing something, so if I'm coming in, I can then just join what you all are doing. But we can have a platform where people can contribute to causes that they feel that it's near and dear to their hearts. Because not everybody's gonna want to fund Sudan. Not everybody's gonna want to fund Niger. Not everybody's gonna want to fund feed children in Soweto. But whatever they feel like they want to join. But what I think was best is not aid. Aid is what America, France, and EU they've been doing. What's best is create an educational platform where people can learn low-level skill jobs up to high-level skill jobs. So low-level meaning plumbing, carpentry, and stuff like that. High-level meaning coding, graphic designs, and computer work, and stuff that will help them make money. And in this day and age, Africa is here now where we have technology. We have a lot of countries, not every country. A lot of countries now have fast internet, so we can use that to teach people how to make money online. Like, we can change lives. But if we keep waiting on the government for the government to do things, we're never gonna get anywhere. So until people like you become presidents, then yes. But until then, we need to do it ourselves, and then find ways to get our foot into AU, find ways to get our foot into ECOWAS, find ways to get our foot into all of our federal governments all over Africa. It's easy. It's easy to network with these people. It's very easy. All we need to do is find one connection, build a relationship. From that one connection, find somebody else. From that one connection, find somebody else. And before you know it, we'll be on BBC, CNN, we'll be on the national TV, and we'll be doing things. Don't worry. I don't want to say too much.
We'll be on SNN. Our own
SNN as well. SNN will then have presidents. SNNs will have presidents. SNN will have Senate. SNN will have business people featured on your platform.
So my brother Nigel, let me share with you this final thing before I let Mickey give his final remark, because he wanna get out of here right now. So what we did in this vanilla, because I did not give you the details of vanilla, but what we did, because we have been here for a while. We've been here for 4 years, but we registered the organization just 1 year ago. So few people that we never even met face to face. Like we call the team, people that we were always working together in this live stream and everything. We came together and we were talking about how can we generate income, because we didn't want to get aids from anywhere. We didn't want to ask money from anyone. But so we wanted to lead by an example. So few couple leaders, we came together and we said, you know what, we're going to give this amount of money and we're going to invest in vanilla. In the range of 1 year all the way, 1 year and 3 months, we'll be able to generate income of this amount of money. So literally some people, they give 1,000, other people they give 500. We gave different, 7 people. We came together, we put our money together, we invested in that vanilla production. So right now here we have 2 different vanilla farms that are still growing, and at the end of the year, after 1 year and 3 months, we'll get our money. And in that money, we decided that 70%, us as a leader, 70% we are going to donate to the organization and the work and the plans that we had. And 70% is going back to the investor, and then 30%.
Good. I was about to ask you. Yes. Okay.
I'll second that. So the first round, it was just for only leaders. So leaders, we said, okay, for us, 60% we're gonna get leaders, 40% is gonna go to the organization for the work that we have to do. And the second round, we included everybody and other just normal people. And at that time we changed. You say, you guys, you're gonna get 70% and 30% is gonna go to the organization, so that we'll be able to do the work that we have planned with our own money. So right now, that's what we're doing, because we did not have income. We did not get loan or aid from anywhere, but we invested our own money, and now we're waiting for those phases to complete to have actually money and to continue to do the work that we are.
I love that. I love that. We don't have to make money to drive Mercedes. We don't have to make money to drive BMW. We don't have to make money to build a mansion. That's not what the West is doing. The West is not doing. They're not making money in America to buy Rolls Royce and all that. They want to improve that country. These people are patriotic people, very patriotic people. They want to enhance their country. They understand that money is not the solution. Money is not the end cause. The goose that makes the money is what they're after, not the money, not the egg of the goose. They're after the goose. So if they have the goose, an engine, a machine, for example, your vanilla farm, your vanilla production facility that is adding value to the vanilla, now you have a goose going, and that goose can now have another goose, and then you can expand that, and before you know it, you're employing people, you're affecting families, and the country benefits. It adds to the country's GDP, and the country benefits. So I'm with you, brother. I like what you're doing. I didn't know you had this other arm. I'm new to your channel. I'm new to your channel. I didn't know you had this other arm, but I like what you're doing, and I'm gonna be with you for a long time.
I appreciate that, Niger. Appreciate my brother. I'll talk to you later.
Absolutely. All right, brother. Thank you very much. I'll hit you up in WhatsApp.
Thank you. Yeah, text me there. My brother Mikias, you can give your final remark, my brother, before you leave. You've been waiting there for a while.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't want to go. A lot of good ideas are coming up.
Yeah.
Luckily, things
are heating up right here.
Yeah, I've been invited to co-host some. There's a space that local topics, so I just noticed them. I'll be in after I'm done with our organization, should I say. Now I'm feeling more like a family.
Because it's our organization.
Yeah, like I said, very nice conversation we had with our brother over here. Yeah, it's nice to have this kind of a motivated person willing to support with what they have, and even supporting with words and understanding the level that you have come through this point and the way we have come through. I'm gonna hold my share just on the talking level, like you guys are on the ground.
You're part of this, my brother.
Yeah, all of us are part of this. We have a big work in our hand. Just the difference is who started it and who is picked up on the road. I believe that's only the difference, but this concerns us all. So it was a nice conversation you guys had, nice topics, and we'll keep in touch with our brother. So I just want to say, when we come back to our point, I think Busrat Fikadu is over here, so I think we might have a simple dialogue. So if I have something to answer before I conclude my my topic, I want him to go first, and maybe we can have a mini dialogue, go back and forth if any questions are raised up. So give the mic to him, and
absolutely. There's actually one thing that I want to respond here before I give a chance to Fikadu. So most of you guys, I realize most of you guys who are joining here, maybe you just found out about Swahili Nation, last week, or you just joined this week. But there's a lot of things that you do not know yet about here and about what we've been doing for the past 3 to 4 years. So someone here, for example, Young Lion, he says, guys, money can drive you crazy. Be careful. So for instance, you guys, that I don't know if you guys have seen that, we have an office here. But one thing that you don't know, the background of the office, that office, the people here, they contributed to that office. Last year, for so long time, we had, at that time, we had a GoFundMe page. And that, it was a suggestion that came from, from the team, that I think it's a time. So for instance, when I started with YouTube and YouTube and everything, for me, I was not even thinking about organization. I was not even thinking about registering and do all these things, official. I was not thinking. I was just doing out of passion. I was like, I'm just gonna go there. I'm just gonna talk. I finish, I go. But when the family grew, and then we had to create a team, and within the team, I received suggestions from these great men and women in the team. So I've never met these guys. Some of them, they're in the US, they're in Kenya, they're in Ethiopia, they're everywhere. Some of them right now, they're not here, they're not saying anything, but they are still following us. They've been part of this for a while. So they came and they say, you know what, I think we need to take things very seriously. We need to register this organization. So they're like, okay, Mika, go ahead and register. So I had to register organization. And we had all these plans that, okay, apart from that, we need to find an office, because if we are a registered organization, we need to make sure we have an office. These guys, we had shows here every single day, Monday to another Monday. Mikias knows and other people knows. Every single day we had different hosts coming here, but everything that they did, it was just to promote these GoFundMe page to raise the money for the office. And to be honest, at the end of the day, the money that we raised in that office, I think it was like, close to 5,000 and something that we raised through GoFundMe. And people, they supported a lot. We have people here like, that they were always doing that. And most of people that they were giving, they were actually in the team. And some just other people from all over the world. That's why today we have an office. That office, it is there because of the contribution that people here that I don't know, and the family here and the team that organized, and we were able to, to get an office right now. And so right now we have a building, we have an office, we do our work from the office, right? And all those, like the first project, talking about the smart farm, we just came with an idea. The team came up with even more ideas about, doing this vanilla to generate income, to get. So for us, our job was just to find projects, those projects here on the, in the continent, to see where it is, and then to invest our money. So even myself, I invested in that project, and other people from the team, they came together, we invested, and we're doing that. And these guys, mind you, these guys, they have never met me face to face. I've never met them face to face. But I think we have been together for so long that there's that trust amongst ourselves, even though we never met before. We have a brother from South Africa, from the US, from Kenya. I've already mentioned, a lot of people from Ethiopia, like Mikias. But Mikias, I met him because I went to Ethiopia a couple of times when they were launching One Africa in Ethiopia. Because what we're doing here, we even launch what we're doing here. We launch One Africa in Ethiopia. I'll be able to show with you. I've been sharing with you guys the speech of the launch of One Africa. So everything that we do, it's official, because we already did launch in the capital city of Africa, Addis Ababa. And we have an office here in the country where I live. And this is where we say we're going to have headquarters, but also we're going to have these branches across the continent of Africa. Like we have Mikias in Ethiopia, we have, Mwenda Tez in Kenya, we have His Excellency Ezra in South Africa, and, other countries as well, as time goes by. So if you guys are joining right now, and maybe, it's okay to be skeptical, but, if you're going to be here for a long time, then you'll get to understand what we're all about and what we are trying to do. So everything you see is the support, is the collective work. I might be here a lot of times, in front of the screen, but this is not a single person effort. There's a team, behind the people that you see on WhatsApp group, sharing, commenting. The people here in the family who every single day will just send me a text to encourage me, and to bless me and to pray for me here in the family every single day. So it's a collective work. Something like this you can never do you as an individual. You know what I'm saying? Well, there's members here, there's Patreons here. Some people sometimes give super chat here. All this is a collective work, and it's making everything possible. So this is an organization that is registered and it's legal where we are. And you're looking forward to do that in other parts of the continent. And we have a lot of plans. To be honest, we have a lot of plans. That's why I think even the suggestion that Mikado gave earlier, about supporting financially, like Nigel. These are things that we can actually do, because we just need to find legitimate, organization in Nigel, to be in touch with them, and for us to play a role of, advertising and talk to people and supporting direct to those people. That whatever that financial support that is going to go to Nigel, it doesn't have to come through us. It can go straight direct to that whatever organization that is in, Nigel to support our people. So it's a lot, and it would take a long time for you guys to understand and to know what we're standing for. And if you want to know more, just go through our old videos. Forget about the videos that I share, for example, Pierre Lumumba or Yoweri Museveni. Forget about those. But there's a lot of live stream before that, and a lot of videos, a lot of work that we did when we went to Ethiopia last time, 4 times. If you go back in our old videos, our old streams, you'll be able to find, all of those stuff. And also, I've created like a playlist on our YouTube channel, so you can go to playlist on YouTube channel and try to find. Let me show you here, just to make it easier for you. If you wanna really know what we are all about. So if you go to our YouTube channel, I'll show you here. And if you go to playlist here, you'll find different playlists. All right, you find different playlists, so you'll be able to understand.
Show them the WhatsApp link at the same time in the communities.
Oh yeah. So for instance, I'll show you. For example, here, this is the playlist called One Africa Podcast, and this is just me having conversation with different important figures in Africa, and if it is content creators or just business people, CEOs, founders of different organizations. That's one of the segments that I have here on Swahili Nation. So you can see here, like I had a conversation with Wodemaya. This was 1 year ago. Last year, you see, I had a conversation with this one journalist from Canada. Is my brother. His name is you remember his name, Mikias? His name is, he's very, Ethiopia loves him.
All right.
Yeah,
Was
Jeff
it
Pierce.
Matt's Coffee? Or
Jeff Pierce, yeah, I have a conversation with him because these are very few people who they're not African, but they've always been standing with Africa. I had conversation with Obang Meto from Ethiopia. I had all these conversations. If you go to this playlist, Wongel Zalem, Tunachek, updates on Mali, on Ethiopia, all these are conversation with different influences and different people across the continent. So you can go, you'll be able to see those playlists. You'll be able to see one of the shows that were.
Yo, what's up, Africa?
One of the shows.
How are you guys doing?
Was with Wodemaya, but one of the shows that we're doing about countries. So getting to know different countries of Africa. So I've done that show talking to different Africans. So we've spoken about Burkina Faso, we've spoken about Burundi, we've spoken about Ethiopia, about Sudan, about Tanzania, about South Africa, about Nigeria, we've spoken about Ghana. And in all these conversations, I had people from those countries, and then we just went through the details of those countries, because we realized if we want to unite ourselves and to have one Africa in our generation, then it's very important to know about each other, to know our countries. So in that context, we had to have all this. If you go to playlists, you'll find a lot of videos to kind of like know what we've been doing. So we've been here for a while, and we've done quite a lot to bring that awareness and to bring our people together. Yeah, okay, yeah. WhatsApp link. So WhatsApp link, guys, joining the group. If you go the same channel, all right, okay. In the playlist, you find a lot of things. So you just go there and you'll be able to see. If you go to community, and if you go all the way down in these posts here, this is where the link is. Africa is the basic need for the rest of the world. You can just say Africa's basic need. If you treat that hashtag Mika Javal, hashtag One Africa. Right here, good news, here is our WhatsApp group. Yeah, so if you find this post, you see our WhatsApp group here and other social medias. I've shared this actually yesterday. So you can join WhatsApp group and just know that we've been here for a while. 4 years. And people have always been joining, and we're developing it together. As Mikia say, one person might have started it, but it doesn't take one person to have one Africa. It takes all Africans, and that's why we call Swahili Nation One Africa. Because the reason why it's Swahili Nation, the meaning the literal meaning of Swahili nation is one Africa. That Swahili was the language that used by J.K. Nyerere, the first president of Tanzania, to unite more than 121 tribes to be one people. So today in Tanzania, you find we don't have issues with tribes because of what he did, use the element of language to unite our people. So basically, Swahili nation is that is one nation, is one Africa. That's why the goal of Swahili nation is to have one Africa in our generation. So you are included, that person is included, everyone is included. And so together we call it SNOA, Swahili Nation, One Africa. Yeah, so that is it's very important thing. So whatever you guys concerns or questions you might have, anything, you join WhatsApp group. When you ask there, we have admins. We have people like Mikias there and so many other admins that some of them are here right now. Some of them, they're kind of not here right now. But whenever question you ask, you'll see people responding it to you, hopefully, and those are admins will be able to help you to to understand better. Yeah, and also you can even reach direct to me because I'm in the WhatsApp group, and whatever concern or questions you have, we'll be able to respond that. Yeah. So yeah, and hopefully we will come. We were last year we were working on the website, and we faced a little bit setbacks with that website because we wanted to bring out really perfect website. Like I've seen the prototype 1 and prototype 2 is like the perfect website. That these live streams, we won't even need to do it here on YouTube. We can do direct from the website. But we face a little bit setbacks, because of technology stuff. But hopefully we'll be able to communicate with the people who are developing it and bring it back. So that's one of the goal, to bring that website and also eventually to have application for everything that we're doing, because we don't want to rely on YouTube and all these other social medias. And also, as you see, SNN, Swahili Nation Network media in 4 years, and we have already started to develop proposal for that media, right? So if you are in that media sector and you feel like you have an ideas, you've always you want to be part of that, join the WhatsApp group, hit me up, let me know, what you have, and we can have you as well in the team to develop these things for our people. All these things we are doing for our people, it has nothing to do with the person. All right. So yeah, these are a few things that I had to just share there for you guys to get to know, what is behind this. It's not just here talking. No, there are things going on behind the scene, guys. Sometimes you might not be able to see us here talking because we're working on the ground. All right, Mikias. I'll give you guys a chance to just wrap up if there's anything that you'd like to share at the end, and then we'll be I'll be finishing here by myself.
Okay, let me wrap up by solutions, not the problem. The problem is already exists. So speaking about the problem is not changing things, what's happening here. So I think that I help not in the politicians, but the young people in Africa. My hope is aligned with the young people we have in Africa. So the first thing is we need some financial institutions which are supporting young entrepreneurs, young innovators in Africa. So we need such kind of bank or an institution which which borrow money for these young people who just funding projects which solve current African problems. So we need such kind of institution which it may be founded by the African diasporas, or which is it might be all shared by the African users. So we need such kind of institutions. The other thing is I believe in narratives. So we need media, African media which promote the positive side of Africa. So we have to brand Africa. We have to brand Africa. So when we in a new way, so to do that we need one media. Even like we don't have one media for all Africans. You know, we don't have that. So the Western use media as a nuclear weapon, but we don't have anyone like even like to put out a propaganda even. You know, so we need a media. Media have the power, so we need a media. Even we can just you know build. We can contribute something, and we can have. We all have one media which work for the positive, which promote the positive side of Africa. So we have to change the narrative about Africa. So now at this moment, a lot of people dying in USA in different ways, even in guns but we don't hear that. You know, the media's only telling us about the positive side of USA. So that's why they attract the young people of Africa. You know, everyone's just want to live and settle in US because of that. So I think we need such things in addition to what our brothers mentioned. Thank you.
Appreciate, my brother. Appreciate. Mikias, and then I'll go to Mikal.
Yeah, like Busrat Fakadu has raised a good idea. Yeah, we need our own media. As African, like the current geographic status shows, as different nations, we must start with our own nation, building a strong media, and using that media for local distribution, at the same time intercontinental distribution, and beyond that even to the major continental or global stage. So we need to reach that level to give out our own narrative. At the same time, we need to understand current situation as youths, because as we're talking right now on Swahili Nation, we're focused on the youth. So looking at the youth, we need to collect people from all of the sectors, from the economic sector, from the policy making sector, from every sector, from the journalism sector. So we need to build a strong community. So Swahili Nation Network is very good, like how to say this, a very good idol, should I say, or role model, a very good role model, because it's come a long way, Swahili Nation. So this could be a good role model for everybody in Africa or outside of Africa concerned about Africa, to build their own platforms such as this, maybe adding different values to their own to make it their own style, maybe give it a creative touch beyond this or different from this. So that's the main concern. Plus to that, we must understand things, and I don't know, it's hard to be honest at this point, because we've decided to solve African problems as Africans, but I think we're fearful of putting our hands in neighboring countries and so on. Like, I consider the Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger integration as a major risk taken, because we as neighboring countries or African nations haven't took that risk of involving in neighboring countries or in other African countries at that scope. So this shows us, they're showing us as a good role model. I believe, I don't have more detail, but they're working more focused on military issues. But as our sister earlier said, we can work on the economic issues. Then we can be independent, because if I have a good market over here on my neighbor, I don't want to go overseas on the continental level. I can sell my product to the neighboring country. So we need to have that mindset and providing services and products for services and goods for our neighbors over here. So that's a good opportunity. This shows that we can even push the policymakers, because if you have a good market, let's say, for example, Mika in Tanzania, if you want for, let's say, good chicken, and Ethiopia has good chicken, if you provide a good demand, I can even push the government authorities to say, Mika wants this amount of chicken, so you must provide me a policy that and give me enough financial or support for me to produce it, because I am eligible and have the knowledge and the skill, and I just need some resource and policy to be adjusted for me to provide Tanzania's, or specifically Mika's, demand, and this will bring good currency and so on. So I believe us interacting in Africa, as I use the example, will open the eyes of the government even, I believe, and the policymakers, because we'll open the eyes that, okay, we can do this, so we don't have to steal from our people. We can earn enough. I believe at the end of the day, everybody, if they're living a good life, they won't steal. If they're living a good life, they won't do bad things, especially at the scope they're doing right now, because they're being bribed, because nobody in here is living a good life. So I'd rather sell my country and live a good life. At least human beings are very weak. So I believe we can push that kind of narrative and create that mindset on the policy and authorities, I believe. So us integrating in business is going to be very good. So we need to connect more. Maybe even I can give you an idea open on here. I don't think nobody's going to take it, because there's no stronger Swahili than Swahili nation right now. So you can even put out a post, put out a magazine. Like you can list out the top 10 companies, youth-based companies in every country, and you can list it out, and at the end of the day, let's say you pick out 10 countries and list out each country with 10 major, like in some industry, let's say the textile industry, 10 major companies in the textile industry. You can integrate them, like you can create a linkage, and if you post a news post or a magazine, then the one company that reads in Ethiopia and the other that reads in Tanzania will say, okay, let me work a joint venture with this company, so on. Like we can push this, and then like it or not, it will enter into the politics, and then the politics will be better. I believe the economy will be better. The cross-cultural integration will be better. I know it needs time, but I just wanted to put it in your mind and just brainstorm. So I just want to say that, and I'm done.
Peace. Respect to you, Mikias, man. You know, you're a team, man. Your family. Mm-hmm. So I appreciate, the good work you are still doing,
Yeah, plus I graduated. I didn't tell you, right? I made it, man. I'm finished.
What are you waiting for, man? Come here. There's a place for you here. Got one seat here in the office.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to you. I'm gonna give you a call. I want to talk to you about Samsung, so I'll give you a call. Good, and I just want to say, have a good one, guys. I have another place to be right now, so see you all soon.
Keep up the good work, man. And my prayer goes to Ethiopia. I'll pray here at the end of the session later, for all these countries. So blessed up, man. Good job. All right. Mikado, I've seen you came as well. Do you have?
Yes, it's me. I'm back.
Yeah.
So I just want to, I want to wrap up with that sentence, which is we have to understand that we have to have generation which will sacrifice, and I think it will be us. So we have to get entirely involved in what we said, because we like all the previous people say, we have excellent plant. We have like, beautiful project. We have many things that are beautiful, but we have to understand that it will be hard. It will be challenging. We have to be consistent, and we have to understand that we, as this generation, fighting for this neocolonialism and all that stuff, we have to sacrifice ourselves, dedicated entirely ourselves into that, and that will be the key of success of all of this. So we have to build, you was talking about that, about build trust, because we are different people with different projects, but we have one mission, which is save our continent and be the help for it. So it was just that, just understand how hard it will be, but how beneficial it will be, and that we are I don't want to say that, it's like we are the generation who will start again this new path for Africa. So it's a lot of work, it's a lot of investment, but I am pretty sure with all I heard that we are going to succeed in that, and I hope that will work. And as the other one said, you will be president, or I don't know, but we have good ideas. So it's we just have to build trust between each other, understand that we have our own way of thinking, but we have the same goal, and the goal is that. So because the goal is the same, we can work together, and then maybe take our own path after. But for now, it's same goal, building together, working together, and then we will see beautiful results, inshallah.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Mikado. I like where I am right now, because one thing that I value the most, I think, is freedom to make decisions, freedom to do what I think is right for my people, without reporting to anybody else out there to go that, hey, I need to do this, can I get permission? No, when I do this, I'm go ahead and doing this. That's the way that God really wired me, and that's why we started this, and I love it. I love, because I feel like we can. All right, you guys can hear me now. Yeah. So I feel like there's a lot of changes that we can make right now. This idea of a lot of us Africans have in our mind that, you need to become a leader and to make change does not really make sense. Whatever you are right now, you can actually make change. You don't have to become a leader. I had that mentality as well, that when I become 45, I'll run for the office, I'll be a leader and all this stuff. And then I asked myself, what am I going to do from now until then? Then I realized that I can actually be president outside of the White House, or I can be Africa's leader outside of the AU's building. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to be inside those walls to be a leader. No, I just can use my passion. I can live my purpose. So for me, the reason why I was born is to unite Africa. That's what I believe. Because when I look at the pattern of my life, ever since I was a little kid to where I am, I've always been uniting people, always uniting my friends, always uniting this and that. I've always been doing it. I've always been seeking for unity in everything, even before I started to do this mission. So it took me a while to find out my purpose, but now I know that I was called for this. And so I'm just living that, and I'm using everything I can to do that. I dedicated my entire life, because what I started is not even this. I have a degree in economics,
and also I studied Islam as well. So I kind of like have 2 degrees, you know, and I'm not even a Muslim. I shared this story before, but here I am talking about the unit of Africa, you know. Yeah, so I believe everything, our education, our experiences, the life experiences, and everything that we are going through is the chapters that God is writing our stories to use for a greater cause, to use for something that, you know, He wants you to do. So talking about Africa, I think one of the things that we need to decolonize ourselves is economic dependence. And I think that's our struggle right now. We are still colonized in that area, talking about AIDS and loans. And I believe maybe that's one of the reason why I went and I studied economics. You know, that's what I studied for 4 years, actually. It was the country that I studied it takes 4 years. Yeah, so to be honest, God is good. And for me, I'll always give praise to Him, because when I was studying these things, I did not even know why I was studying. I studied because I was influenced to study, but also, you know, I was like, you know, our country is struggling economically. I need to find out why. So I'm going to study economics. That was one of the reasons. I need to understand economics. Maybe one day, you know, I'll be able to change my country and change the economy of my country. And I went to study, but I did not know I'll be here standing talking about One Africa, you know. But everything is connected. Looking right now, you know, like Steve Jobs said, you can always look at the houses like backwards, and you cannot really, like, you go somewhere and then when you look back, you're like, oh, it makes sense. That's why I went through that, and went through that. And that's what is happening with me. I believe that's what is happening with you. So we are all called to stand there for one another, to stand for our people, to stand for our countries that are battling and struggling with everything that is happening. And I am grateful for you guys to joining and to just be there to support. You guys have a brilliant idea today. It has been a very productive session. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to follow up with those people who gave suggestions. You guys, you are in our WhatsApp group. You know, these guys, you know, some of them have already started to private chatting with them to actually put it into action. Because last year, our policy was, I'll show you guys. Last year, our policy was, I'll show you something. Something is going to be really good. Last year, our policy was, 2023 was a year of action for us. A year of action. That was our policy, a year of action. And what we did is, everything we spoke, we put it into action. And we're having meetings like every single Sunday to talk about the team. And we did a lot. This year,
first of all, I think every African should be doing what I do,
we're not having
like everybody, because of who we are, right? We're African. We should love Africa. You know, when I went to South Korea, I realized that Africa is being perceived and viewed very different. I realized that, well, the media, what I see on TV, what people talk about Africa, even my friends, they don't really know about it. It's very negative. It's very negative. That was 2013. And I was like, I must change this. So I started actually there in South Korea. I started to go to schools, to like elementary school, like kindergarten, elementary, middle school, high school. I started to go there. That was like my part-time job. I went to, like, in Korea, I went to every single city in Korea. I went everywhere in that country. And I was going to these schools. One day I went even close to North Korea. Like, there's this one place called Paju. It's just next to North Korea. Like, you see North Korea is there, South Korea is here. I went there.
Hey guys, 93% of people who are watching our channel, Swahili Nation, have not yet subscribed. Only 7% of the viewers in this channel have subscribed. What does that mean? It means a lot of people are coming in this channel to watch videos, but they do not want to be engaged, to be a part of this family and to support this movement and what we're working for towards One Africa in our generation. So my request to all of you guys, if you really like our content, you like what we're doing here in Swahili Nation, please do me a favor and subscribe to this channel. Don't do just that. Turn on notification button. Don't stop there. Like the videos we share. Share with your friends. Leave your comments, your opinions, so that we may actually interact in the comment section, know what is happening. If you would like to support us even more financially, you can join the Patreon. The link is below. And also you can join us and become a member of this family. So please, guys, do us a favor. When you subscribe, when you like, when you share, you help us to reach to as many people as we can. We want this world to be filled with the positive message about Africa and One Africa, and we want the message to go all across the world. So help us by become part of this family. I love you.
Moving forward. So having all this energy right now and all these suggestions to, to repeat all scientists we have in the groups. So, I'm going to text you guys very soon. We need to have all these scientists, African scientists, and start solving problems, solving issues, doing research. For example, last year, one thing that we did research to find out all the foreign museums that are holding Africa's heritages. So we did a research, and then we found all the museums, because we have an education sector. So this education sector, they had a job to do research to find out all these museums in the world that are holding Africa's heritage. We found them. And we wrote letters to them. And some of the museums even wrote the letters to them. For example, in the Netherlands, we send those letters to every single museum to them. We send it to them, that we need you guys to return our heritage. And the person who helped us in the Netherlands, she's actually Netherlands. She's not even African. She's part of our family here. So if you guys see, her name is Marie. This person has been with us for more than a year, and she has been nothing but yeah. Anyway, let me stop there. Anyway, so we sent to all of these museums. Of course, none of them answered us. But as soon as we also sent to United States, we brought to some other museum, African museum, I think in the United States, we brought it there. Couple weeks later, they returned some of the artifacts in Benin. And we're like, oh, this could be working. We also wrote a letter to all the colonizers. Yeah, that was the letter. We wrote a letter to the president of France. There's something happened last year in Burkina Faso, and our people were killed because Burkina Faso people, they were trying to stop French troops entering the Burkina Faso because they were suspecting that they're bringing weapons to France. So because of that, due to that, trouble and issues, they shot some of our people and they died. So we wrote a letter direct to Emmanuel Macron, the president of France. We tagged him on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, everywhere, and it was public open letter. You guys can find them on my Twitter. It's somewhere there. You go to media, you'll be able to find it. Straight letter to him. And our request was for them to get out of Africa. Couple weeks later, they took all of their troops away from Mali because people of Mali were also standing. So at the same time, we're doing the same thing as well. So even, I'm pretty sure he knows this. He knows this, yeah, he knows this. Because, yeah, I don't know if I can say this, but anyways, some of our members, try to went there and not even succeed.
to get the visa and everything. But anyways, I think we're blacklisted because it's very public. Our fight is not in the private, but in public. And also, we wrote a letter during the Russia and Ukraine war. We wrote a letter to all these international organizations that they were helping to remove our people from the Ukraine, because some of our people were still there and they were called to go to a war. So we wrote a letter to these international organizations and to other, airlines that you need to take our people away. And we were talking to African unions like, you need to take our African people away from the Ukraine. So we wrote a letter to all these international organizations that we need our people because our people have been abused, and we had a conversation with our people in the Ukraine at the same time. Couple of days later, our people were returned back to the country. Right. So those are actions that we took last year. Writing open letters straight to them and demand something to happen, and they were done, and we saw results. So we praise God for that because we're playing our part. Right. So right now we have people who are joining, and they have all these, great ideas. I told you guys that we have media and IT department and all this stuff, and a lot of visions that we cannot talk here publicly. We cannot tell your enemy your plans. But the more we get to know one another, the more we get to stick with one another, then you come to realize that it's nothing about YouTube here in Swahili Nation. This is just connecting with you all. But and we'll get there. The day I'm going to sleep, with my ancestors, we'll be already done our mission. And Africa will be one. Then I'll sleep in peace. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, until then, we ain't gonna rest. Yeah, I'm trying to find one of the videos to show you guys. Oh, okay. This is where I found it here. All right. This is one of the all right, guys. So this is one of the times last year we did with our all right. I'll share with you guys this one of the event happened last year to kind of like know our hearts
for Africa and for our countries as well. But before that, I'll just pray a little quick, and I'll leave you guys with that video. It's gonna be a little bit long, but you guys will get to understand a little bit what we're standing for. Dear Heavenly Father, I thank you once again today for One Africa and for our people and for the countries that we have been interceding and talking about. At the end of the day, we're finding about solutions to everything, and without you, apart from you, we can't do anything. We need your guidance, wisdom, and strength, and hope to keep pursuing and push and move forward for all the forces that are out there spiritually and even physically as well. Give us wisdom, give us ability. And I know you have already given it to us, so we're stepping out and to bring about that change that you called us to. I pray for everybody who's joining here today. I pray for brothers and sisters who are going through these tragedies right now. I pray that they'll never feel alone, because you'll be right there next to them, comforting them. And I pray that your presence will be so thick in this continent. We believe that the change for this continent is right here. The change is in the air. And we are tapping into that change. And we're receiving that change. And we're becoming that change. And thank you for choosing us to be part of that change. Some of our people are moving back to the continent, ready to fight, ready to die for this, for the motherland. Some of people are giving. Some of people, they're fighting right now, actually. But all because we care so much about our people. We Africans, we love one another. You know, media sometimes not doing a good job to show that, but we love one another. The love is real. When I read the comments, when I talk to my fellow Africans that I've never even met them before, from different countries, different tribes, but I see nothing but love towards each other. So I just want to pray that that love will consume us. And Sudan, Senegal, Niger, Ethiopia, Somalia, Gambia, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Burundi, Rwanda, Zambia, Mozambique, South Africa, Togo, Ghana, Nigeria, Guinea-Bissau, DR Congo, Congo, Brazzaville, God, North Africa, West, South, Central, East, the entire continent, and our people in the diaspora. We just come together in solidarity with our people in our motherland. It's the time for change. Thank you for choosing us to be part of that change. Pray that none of us will give up. None of us will lose hope. None of us will get tired. We will not get tired, because it's our job and responsibility to stand for this motherland. We're not weak. We're not losers. We're not poor. We have everything we need. And we have all the power on earth to do anything, to make anything possible. And Africa shall rise up again. And we're rising up right now. And we're standing up right now. We're taking our seats that have been seated by some other people for so long time. We're regaining back our strength. We're regaining back our influence. We're regaining back the power that has been stolen from us for so long. The identity that has been stolen from us. We're getting back to who we are. Because we know who we are. And we're going to bring change. It's the time. Thank you, because you're here with us. And I know it, because I know I would never be able to do this, but I know that your strength, you're giving me strength to step here again and again and again and to lead this. And thank you for connecting us across the world and to bring this family together from all religions, from all backgrounds, from all nationalities, from everything.
Thank you for bringing us together and connecting us together. So continue to guide and lead us to take one step at a time to bring that change that we need to see for our generations and for our beautiful continent. I bless you. I glorify you. I thank you. I honor you for everything that you're doing, for everything that you've been doing. And we are now going to start to pray for this continent. We pray day and night. We'll strategize day and night. We'll act day and night. We'll do everything we gotta do on our own terms, in our own terms, as Africans. As Africa, it's for Africans, for the Africans. And we do it. Us. On this beautiful continent of Alkebulan, one of the regional names. We pray for peace, for shalom. In your precious name, Christ, I pray. Amen.
You know who is the problem? You know who is killing our people? You know it, but you ain't doing nothing. If you will take your life to save the lives of 48 people, you should be willing to die to save the lives of the people. Why are you scared of these guys? Why are you scared of United Nations? Why are you scared of the backlash? Why are you scared that you'll be assassinated? How many leaders were assassinated in Africa? If you're not willing to sacrifice yourself, you don't deserve to be a leader of Africa. You must be willing to die for your people. That's a true leadership. You think leadership is easy? You think leadership is accumulating your money for yourself? Do you think you're there to save yourself? Do you think you being alive, if you being alive, it costs a lot of millions of people's lives, then you don't deserve to be alive. You don't deserve to be alive. You don't deserve to be where you are. You ain't doing your job. This is the journey to one Africa. My fellow Africans, it's another sad day in Africa. And it seems like we have already gotten used to bad news in Africa. It's only in Africa, it's a very normal thing and common thing for people to die. Having the number of 10, 20, 30, 100, 200 people dying every single day in Africa, it's a normal thing. We are at the point whereby we have gotten used to the tragedies happening in Africa. We're not surprised anymore. It's not a breaking news anymore. We have gotten used to hear the stories and news of people being killed every single day. Every single day there's a bad thing happening in Africa. Growing up in Africa, I always thought people dying is normal and it's God's will. I believed that for so long. Until when I left Africa and moved to the foreign country. that's when I realized, and I kept asking myself these questions, that if it is God's will for people to die, why people are not dying here? I lived in South Korea for some time, and I never really saw young people or just people die anyhow. Those who died, maybe they died because of accident, which is rarely to happen, because of the infrastructure, how good they are. Also, you'll hear people dying because they're 90 years of age or 100 years, or they're old, or somebody, if they kill themselves. Those are kind of news that you'll hear somebody died. But just hearing people died anyhow, it's very rare. I lived there for almost 10 years and I barely, not once, I went to a young person funeral. And I kept wondering why this is not normal. But I grew up seeing people dying every single time in my country. And that's when I realized that I need to cut off some habits. I need to take care of my health, and I need to start speaking against what is happening in Africa. Because I realized that, it's actually not God's will for people to die the way they're dying in Africa. And that's what I'm going to talk about here today, a little bit about the news that is all over the media. Just one day ago, at least 72 people have been killed in a blaze in Johannesburg. And that's not even the main topic I'm going to talk about here today. So there were a homeless house, and people are living there for some time. People who do not have homes, they've been living there for some time. And at least 200 people have been living in that building. And the fire just happened from nowhere. Nobody knows how it started and what's the cause of the fire. And 73 people, at least 73 people have been killed. And they're still searching and looking for other bodies. So possibly a lot more people died in that firehouse. And when I talk about this, for you Africans, it is a normal thing. You're not even surprised, because news like this, you hear them all the time. Accidents, the whole people dying, fire. But that's not what brought me here. It is sad that our people are dying like this. It is sad. And we must question. And we must speak for them, because think about these 73 people. They are human beings died. With your brothers and sisters. But what I'm here to talk about today, one day after, today we're waking up, and this is the news we see. Over 40 people killed in East Congo after crackdown on anti-UN protest. So we all know that in Congo, what has been happening in Congo is more than 30 years. And there's this one group called UN, United Nations Peacekeepers, which basically, I don't call them peacekeepers. I think they are peace breakers. They don't deserve to be called peacekeepers. They're peace breakers, UN peace breakers. And this group called MONUSCO. And they've been in Congo for almost 30 years now, 3 decades. And the people of Congo, they have been very consistently protesting against these United Nations peacekeepers, peace breakers. They've been protesting against them because they have been there for almost 30 years and nothing has improved. Nothing changed. They call themselves peacekeepers, but there's no peace in Congo. For over 3 decades, people are dying. Not only people, but killing each other with the weapons that we have no idea where they're coming from, guns and all this stuff, but being killed by UN. For over 30 years, guys. I came here a couple months ago and people were killed. A couple months ago, I came here and I shared that story. And I addressed directly to United Nations peacekeepers. And I had only a single message that get out of our continent, get out of Congo. And I say this, I don't care whether the government is allowing you to be there, but me as an African, I stand with Africans. I'm not here to stand with the government. I'm here to stand with Africans because we are the people that are being killed. I'm here to stand with the lives of my brothers and sisters who are being killed. Innocent lives. Guys, the people of Congo have been protesting for years. Have been demanding United Nations peacekeepers to leave their country because they have been bringing peace in Congo. See, you guys are here to keep peace, but you're breaking the peace. And I say this, that United Nations peacekeepers, MONUSCO, you guys are not peacekeepers. You guys are criminals. Criminals. You guys are criminals. You guys are criminals. And sadly, you're not accountable. Nobody can take action. Every single time. Last time I came here, a number of people were killed. Possibly the same number of people. I spoke about this, and that video is here on YouTube. You can check it out. And the news that you get, they say it's a collateral damage. It's by accident. These people were killed. Innocent lives, innocent people. And they say there will be an investigation. And those investigations, they never get done. We never get the result. We never get the accountability of these people, of these organizations, of these United Nations peace breakers. We never get the feedback of how they took accountability. Couple months later, few months, 1 to 2 months, another news breakout. Guys, 40 over 40. Guys, 40 innocent Congolese have been killed because they were protesting against United Nations peacekeepers, MONUSCO. Let me say this, why they were killed. Let me say this. So apparently, there have been a video running on the social media that shows people, they were attacking a policeman. A policeman. Because of that, at least 48 people, right now the number is increasing here. They're updating. 48 people are killed and 75 people wounded. Guys, people, they were attacking policemen. Why? They have been kicking these guys for a long time to leave out of Congo. But then, so people, they're using force. One attacking policeman. A footage that are attacking, not kill, attacking policemen. But 48 people have to pay the price in their own land for attacking a policeman who is in their own land. And they know what these guys have been doing in Congo. Guys, Congo is the most destabilized country in the world. For over 30 years, people are killing one another. People are being killed by these so-called MONUSCO, United Nations peacekeepers, peace breakers. Guys, I'm telling you this. I was here a couple months ago speaking the same news and how many people are killed. I'm here today mentioning the same news. 48 people are killed and maybe the numbers are going to be increased because 75 have been wounded. I will be here again to tell you the same thing. I'll be here again to tell you guys the same thing. I know, because this is normal in Africa. The people of Congo, they're not going to stop to protest against this group, international group that are killing our people. Where are you, United Nations? Where is the justice? Why you guys are not doing anything while you guys are still killing our people? The lives of Africans matter nothing to you. Guys, the government of Congo, East African Community, African Union, why these guys are still here in Africa? Why these guys are still there in Congo? You guys, you don't have a say. The president of Congo, you don't have a say. 48 people, you are people, African people, your brothers and sisters are killed just because they're protesting against. Guys, don't call Africans are cowards. Don't say why you guys are not protesting. This is what it cost. This is what it cost, man. Our people are being killed like chicken. And they matter nothing. Our blood matter nothing. Our blood mean nothing to them. Just like chicken. Whatever consequences that is going to come after me, let it come. But I will address the truth straight to you guys. We are not afraid of you. We're not scared of you. We have only one message. Get out of Congo. Get out of Africa. Until when are we going to let this happen to our continent? Guys, this continent will have nobody left behind. Because all of us, all the people will be killed if we let these guys be here in Africa. African Union, please, East African Community. Congo is in the community right now. What are we doing with this? What are we doing with 48 number of people? Today is in Congo, tomorrow is in you. Tomorrow is in Tanzania, in Kenya, in Uganda, in Rwanda, in Burundi. Tomorrow is going to be here in Uganda. What are we doing? Africa, One Africa, African Union. What are we doing? The chairman of African Union, what are you doing? What are you doing, guys? The African leaders, what are you guys doing? Yesterday, last night, just a couple hours ago, I tweeted something. This something was, this quote, Myles Munroe said this once, that true greatness and true leadership is not measured by how many people saved you, but rather how many people you save. True leadership, good leadership, is not measured by how many people served you, but how many people you saved. How many people you served and how many people you saved. If we're failing to save the lives of our brothers and sisters, 48 people, and the numbers keep increasing. If you're not saving this, there's no leadership. Maybe you might argue with me. Do you think we're going to stop these killings from happening? Yes. If last time, couple months ago, when I came here to talk about the same number of people that they were killed by United Nations peacekeepers, if we listened and if we kicked them out, 48 people would have still been alive today. this number of people would still be alive today, would still be living today. But we don't listen. Not Congolese government, not African Union, not EAC, no leader in Africa. Listen to what we are saying. For God's sake. I don't need to be a leader for you guys to listen. I don't need to have a certain amount of power for you guys to listen. I don't need to be a court of justice for you guys to listen. What are you guys doing? If our people are dying, what are your leaders doing? Does these lives of people matter nothing to you? If you're not fighting for our people, what are you doing in the government? EAC, African Union, you guys, the conflict, the tragedies that are happening in Congo, it is your fault. Not even to Congolese people. I'm talking about you leaders. You can put to an end. You know what is the problem. You know who is the problem. You know who is killing our people. You know it, but you ain't doing nothing. If you will take your life to save the lives of 48 people, you should be willing to die to save the lives of the people. Why are you scared of these guys? Why are you scared of United Nations? Why are you scared of the backlash? Why are you scared that you'll be assassinated? How many leaders were assassinated in Africa? If you're not willing to sacrifice yourself, you don't deserve to be a leader of Africa. You must be willing to die for your people. That's a true leadership. You think leadership is easy? You think leadership is accumulating your money for yourself? Do you think you're there to save yourself? Do you think you being alive, if you being alive, it costs a lot of millions of people's lives, then you don't deserve to be alive. You don't deserve to be alive. You don't deserve to be where you are. You ain't doing your job. Servant leadership. It is the concept that I've been learning for a long time, and it's the concept that God has been teaching me for so long time. That we must be servant leaders. We're here to serve our people. And service is not easy. Basically, you become a slave to serve. You are a slave leader. You are a slave to your people. The people of your country are your masters. The people of your country are your masters. Leader, you're supposed to be a slave to your people. You serve your people. You must serve your people. Serving people, it means sometimes you're going to have to give your life for them. But we have a bunch of leaders who they just care about their safety. They care about their comfortability. They care nothing about the country. You're there, but you care nothing about your people. You're going to answer before God. I'm telling you, if this is my last speech on earth to speak today, I want you to remember this one thing, that you're going to give you an account before God. Because you're not doing what you're called to do. That is to save your people. That's to save them. To serve and to save them. Our Lord Christ Jesus, He gave His life for us. He sacrificed Himself. He died on the cross because of our sins. Because of our wickedness. He paid the price for us. That is the true leadership. That is the right leadership. You must be willing to pay the price for your people. And even if it means the price is death, even if the price is your life, to save 48 lives of people, you must be willing to pay that price for your people. We have a bunch of leaders who are scared, who are feared. They're scared. They just want to protect their lives and their families. That's it. They're willing for millions of people to die, but to protect themselves. We see what is happening in Sudan. We have greedy, too much greedy. These people are protecting their life, and they're willing to kill. There's more than 1 million of Sudanese. They left the country right now. They're in the exile lands. Some of them are dying because they are illegal migrants. Some of them are in prison. Because you have leaders who they are greedy, they want things for themselves. You go to Gabon. Look at what Bongo family did to that country. These people are willing to accumulate everything for themselves, and they do not care about the lives of the people. Now you go to Congo. The new president of Congo. You look really good. You look like you're having a good time. You look like you eat well. You look like your life is really good. But let me tell you this, you reflect nothing to your people. You look good. Yeah, you look clean, you look smart. And there's this one speech you were having conversation with Emmanuel Macron. We applaud you. We praised you for what you said in front of him, but you don't reflect your country. Our leaders don't reflect our country. If you are rich, if you're looking good, if you're safe, you have big belly, you have a good life. What about your people? 48 people are being killed today, but since for the past 3 decades, thousands and thousands, according to United Nations list, it shows more than 1,000 of people have been killed. And that's the number that is being shown. I'm pretty sure more people are being killed because they are responsible for those deaths. And they say it's casualty, it's collateral damage, they were killed by accident. Leaders, you must reflect your people. You must reflect your people. If you're not willing to pay the price, you don't deserve to be a leader of Africans. Because Africa, this country, this continent, it has so many crises. You cannot claim to be a leader if you're not willing to pay the price of your life. Put your life on the line. Speak. Kick these guys out. You can decide today to kick away United Nations peacekeepers. You can kick them away from Congo. And let's deal these issues with ourselves. But you're scared. You don't deserve to be a leader. If you're a leader of African country, I don't care how many good things you're doing. Every single one of us, we can do good things to some extent. But if you're a leader and you're not willing to sacrifice your life for your people, you don't deserve to be a leader. That should be the only qualification for someone to become a leader of a country. We should ask them, are you willing to sacrifice your life for your people, for your country? If the answer is no, you don't deserve to be a leader. If the answer is yes, you can be a leader, regardless of whether you have a degree or you don't have, because it's not a single man leading the country. You might be ignorant, you never went to school, but people who are working for you, with you, they went to school and still the country will be safe. But back in the days, our leaders, they never went to school. We didn't have these kind of schools. But our countries were safe than today. You have leaders with PhD in the offices and they do nothing. Tabula rasa in the office with PhDs. We call them professors, we call them doctors, we call them all this kind of title. Honorable, His Excellence. Do you know why you're called His Excellence? Because we expect excellence from you. Do you know why you're called honorable? Because we expect honorable action, honored action from you. but you don't deserve to be called His Excellence. The African leaders, you don't deserve to be called honorables. You don't deserve that title because you're not willing to give your life. You don't serve the people. You're looking for people to serve you. We have a bunch of leaders who just want to be praised. Why should we praise you for the job that you're supposed to do, for your job? It is like me. I'm a daddy. You're a dad. And you want your kids to praise you for taking care of your kids. This is ridiculous. Your dad, it's your job. It's your responsibility to provide for your kids, for your wife. It is your job as a man, as a husband. We ain't here to praise you for providing to your kids. It's your job. Let me tell you, these Africans, don't praise your leader for doing their job. This is what they're supposed to do. We're exaggerating them. We lift them high. We praise them as if they're God of this world. They ain't God. They're doing their job. You're not qualified to be a leader. If you're not willing to save your people, you'll be called great leader. You'll be called a legend based on how many people you have served and saved. Since you leaders cannot address the United Nations peacekeepers, MONUSCO, whatever the name the heck is there, let me address to them directly. United Nations peacekeepers, you guys are not peacekeepers. You guys are peace breakers. You guys are criminals. Your criminality in Africa has been going for so long. And your time is up. You don't have to wait for us to stand up. We see our people are standing up and you're killing them. Let me tell you this. I don't need to threat you because that's the language of a coward. I don't need to scare you because again, that's not reasonable. I don't have to scare you. But let me just tell you with love and peace. Let me tell you with so much love in my heart. That your time is up. Let go of Africa. Let go of Africa. Let go of our people. Your mission is no longer valid in Africa. Because your mission is not to keep peace, but your mission is to kill our people. Whoever is going to stand against you, you'll kill them. Is that the mission that brought you here to Africa? Is that the vision of United Nations? Please change your vision. That our vision statement is to kill whoever is going to stand against us. It's killing people. That's your vision. And that is your mission. And you have been proving over and over and over and over and over again in Africa. And you people who are working in United Nations, when we address to United Nations, we're addressing to you guys. If you guys are working with these criminals, you're also criminals. God will judge, not United Nations organization. United Nations organization is people. The people who are working with you, and those are people. Those are people that God will judge you. Because you are the one that are killing our people. You are the one. Remember that. You're working for killers. I know some of you are just securing your food, but let me tell you this. You're not going to be able to change United Nations. They have their own mission in Africa. And their mission is to kill our people. That's the mission they're doing. That's what they're doing in Congo. This is the evidence. This one here. 48 people. And so many other lives. Thousands of people have been killed by you, because of you. And shot by you. The last news I was here reading, they say that they were actually, they say they were shooting at them, but it was meant to scare them and to scatter them. If you want to scare people, how can you shoot direct at them? You can shoot up on there, but they were shooting direct at them, and they killed like 20-something people, and they said it was meant to scare them. That's the report all the time. And we have Africans who are working for United Nations. here in Africa, peacekeepers. They're keeping peace. Guys, let me tell you this, man. Let me tell you this. Yes, we need money. Yes, maybe we need to start us working with these guys. But no, these guys are using you. They're using our own people to kill our people. They're using you. And if you don't wake up and kick these guys away, because you guys are not going to be able to change anything. You don't have any influence to change United Nations peacekeepers. You don't have any influence to change MONUSCO. This is too much. It's just too much. Get out of Africa. You're not bringing peace in Congo. Get out of there. Leave them alone. We know what. Oh, we know what you want. We know you are there because of the minerals. Yeah. That's the reason why you're destabilizing the country. That's why the reason why the country constantly focusing on protecting wars and all this stuff and never focusing on the policies to developing the country, because you're taking the gold, you're taking the diamond, you're taking all the minerals away from there. And you being there, it's a business. You're there as peacekeepers, but you take everything away from there. That's what you do. We know the truth. That is the truth. It's not just accusation, it's the truth. You know, how can you be a peacekeeper and you're not keeping peace? How? It doesn't make sense. How? Your mission is how? Things are getting worse every single day. You've been there for over 3 decades, but things are getting worse. Guys, reason with me. Reason with me. There have been war happening in Congo. There's United Nations peacekeepers. They have everything, every means, and they've been taking donations and aid from everywhere. So they have a lot of money. They're coming to Congo to protect the land, to keep the peace, but they've never been peace, but things have been getting worse over and over and over again. What does that tell you? If 2 people are killed right now, 48 people are being killed after them coming here, and they're being killed by them. So they are part of the problem. If we Africans, let's say we're killing each other, okay, we're killing each other, hey. But all of a sudden, United Nations peacekeepers are coming and they say, hey, we are there to keep peace, but we are killing each other, and they're killing us too. Do you get the point? You're not here to bring peace, you're here to take the peace away. This should never be normal in Africa. God, at the end of the day, David said, I'll lift up my eyes on the mountain. Where does my help come from? My help comes from the Lord, the creator of heaven and earth. God, I know I'm just an African. I'm not a leader of any country. I might not have this authority that these governments and these leaders have. But the authority that I have, it is beyond any kind of authority on earth. Because you say every single authority on earth is coming from you. And you who gave this authority to these people who are not doing the work they're supposed to do, you have given me the authority. I have the heavenly authority. So with that authority that you have given me, with the authority that you have given me, God, today, I pray that United Nations peacekeepers, they're not going to stand again. They're not going to stand again. I pray with that authority that their influence, I pray that authority, with that authority you have given me, I pray that they're leaving Congo right now. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ. With that authority that you have given me, with that authority that you have given me to break, to close the door on earth. You say, whatever you close on earth will be closed in heaven. So I close the work of United Nations peacekeepers in Congo. God, not under my watch, not under our watch. We're going to witness other people being killed by them. Not on my watch, oh God, I'm taking myself away because I am nobody. Not on your watch. Not on your watch, God. With that authority that you have given me, the authority, the priest authority, we are the chosen people. Listen to this. 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 Listen to me very careful. We are in the authority right now. The authority that Almighty God has given us. Listen to me, Africans. If leaders cannot do anything, this is what we're going to do. This is our job, and this is what we're going to do. With that authority that God has given us, stand with me, Africa, right now for a moment. Stand with me, all Africans who are tired of seeing this. Stand with me right now. 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 9. But you are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession, that you may declare the praises of him who called you out of darkness into his wonderful light. We are a chosen people. Royal priesthood, that's authority. You are a royal priesthood. We are the royal priesthood. Holy nation, God's special possession. God, that authority that you've given us as a chosen people, as a royal priesthood, as a holy nation, God's special possession. With that authority today, you said whatever that you're going to bind on earth will be bound in heaven. God, we're binding the work of United Nations peacekeepers, MONUSCO in Congo. In the spirit world, God, it's manifesting right now, God, physically, right now. We're closing it spiritually. We are closing your work in the spirit in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Close it right now. God, with the authority that you've given me, with the authority that you've given us through your blood, Christ, let the world know that there is God of Africa. Let them know that there's God who is fighting for us and with us. Let them know that there's God who does impossible. If they fail to do their job, these leaders, so-called leaders, if they fail to do their job, God, we're asking you right now, the fire from heaven to fall down to United Nations peacekeepers. God, I announce the falling of United Nations peacekeepers in Jesus' name. I announce right now all the principalities of this world, because you ain't coming from God. You're coming from enemy. Devil comes to destroy, to kill, but God come to bring life and life abundantly. You guys are here to take away our lives, and God, he's here to bring back the life. You ain't coming from God. It's easy. It is easy. So we are praying that you're falling right now. I declare today, in Jesus' name, and let everybody who listens to this know that there's God of Africa. There is God of Mika. There is God, Almighty God, the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. And those who are mocking you because they say prayer never helps, prayer never do anything, let them know that there's God. And let them know that you're doing something today. And let me announce to you, United Nations peacekeepers, MONUSCO, let me announce to you right now, your fall is here. I'm not threatening you. I'm not talking about me fighting, coming to you and fight. No, I can't fight you. But your fall spiritually is already fallen. Whatever agenda spiritually that you have, it is falling right now. I see life in Congo. I see peace in Congo. Because the giant has fallen. The Goliath has fallen. And we are the David of this generation. And this is what David said. Look at this. Hallelujah. Hey, my goodness, Lee, Jesus Christ. Yes. Listen to this. 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 1 Samuel 17 from verse 50. Listen to this. Listen to this. Thank you, God. Thank you, Holy Spirit. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. From verse 45. Thank you, Holy Spirit. Thank you, mighty God. Come on now. 45, he said, David answered. Wait. Let me start from 41. This is the story of David versus Goliath. Goliath, he was there mocking the people of God, mocking them, mocking their God. He was the giant, and no man was able to kill this guy. David, a little guy, he came from the jungle there. He was just taking care of the sheep of his father. Nobody paid attention to him. He went to Goliath. 41, he said, Goliath came towards David, walking behind the soldier who was carrying his shield. So Goliath here is United Nations peacekeepers. That is the Goliath. When Goliath saw that David was just a healthy, good-looking boy, he made fun of him. Do you think I'm a dog? Goliath asked. Is that why you have come after me with a stick? He curses David in the name of the Philistine gods and shouted, come on, when I'm finished with you, I'll feed you to the birds and wild animals. David answered, 45. You have come out to fight me with the sword and with the spear and with the dagger, but I have come out to fight you in the name of the Lord all-powerful. He is the God of Israel army, and you have insulted him too. You've come to us. So I'm paraphrasing this. You've come out to Africa to fight. You have come out to Africa with the loans, with aids, with the promising of keeping peace and keeping our country safe. But we are coming to fight you because we know the agenda. So we're coming to fight you in the name of the Lord all-powerful. He is the God of Israel army. We're fighting the spirit behind you. The spirit of killing our people. We're coming against that. In the name of the Lord. In the name of the Lord. Listen, 46, he said, today, the Lord will help me defeat you. Today, the Lord will help me, will help Africa defeat you, United Nations peacekeepers, will help us defeating you. And all the hypocrites and all the puppets. David says this, I will knock you down and cut off your head. And I will feed your bodies to other Philistine soldiers, to the birds and wild animals. Then the whole world will know that Israel has a real God. The whole world will know that Africa has a real God. The world will know Africa has God. Everybody here will see that the Lord doesn't need swords or spears to save his people. I don't need an army to save my people. I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need to be a leader to save my people. I don't need that. Lord does not need that. He don't need that. He's using us to come to you. You don't need that. The Lord always wins his battle and he will help us defeat you. Look at what David says. The Lord always wins this battle. The moment you took the lives of our people, this battle, it was no longer ours. Because you don't give life, you don't take life. No man can give life to another man. The lives of Congolese and our people were not given by people. Were given by God. So the moment you took their life, that's the biggest mistake you've done. Because you took away the lives of our people that were given by God. The moment you took it away, you took God's life. You declare a battle against God. And now, the Lord always wins his battle and he will help us defeat you. He will help us defeat you. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ. The name of the Lord. The Goliath started forward. David ran toward him. He put a rock in his sling and swung the sling around by its stripes. When he let go of one stripe, the rock flew out and hit Goliath on the forehead. It cracked his skull and he fell face down on the ground. David defeated Goliath with the sling and a rock. He killed him without even using a sword. And David ran over and pulled out Goliath's sword. Then he used it to cut off Goliath's head. When the Philistines saw what had happened to their hero, they started running away. But the soldiers of Israel, okay, look at this. Soldiers of Israel and Judah led out a battle cry and went after as far as Ekron, their bodies. Anyways, the point is this. This is not just a story. It happened. And I see Goliath falling down again. You are the Goliath of this generation, United Nations. You are the Goliath, we know that. And you have been killing a lot of our people in Africa. These are not accusations, but it's truth and it's the fact. Go and Google, just search on Google how many people have been killed by United Nations peacekeepers. And they'll tell you casualties and mistakes by mistakes. You are the Goliath. Now, I'm coming before you. I don't have swords. I don't have army. I'm not even a president or prime minister. I'm just an African who loves my people, Africans. I'm coming to you in the name of the Lord. I'm coming to you in the name of the Lord. And the God who always defeat the battles, the God who always fight and using us, is going to defeat you. He has already defeated you. So today, remember this date. Guys, September 1st. And let me tell you, the meaning of number 9, biblically, it means divine completeness. That's the meaning of number 9. Divine completeness. Divine completeness. It means it is finished. Divine finish. It is finished. It is finished. You messed with us. This is September 1st. Remember this date. You are fallen. You're already fallen. Your fall is not coming. Your fall is already here. You have already fallen. Congo is free. Africa is free in the name of the Lord. And God, I pray that you have done this. Not me, I have done this. Not anyone has done this, but you have done this. So let every man celebrate your holy name. Let people, when they hear this news of the falling down of this giant Goliath, peacekeepers, let them know that you are God. You are Almighty God. Let them glorify you. Let them praise you for what you have done. Merely men can do this, but you can do everything. And I give you praise, and I give you honor, and I give you glory, because you're everlasting Father, you're Prince of Peace. Receive all the glory, God. I don't want to share your glory. This is your glory, God. If I've taken your glory by any chance, God, I return it to you, and I repent before you, the mighty God, mighty King. Thank you for using our people. Thank you for shifting Africa. And thank you for reminding our leaders that are there to serve and not to be saved. Thank you for renewing the leadership in Africa. Thank you for raising up the generation that will lead these people in the right direction. Thank you for renewing African Union, EAC, ECOWAS, SADC, and all these organizations, and our leaders, the leaders of the states, the governments, and African Union. God, thank you for reviving them again and reminding them that they're here to save your people. And they must be willing to give their lives away for the sake of our people. And let me talk to our people. You're not meant to give your life away. No. Only leaders, you guys should be willing to sacrifice your life for the people and for the country. You guys, Africans, don't die for Africa. Live for Africa. That's what you're supposed to do. Live for Africa. And you're going to live. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Amen. I know I've said difficult things today, but it is the truth. Let the one who has ear hear the word of the Lord. God bless Africa. God keep Africa safe and keep our brothers and sisters safe. In your precious name, we glorify you. Congo, it is well with you. South Africa, we're sending our condolences to our people who have been killed in the fire and killed by these peace breakers. Condolences to our people who are still dying in Sudan, in Ethiopia, the rest of Africa. We're sending our condolences. And the time is now. And God is in control. And we have authority through his name. Our Savior, Lord Jesus Christ. I love you guys. Bye-bye. I don't know. How should I call you?
my brother.
That's correct.
My friend.
That's
true.
true.
Just met today, but I've already feel like there's so much chemistry between us. And I just had to suggest right away that we should go ahead and do this.
Well, we are supposed to be ready in season
and
out of season.
Absolutely.
So to give an answer, and in this case, we're giving an answer to our people.
Yeah.
As to what it means to be united.
Yeah.
And what we must do to tear down the walls and the obstacles that prevent.
Hey guys, 93% of people who are watching our channel, Swahili Nation, have not yet subscribed. Only 7% of the viewers in this channel have subscribed. What does that mean? It means a lot of people are coming in this channel to watch videos, but they do not want to be engaged, to be a part of this family and to support this movement and what we're working for towards One Africa Now generation. So my request to all of you guys, if you really like our content, you like what we're doing here in Swahili Nation, please do me a favor and subscribe to this channel. Don't do just that. Turn on the notification button. Don't stop there. Like the videos we share. Share with your friends. Leave your comments, your opinions, so that we may actually interact in the comment section, know what is happening. If you would like to support us even more financially, you can join the Patreon. The link is below. And also you can join us and become a member of this family. So please, guys, do us a favor. When you subscribe, when you like, when you share, you help us to reach to as many people as we can. We want this world to be filled with the positive message about Africa and One Africa, and we want the message to go all across the world. So help us by becoming part of this family. I love you. This is the journey to One Africa. My name is Mika Lucas Chavala, and I was born a leader. My mission to this earth, it is to unite my people. When I look at my life from the very beginning of time until right now, every single thing that I've done, every single place that I went, and every single mission that I've accomplished, it has always been about unity. And even right now, I know that the fight that our forefathers like Mwalimu Nyerere started a long time ago to unite our people, I can still carry on today until the end of time. That's why I'm here, because it's very important to learn about the past, what our forefathers has done, to inspire us to work toward the future. Back in the days, they didn't have internet, but still they accomplished a lot. Today we have everything we have, every means possible. And even right now, my organization is what I do with Swahili Nation One Africa Foundation is uniting my people inside the continent and outside the continent. We always say that Africa is one big family with 55 different children, 54 countries in Africa, and one diaspora all across the world. The unity is very crucial for our progress. Just like J.K. Nyerere said, without unity there's no future for Africa. And we as a youth, we're the leaders of today and the leaders of tomorrow. It's about surviving. And without unity, we cannot really have the future for our children and the next generation.
First of all, I think every African should be doing what I do, like everybody, because of who we are, right? We're African. We should love Africa. You know, when I went to South Korea, I realized that Africa is being perceived and viewed very different. I realized that, well, the media, what I see on TV, what people talk about Africa, even my friends, they don't really know about it. It's very negative. It's very negative. That was 2013, and I was like, I must change this. So I started actually there in South Korea. I started to go to schools, to like elementary school, like kindergarten, elementary, middle school, high school. I started to go there. That was like my part-time job. I went to, like in Korea, I went to every single city in Korea. I went everywhere in that country, and I was going to these schools. One day I went even close to North Korea. Like there's this one place called Paju. It's just next to North Korea. Like you see North Korea is there, South Korea is here. I went there and I went to kindergarten. These little kids, and these little kids, when they see you, some of them, they start to cry. They just see you, ah! They say, why are you crying? So I was like, why are you crying? So they're scared. These are little kids, but that's what they have been seeing on TV. That's what, like, sometimes some of them, even their parents teach them like that. What we're trying to do is we're trying to build a new system that is for Africans, it's for us, a new system that it will support us, it will challenge authorities here in Africa, right? And it will challenge as well, it will defend and protect the image and heritage of Africa, right, from outsiders, like Westerners, Easterners, and to build pretty much a new system, because before colonialism we had a different system, right? During colonialism we had a different system. After that we're still struggling with this system, right? And our forefathers like Haile Selassie, Julius Kambarage Nyerere, Kwame Nkrumah, Kaunda, and so many others, they tried to build a new system after colonialism that unite all Africans, right, to become one. And they did their part, right? And you know, now they're gone. Nobody's here right now. So it's our responsibility right now, as you know, the sons of Africa, to actually carry on with that move and that fight. And that's what One Africa is standing for. One Africa is not about me personally, but it's about us.
For the development and the prosperity of Africa.
Yeah, I am really excited for this session because we named it Radical Truth, and the vision or the goal is to make sure that everything we say here, it's radical and it's truth, because I think the world is in need of truth, to hear truth. There's so much lies everywhere, and in this age of time the media is pushing so much lies everywhere. for the aim of shadowing the truth. The truth is there; it's always there, will never change. But the lies, they're getting so much attention because of everything. You can talk about Western media, you can talk about everything, but it's important to have just truth, because I feel like African descendants, they're pleading for truth. The world is pleading for truth, and also it's God's will for us to be right before Him and before the people. And I think it's very important to speak the truth. So before even we start this session, I would like to have a chance, give you a chance to at least introduce yourself for those who do not know you. Maybe they see you for the first time. Who are you? Where you from? And why we're here today. This is gonna be really good, brother. Yes. Can I have your chance?
Okay, so my name is Anthony. That's Anthony without an H. Anthony Whitehead. I was born in New York City, but at the age of 13, my father decided to go back to where he was from, where my grandfather and my grandmother was from on my father's side, which was the Caribbean, the Virgin Islands. Used to be the Danish West Indies, but since 1917, it's been a U.S. territory. You know, we're talking about the truth. I will just say this quickly before I complete my introduction. Scripture says you should know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. The former Danish West Indies, which is now called the United States Virgin Islands, is a colony of the United States of America. The land of the free and the home of the brave. Talks about democracy, talks about self-determination and independence and liberty. But America still owns colonies in the year 2023. And I'm from one of those. I was raised there from the time I was a baby. And my brothers and my brother and I was raised there. And then my sister and my youngest brother was raised with our mother in the United States. She was African American. So I am the founder and the director of Frontline Missions. Don't gag on the word missions, right? The Apostle Paul was a missionary, not the type that came 1,500 years after his time. We've had that name for our organization since 1998 when we incorporated in Liberia, West Africa. And then we shifted to the US because I was living in the US at the time. And then we shifted the registration to the Caribbean, where we moved back to, and we've been ever since, until we returned home to our ancestral homeland, which is Alkebulan, also known as
Alkebulan. I love that. Yeah.
So I'm also used to be an entrepreneur, but now I have to do that again, as I believe all true ministers must, so we can separate ourselves from all this noise surrounding tithing and so-called prosperity gospel. I'm the father of 4 daughters, and we have my wife and I, Judy, of 36 years marriage.
Wow.
We have
Congratulations.
I look older and she looks younger.
36 years is not a joke.
5 years, no, it's no joke. Not in this time.
Not in this time.
You know, not in this time.
No, yeah.
And we have a granddaughter who was born, incidentally, in Aga Khan. So she's born in Tanzania.
Oh.
We're so proud of that.
She's Tanzania.
Yeah, man. Tanzania in the house. So we've come to stay on the continent. we were planning to come 4 years after the time we actually came. But when COVID came, our plans were fast forwarded by 4 years, and we had to make that move. And so I'm so happy for the opportunity to share. It's just a little bit about, I don't want this to be about me at all.
Yeah.
This is about radical truth and what it will take for us to unify truly.
Yeah.
For the benefit of Africans and the African continent.
Absolutely. So I want us to talk a little bit about Caribbean, first of all.
Sure, I'm happy to do that.
Because I believe a lot of Africans who are having this conversation area, a lot of people who are living in the continent, they are not aware how much, how many of people are out there. And especially when you talk about Caribbean, a lot of people, they know about Jamaica, we're talking about that. They know about our people who are in, you know, United States, you know, or Brazil, you know, or Portugal. But Caribbean, I think a lot of people, they're not aware of that.
So you really want to know a little bit more about the Caribbean. You think this is good, right?
For the startup, I'd love for people to know that our people are there. Maybe even the numbers or the countries in the Caribbean. Because when you say Caribbean, some of us think maybe it's just a single country and all this stuff. Yeah.
Every single day that I go out, when I go out, even my wife, Judy, who's originally from Grenada, we encounter the same question. Where are you from? And we will say, oh, we're from the Caribbean. And they were like, most people will just look at us like, huh? Caribbean? And then we'll say, okay, have you heard of Jamaica? Oh, yes, Jamaica, Bob Marley. And then we say, yeah, but Jamaica is only one country in the Caribbean. And then they look at me like, huh? How do you mean?
Yeah.
And then we have to explain, and we're happy to explain because it's necessary that our brothers and sisters on the continent know that we exist. So the Caribbean has 22 countries.
22 countries.
22 countries. These are separate countries, and there's some colonies in between. I think it's 27 in all, including the colonies.
Wow.
Okay, so you have Jamaica, of course. Then you have Barbados. You have Trinidad and Tobago. You have Grenada. You have St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You have St. Kitts and Nevis. You have Antigua and Barbuda. These are twin island nations, right? You have Dominica. You have the Dominican Republic.
Yeah. Wow.
You have heard of the Dominican Republic.
Exactly.
But that's in the Caribbean. It's not in South America or Central America. That's in the middle of the Caribbean. We have Puerto Rico, right next to the Dominican Republic. That's in the Caribbean. You have Cuba. Everybody knows Cuba. Cuba. That's in the Caribbean, North Caribbean, right? In fact, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Jamaica, and Puerto Rico, they're all in the cluster in the center, almost to the northern part of, but mostly in the center of the Caribbean. You have Montserrat, you have Anguilla, you have the British Virgin Islands, you have the US Virgin Islands, right? Totally unrelated. The only thing they share in common is the word Virgin Islands. One is owned by the British colonies, and then the US colonies. Two countries that talk about democracy and what have you. You have St. Lucia, all right? In all, you have 40 plus million people. Of those 40 million, 27 million of those people are Bantu people.
27 million.
27 million Bantu.
Wow.
And of course, because of slavery and intermarriage, you have people who have mixed heritage. I include that in the mix of Bantu because in America, African Americans, many are mixed to some degree.
Yeah.
You know, for example, the Dominican Republic, most Dominicans don't like to acknowledge their African ancestry, especially the lighter skinned ones, right? They deny their African ancestry, but they are 76% mixed. 76% of the Dominicans are mixed. Puerto Ricans are the same. Cuba is the same.
Yeah.
And you have Guadeloupe, I forgot, Martinique. You know, you have Aruba, Curacao, Bonaire, St. Eustatius. I know I'm missing some, and if there are Caribbean people listening over there, saying, man, you forgot my country.
That was low in the comment section.
Yeah, man. My wife is from Grenada, for example, which
Yeah.
is right next to Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela, in the southern part of the Caribbean. She's from a place called the Spice Isle. That's what the nickname for Grenada is, because of the spices.
Yeah.
The second largest producer of nutmeg in the world is Grenada. It used to be number one. Now Indonesia is number one. So we have a rich history, which is very much influenced by African culture and language. We've retained a lot of that. Even though we've convinced ourselves, many of us falsely say we're not African. Oh, I'm Antiguan. Oh, I'm Jamaican. I'm St. Lucian. And the way we speak our respective languages, the way we speak English, so many African words. Okay, let's talk food, for example. My wife is from Grenada.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of pilau?
Of course. That's the main food here. Every
guess
time
what?
during the wedding and Christmas and all the stuff. Yeah.
Guess what? In Grenada, it's called the same thing and it's the same food. How come?
Wow.
How come? Either you stole it from us or we got it from you. Of course, we got it from you. You know, you have ugali, okay? But I noticed something about Swahili speakers in Tanzania, at least.
Yeah.
L is pronounced as R sometimes, and R is pronounced as L.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, we have that issue.
So I noticed when you were saying Niger, someday you were saying Niger.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I believe somebody was going to say, listen, it's Niger, not Niger. But I know because you pronounce the R as L.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, ugali is another way of saying that. If you go to places like Antigua, it's gari.
Oh, gari.
Right? Gari, right? Now we have cassava, gari, and then you have over here, you have ugali.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, you know, because when you go back to the root of the Bantu languages, you see where the connection comes from.
Absolutely.
So that's a little bit about the Caribbean.
Yeah.
A little bit.
And to be honest, even for me, I did not know other countries.
Most people don't.
And yeah, to be honest, you know, thinking about Caribbean, I thought maybe it's a country somewhere there, but it's a lot of different small islands.
I forgot Bahamas. Bahamas,
oh yeah.
How can I do that?
Someone also commented here, St. Lucia.
Bermuda. Yeah, I said St. Lucia earlier.
Yeah.
But Bermuda, Cayman Islands. I keep forgetting. Oh, this thing is going down.
This thing is
going down. Yes.
Maybe I should.
Yeah, man.
That should be fine.
Yeah. So Cayman Islands, Bermuda, right? Bahamas, of course. Bahamas is not one island. Bahamas is 700 islands.
700?
700 islands. The Virgin Islands is 37 islands. Grenada is 4 or 5 islands.
700 islands?
700 islands. Correct me if I'm wrong, if there are any Bahamians in the house. Yeah.
Wow.
But so the Caribbean is an archipelago, which is a bunch of islands that spring from 90 miles away from Miami all the way down, running parallel with Central America, all the way down to Venezuela, close to Venezuela. And that's the Caribbean. And we are, for the most part, descendants of African slaves from West Africa and Central West Africa. A few people from, a small percentage from Mozambique, but mostly from Angola, Congo, Cameroon, go all the way across to Senegal.
Yeah.
In my case, my people are from Ghana. The Ga tribe in Accra. And I was able to find out proof of this. It was oral tradition that we're from West Africa. We all know most of us are from West Africa in the West, but there was an oral tradition that we were from Ghana. But I was able to go and check the records with the Danish. Kept better records than the British or the US. They're very particular about records. And I was able to confirm that my father's mother, my grandmother's surname, Sewer, S-E-W-E-R, was actually Sowa, S-O-W-A-H. I was able to find my cousin and I the ship manifest that showed our direct ancestor whose surname was Sowa. His name was Ni.
Wow.
Sowa Abobilo.
Abobilo must be Nigerian.
No, it's actually God from Ghana.
All right.
And then my father's father,
yeah,
who was very fair skinned or light skinned rather. I don't like to use the word fair skin. That's another subject for another day. He was light skinned. He is mixed British, but African, strong African ancestry. And come to find out, his grandmother, my grandfather's grandmother, was half Ghanaian. Her name was Camille Akai. Akai is AKAI.
Oh, yeah.
So for some reason, my father, strong Ghanaian connection. And when I went to Ghana in the 90s, went to Ghana, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, spent most of the time in Liberia and Ghana. I was able to see the family before I even knew they were my family. I met people with that surname. The godfather of my oldest daughter is a Ghanaian, and he was the one who influenced me and encouraged me to visit Ghana in the first place, only to find out that we're from the same tribe after the fact.
Wow.
So that's true for people in the Caribbean. Jamaica has a strong Ghanaian and Nigerian history. But then you have Central America.
Yeah.
And you have South America. A lot of Africans, not just Brazil. Guatemala, Colombia, Panama, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, all those places full of Africans who speak either English or Spanish, and they retain a lot of the food and the culture.
Thinking about that, I think the population of Africans in the world, it must be a lot.
It's 1.6 billion actually. It's 1.6 billion. Brazil is 96 million. Some people say as much as 105 million, but I like to be conservative. 96 million Brazilians of African ancestry. I'm not saying they're 100% African. That's impossible. There are those who are, but they're African descendants. You can look at them and know that they're African.
Yes.
96 million in one country in South America. One.
And you have 27 in the Caribbean.
27 in the Caribbean. You have 43 to 45 in the United States. Some people say that's underestimated, right?
Yeah.
They willfully do that, right? So if we do the numbers, right? If you start, we're not counting Panama, Costa Rica. We just said Brazil. We didn't say anything about Venezuela. 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 They have a lot. Ecuador. And so when you add everything up, they're saying between the Americas and Europe, you're talking anywhere between 213 million to 270 million diaspora.
No wonder why they're scared of us. No wonder why they always try to pull us down.
You see it now.
Because if the day it's going to come that African descendants, when the day decide to move back to Africa. The day is now. You're here. Oh my God.
So 96 million Brazil. We always talk about the US. So sometimes we talk about the Caribbean, but we hardly ever talk about the Latin America. Okay, we talk about Europe, right?
Yeah.
The smallest number of diasporans. This is not to throw shade on the African diaspora in Europe. I'm just saying the smallest percentage of people in the African diaspora by region is actually Europe. But we're not discounting it because it's still number. I think you're still talking perhaps a couple million. Well, and I am not so sure.
Yeah.
But as a people, let's talk about oneness. 1.6 billion people is nothing to joke about and laugh about. So we are there, and more and more of us are coming here, and it's. I'd rather you ask. Because I may go off on a tangent and keep you all night talking. Because you just tell me where you want me to go and let me answer.
Not at all. Like this is very spontaneous talk because we just guys. By the way, we just met today. I think last night I went through my emails and I found your email.
Yes.
And I reached out to you to talk, and we had a conversation. And we insisted that we should meet up. And You know, I told that we could meet today.
Yes.
So we met today. We had a moment somewhere there in the cafe, and then I invited, you know, my brother here to the office to come and to chill, to just have more conversation about everything. And we decided to do this podcast, you know, to talk about this stuff
It's
because
a new story of my life.
Yeah.
Mark Meets Africa is the same thing. I never wanted to be in the camera.
Yeah.
You know, I prefer to be behind a microphone,
Exactly.
coming from a background of
Yeah.
radio.
Yeah.
But it's necessary. We have to get outside of our comfort zone.
It is.
Yeah.
So talking about Caribbean and our
Yes.
people, African descent, because I
Yes.
know a lot of you guys are watching this. You can let us know also in the comment section. But I want us to move to our people moving back home, right? I've heard a lot. Actually, I've heard from my friends from the US,
Yes.
African descendants. They say these days things have been getting a little bit harder for them to come back home. Like there's some sort of restrictions have been imposed to them to actually move back. But not only that, even here in the continent, in some of the countries, also the governments, they're kind of like strengthening a little bit, like not really allowing, it's not really easy for you to come here and like everything to just move smoothly. It's not. And it has everything to do with the loans and aids that we get. So there's some sort of like agenda in the behind the scene that is going on to stop you guys.
Covert. It's not out in the open. It's not officially spoken.
Exactly.
But trust me,
stopping you guys to move back home, because when you come here, of course, Black
they know why.
Consciousness.
Trust me, they know why. They know why.
They know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, they know. You see, I will tell you briefly our own experience.
Yeah.
Okay, we came here December 20th, 2020. No, not December 20th. December 9th, Independence Day, Tanzania.
Whoa,
I never forget
wow.
that day.
Wow.
Yeah, we came on the 9th of December. We arrived on the 9th of December. And, you know, I bought the ticket. I booked the ticket. And the ticket was canceled. And I didn't know it was canceled until I double checked, because knowing what I've been doing for the past 20 years, I know that there may be some issues in terms of challenges. You know, this thing about radical truth is not something that we just picked up today, you and I.
Yeah.
Or 4 years ago, 3 years ago, right? This has been a long, ongoing process. So the ticket was canceled. So we went and tried to book it, and they said, sorry, you cannot book it again. All the seats are gone. I said, no, that's impossible. You have my money?
Yeah.
Those six tickets, I need those tickets. It took me 3 days to conclude the purchase of the tickets. And I was up to the task because I had heard a week before on a YouTube channel right here in this country, one YouTuber was saying how she was getting complaints from other diasporans who were traveling using a particular airlines. I wouldn't call it airlines, but I'll call it Qatar Airlines. Let me just call it. Yeah, let me just say. At the time, there was a problem. So what would happen was she was getting complaints that people were buying the tickets. They were showing up at the airport only to find out that the flight was canceled, or being told that the flight was canceled, never received an email, never received a notice. When they get to the airport and they're told that the flight was canceled, they're seeing people in the line going in and checking in. And what they discovered, some people discovered, were that other people were boarding a flight that was supposed to be canceled, that they were told was canceled. Read between the lines. This is YouTube.
Yes.
I don't want to read between the lines.
I feel you. Yeah.
So people that didn't look like them were boarding a plane for a flight that was either supposed to be canceled or a flight that was rescheduled, but she didn't get a notice of the cancellation and she didn't get a notice for the rescheduling.
Yeah.
And what was noticed was that it was a particular profile of people this was happening to. It was our people.
Yeah.
This was in 2020.
2020.
Okay, so if people are talking about restrictions now, it didn't start now.
Yeah.
It took us so much. We got to New York. New York was in the process at the time, and New Jersey, of requiring that you take a PCR test in order to even transit through the state to
Tell
your
me
final
about it.
destination. It wasn't when you arrive, you are required to take a test. They're saying, no, even if you're transiting, you must take this test. And at that time, we knew what that was about.
Yeah.
And we were not taking anybody's test. And so we got there in time to avoid that rule going into effect. The US military was in the airport to speak to that issue that they're talking about is happening now, and to show you that it was happening then. US military was at the airport. Just so you know, US military is never at the airports in America. Just like that. They were there, they were encouraging people to take a certain injection. They were pulling you off to the side and questioning you. But it wasn't everyone they were questioning. And it looked like we had fit that profile. And where are you going? Why are you going? Would you be interested in taking the test? Have you had your shot? Would you like to take the shot? And so these guys, they're armed, they're very imposing. So yes, when we have challenges, and we live in a place with a lot of challenges, opportunities and challenges, the American dream is not a good dream for many people. Even for people who succeed, you ask Bill Cosby, you ask people who have made it, if they walk down the wrong street, as famous as they are, as rich as they are, as educated as they are, if somebody mistakes you for a robber for no other reason than the color of your skin, you can die for nothing. Don't matter who you are. Okay. And so there's restrictions that people are talking about is part of a way of life that we experience. Now, when people get angry with you, when you get frustrated and you say, oh, this is not right, or there's injustice here, or why do you people behave this way towards us? They will tell you, go back to Africa to insult you. Or if you don't like it here, go back to Africa to insult.
And when you try to come back, there's a restriction.
My point is just that. My point is now many of us have come to the realization that there's no place like home. Those of us who have escaped the educational programming, the way we've been socialized to view Africa, those of us who have now taken the DNA tests and done our research, those of us who have gone far back in the history books, and we're not starting with slavery, we're starting before slavery, we've come to realize that, really and truly, this is home that these people are insulting us about. Let us go home. Now that we're coming home, they're saying, why do you want to go? You shouldn't go. And so there is a big backstory to this whole issue of why it is now becoming difficult to relocate to the continent. It's not as simple as buying a ticket. It is if you have the right mindset. But if you don't have the right mindset, it's a bigger challenge.
Why do you think it's becoming difficult? And I think it's going to become even more difficult in the coming days.
Because the propaganda, the apparatus of propaganda that exists, if you can hear what I'm saying without me saying it, I can say it much more clearer, but you're intelligent and you have an intelligent audience. The propaganda machine that is the media, the mass media, which is controlled. And I'll stop right there. The educational system, all right, all of it communicates the idea that you want to stay in the land of the free. You want to stay in the Americas because this is where the opportunities are. You don't want to travel. You shouldn't travel to that place. That place is the place. People are hungry. There's too much instability. They're not civilized. They're not developed. You don't want to go there. That's the image that's portrayed. That's the they paint the canvas with a painting that speaks of lack of development, instability, and lack of safety, but that is not working.
Yeah.
Okay. And because it's not working anymore, that's where this covert, I would say, initiative to discourage us from going. The latest discouragement now is what's happening in West Africa. That's the latest discouragement. This whole idea that we need to be in America if we want to be free. We have broken free from that lie. I can tell you from the 90s when I visited West Africa, okay, the African continent, but actually West Africa, the freest I ever felt and have ever felt was when I touched down and I went through those doors at Kotoka International Airport in Ghana. More free than the Virgin Islands, more free than the Caribbean, and the Caribbean is free, okay? I felt freedom that I've never felt. And of course, by the time I came to Tanzania, it's okay. I'm home. Even though I know my people are from West Africa. Okay. So the lie is out. The lie is losing its grip. And so now they have to, but they cannot be so open about it. They can't come and say, please stay because we don't want you to go home. Because if you go home, the truth about the West will be exposed. If you go home, the diaspora and the African continentals coming together will be a force to be reckoned with. If you go home to Africa, that we've been telling you should go home as a matter of reproach, but now we really don't want you to go. If you do that, then the resources and the know-how of the Africans on the continent and our awareness, we as diasporans, of how they think and how they truly behave and how they really, what they really think of Africans. You see, you guys, you see people coming and they're smiling and they're heavy-handed, but they're giving you money and tips, they give you grants, they give you everything, they give you IMF, you know what I'm saying? Well, but they do all these things, and you think that
They
that's
love you.
what, no, they don't.
They care for you.
And I'm not preaching hate there. I'm a minister, I'm an ordained minister, doesn't mean anything now, because now that I know who I am for the past, 8 years, I know who I am. The ordination doesn't mean anything, but for those people who, you know, the ordination means something to, I'm an ordained minister, okay? And I can tell you, this is not about hatred. It's only about knowing who you are, loving who you are, and loving your homeland. That's what it's about. And anywhere else in the world, that's celebrated. Why can't it be celebrated and acknowledged for what it is when it's us? But I'm asking a question that I know the answer to. The day that we discover who we are, discover where we belong, and we go there, is the day that we will begin to unify. And the day we begin to unify is the day that we will find our destiny and our purpose. And it's the day that they will begin to leave. They will not leave as long as we stay where they are. They will leave Africa when we return home. You will not progress in Africa until all of your brothers and sisters are here. The ones who don't come, they don't belong, because in their own minds, they have decided that they shall remain in somebody else's land. And so I can be a proud Caribbean person. I am, only because I'm an African.
I love that. I love that. Because you're proud an African, you're proud
That's
Caribbean.
why.
Wow.
No other reason.
That's beautiful. I love this conversation. Let me ask you this.
Tell me.
You said something very, very important, and I think a lot of us, we are struggling with our identity. I said this before, that
on the continent and off the continent.
and outside the continent. I said this before, that we kind of have confused identity because of slavery, because of colonialism, because of how much colonialism did to Africa. They did everything to take away the identity by renaming the places, by teaching us their languages. Today, you have Africans who appreciate more of a Western culture than their own culture. You're here in Tanzania, you have experienced a lot, people treating you differently or treating a white man differently, you know, above their own people simply because of the color and all this stuff. You know, we've spoken about that. So we have this struggle of identity, and I think that's one of the reasons why we are detached from each other. Like we don't realize that we are one people.
We're actually family, literally.
We are family, and we're gonna talk about that. We don't realize that, and I think this is what, you know, the division of Africa as a business to them. And I think that this is one of the things that they're trying to protect as much as we can. For example, for diaspora to move back home, to have that Black consciousness, for us to know who we are, because we all went through, you guys, you went through slavery, we went through colonialism, but all these things, it was intentionally to take away our identity, to confuse us, to divide us, to separate us, so that we can be weak and they can control us and manage us.
Divide and conquer, yes.
Exactly. But let me ask you this. You said you have discovered who you are. Who are you? I'd like to know that.
Okay, so we have to keep it 100.
Yeah.
So I do have European ancestry.
Yes.
That's where Whitehead comes from, British name. In my case, it's not a name that I inherited from a slave owner, because one of my ancestors, the original Whitehead, was a European.
You know, to be honest with you, when I saw the name Whitehead, I was like, is this the nickname? Is this have a meaning behind? Whitehead. But today
name.
I saw you really have Whitehead.
That's I grew up in the Caribbean. That was a joke. The joke was, your name is Whitehead. That
is
name
white.
that name suits you. But my hair is blonde because of albinism. You see, this is the thing now. See, that's what we have to know. I have to explain this. I have to do it over another channel, and I have to always explain it until people get to know who I am. And not because sometimes our people on the continent and off the continent, not so much the Caribbean, but in the States, we get hung up on skin color without knowing why. So I have European ancestry, but my skin is not white because of my European ancestry. My skin is white because of albinism, right? A form of albinism that is not as like what you see, but it is. My wife always telling me that. She said, you don't have the full thing, you know. You don't have the full thing. Stop saying it. I said, I don't care. People need to just get over it, right? Already. But I'm just saying, my African American mother, I inherited its X-linked, form of it. I inherited from her. That's the irony in the whole thing. My African American mother, my Black mother, she is the one I inherited from. My father, who has way back, European, but he has strong Ghanaian ancestry. So ethnically, I discovered, like I said earlier, that I'm from a tribe called, at least one on my father's side, Ga. I don't know what my mother, she passed away, and she never did the DNA test. We don't know for sure, but she's African. So, who I am, identity-wise. First of all, I am an African born in the Americas, raised in the Caribbean. That's the way I can describe myself. I have to describe myself first. I'm an African. A lot of African diaspora struggle with that, whether they're from the Caribbean, whether they're from the US. I'm not saying a lot of us struggle with that, whether from Latin America. I mentioned the Dominican Republic, even Puerto Rico. You know, they struggle with that. I'll give you a quick story, if I may.
Absolutely.
So in Puerto Rico, which is in the Caribbean, they speak Spanish, they speak English. It's another colony of the United States. I'm driving that point home because the high and mighty United States that talk about sovereignty of people and the right for people to be independent and democracy and whatever, they have colonies. Puerto Rico is one of them, along with the Virgin Islands. So in Puerto Rico, about 70% of the people, 76% of the people, just like Cuba, are actually mixed with African. Spanish people mix with African. I mean, what do you call it? Emancipation took place much sooner in Puerto Rico and Latin America than it did the Caribbean and it did the United States, right? All right. So this lady got married to a Texan, a white Texan guy. She's a Puerto Rican. It's a story my mother told me many years ago. She had blonde hair, she had green eyes, and she had white skin. And she married this Texan, or this Texan married her. And she got pregnant soon after being married. And she gave birth to a brown skin child.
Yeah.
And this Texan, you know, he's a guy from Texas, you know, in the South.
Yeah.
He got angry. You cheated on me. This is not my child. She started to cry. She said, I never cheated on you. This is your child. How can you give birth to a...
Yeah.
Right? And she just cried. She wouldn't explain. She kept saying, this is your child. This is your child. I promise you, I've never been with anybody else. This is your child. So he complained to her mother. Her mother being naive, as so many Caribbean people are, especially in that time, 50 years, 60, 70 years ago. She says, oh, that's an easy one to solve. That's your child. I'm sure that's your child. I can explain. She not understanding the problem the man was having.
Yeah.
She said, let me show you why the child looks like that. They went to the countryside in Puerto Rico. And as they're approaching this old house, there's this woman sitting down with a pipe, you know?
Yeah.
She's puffing away on her tobacco pipe. Pitch black, black as the ace of spades. She said, this is the reason why the child came out that color. This is my mother, her grandmother.
Wow.
You see?
Wow.
So if he was paying attention, because my mother said, this is just on the light side. This woman who was light skinned, almost white or white, her hair was straight only because she was perming it and he didn't know it was permed hair. If he was paying attention, he would have known that she's black because she had all the curves.
Yeah.
But he wasn't paying attention. The curves come from Africa, not from Europe. That's just in the light side. So there is an awakening that's taking place. We've been taught to think of ourselves as, I am an Antiguan, I'm a Jamaican, I'm a Dominican, I am a Venezuelan, I'm a Dominican. We've been socialized to think in terms of nationality, right?
Yeah.
And that's been the problem of the Caribbean. It was when Marcus Garvey came that he began to dismantle that mindset. And we saw what happened to him, right? And so my mother, now, who am I? So my father and my mother, my actual birth parents, who I've been referring to all this while, my actual blood parents, I've been referring to. But I have another set of parents. And it's important I mention them for a couple of reasons.
Yeah.
So from the age of 6.5, my brother and I was 6.5, he was 4.5. We were raised by another family from the Virgin Islands. Yes, I knew my father, and I interacted with my actual birth father, worked with him in the summers. He was a professional chef, pastry chef.
Yeah.
I would spend time with him, but most of my time was spent with our other, parents, who he allowed to raise his sons, because he traveled a lot and he worked a lot in different countries. And this, my parents, they were from an older generation. I want to show you who I am and why I'm the way I am.
Yeah.
I'm 60, I'll be 61 in November, but I was raised by my parents, my adopted parents, not legally adopted, but adopted in everything but legally. My mother was born in 1921.
Yeah.
My father, my actual father, was born in the 1940s. But my mother who raised me and my father, they were born in the 1920s, before World War II and just after World War I. She was from Antigua. But she was born, I mean, her father was from Antigua, but she was born in the Dominican Republic. I'm sorry. Her mother was from St. Thomas in the Virgin Islands, the Danish West Indies. That generation was very Afrocentric, only they did not know. They were closer to slavery because my grandmother was born in 1895, right? And her father was born a slave. Okay? And so my adopted mother was an herbalist, not a witch doctor.
Yeah.
She used herbs that was handed down from generation to generation from Africa to heal people without the witchcraft. Right? She was what we call a griot. A griot is someone who is a culture bearer. A culture bearer is someone who knows the different cultural stories and culture, the food and the medicine and everything. So I grew up listening to what we call Anansi stories. You may not know about those in East Africa. Or do you have them?
Yeah, no.
You have Anansi?
I don't know. There might be, but I don't know.
Anansi stories are proverbs and stories that are rooted in African culture that's handed down from generation to generation.
Oh, we have this. We
to
have
teach
this.
moral lessons.
We have that.
So Anansi is the spider. He's a trickster.
My dad used to teach us. Yeah.
Yes.
My dad used
So I grew up listening to those. That generation knew
Wow.
those things. So at a young age, my brother and I, we were exposed to African culture. Only we thought it was Caribbean culture. Because our parents, they thought it was just Caribbean culture.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was when I went to Africa, I realized, this is African culture. So I am the way I am because of that.
So basically, you had to unlearn that.
I had to unlearn
in a way that you know the stories, but you just
I had
didn't
to
know
realize
that
it was
this is
African.
where
It came from.
yeah.
All the food we eat, we have fungi. You call, I don't know what you call, cornmeal that's cooked.
Yeah.
And it's like ugali, but it's cornmeal, yellow corn.
Yeah.
It's same ugali,
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah,
yellow
it's
corn.
ugali,
We
yeah,
call
yeah.
it fungi. In
Wow.
Ghana, they call it fufu. Same thing.
It's the same. It's ugali because they use cassava, they use
Yes.
corn, they use
Yes.
wheat flour, some other places.
Yes.
Yeah.
Breadfruit, rice flour, any color.
Absolutely. Rice. Yes.
Same. So we are now rediscovering, many of us are rediscovering, the young people today are rediscovering because of the internet, rediscovering their African identity. We always knew with our head that we are Africans because only people from Africa look the way we look with our features. But now we're beginning to understand that we're not only from Africa, but we are actually Africans.
Yeah.
And there's a difference.
Yeah. Yeah.
Identifying with a place
Oh,
and
yeah.
identifying with the people of the place.
I think that's one of the struggle that I think a lot of African descendants are struggling with.
Right.
To define themselves as Africans,
As people.
or as they're from Africa.
Right.
Because we see that a
Right.
lot. Like,
Right.
I'm from Africa, my ancestors are from there, but
Exactly.
I am.
Right.
Yeah.
So you'll have a someone who is a descendant from someone who's from somebody who's from Amsterdam or Holland,
Yeah.
or someone who's from Britain who's Caucasian,
Yeah.
right? Who will tell you, I'm an African, I'm a South African, because they were born and raised in South Africa, and their parents were born and raised in South Africa, and their grandparents and their great-grandparents, their great-great-grandparents, all the way back to Zulu Shaka time. But they're Europeans. And they get to choose based on the context who they're talking to claim what identity they want to claim. They are actually Europeans and they know it. And they claim that when they're dealing with Europeans. But when they're dealing with Africans on the continent, they say, I'm South African.
Yeah.
Right? But yet they're not African because they don't eat the foods that the Africans eat. They don't sing the music.
Yeah.
They don't respect or regard us.
They don't even
human.
live
They
where
don't even live.
Africans
Thank
live.
you. I was
Yeah.
trying to even avoid going there, but that's it. So you want to claim Africanness, like Elon Musk, for example, just because you were born in a place, you identify with a place, but you never can identify with the people. How can you?
You can. Yeah.
And so we need to get to the place in our consciousness as diasporans where we say, you know what? I am an African.
Yeah.
Not because of the place, but because of my
who I am.
Who I am.
Yeah.
And so I'm an African living in the Caribbean. I'm an African in America. I'm an African. The Chinese, I use this example all the time. The Indians, with all due respect for them, I'm just being, you know, it's funny.
It's radical truth.
Yeah. So you go to Singapore, Singapore is not China. Singapore is dominated by Chinese, but it's not China. When you ask someone in Singapore what they are, whether they are native, indigenous Singaporean or Chinese, if they're Chinese, they will say, I'm Singaporean nationality, but people will say, but I'm Chinese. Their family might have been in Singapore for 100 years, 150 years, 200 years. I'm Chinese. Nobody questions that. Nobody says, no, you're not Chinese, you're Singaporean. Or the Chinese in China doesn't say, oh, you are not Chinese, you're Singaporean. They identify them as Chinese. They look at them and they say, they see the name, they see the features, they see and they say, yes, you're Chinese, but you're Singaporean Chinese, but you're Chinese. All right?
Yeah.
Indians in the Grenada, in the Caribbean, doesn't matter if they've been there 100 years, 200 years, 50 years, it doesn't matter how many generations, everybody, Indian. I'm St. Lucian, but Indian St. Lucian. Oh, whatever, you just name it.
Yeah.
So why is it that we struggle and other people outside of our ethnicity struggle with us identifying ourselves as who we actually are? And then the place where we are from. There is a reason for that. And for me, I know the answer, but we need to grapple with the reason. We need to ask ourselves why. Why is it a problem for us? Why is it a problem for Africans on the continent to acknowledge that we look like you? There's a history proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that we originated from Africa. We were taken, our ancestors were taken against our will, their will. Why is it so hard to acknowledge that we are Africans?
Yeah.
No, we didn't grow up in Africa to learn the culture firsthand, but we are Africans, just like the Chinese, who is separated from China, is Chinese, and the Indians are Indian, and the Arabs and the Virgin Islands and the Arabs all over the Caribbean are Arabs. Why are we struggling? We are struggling because we are socialized to struggle with that issue. We are socialized to see ourselves differently from who we really are. And as a result, if you don't know who you are, how can you ever know your destiny and your purpose?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a good one.
If you don't know who you are, how can you even answer any other question about anything concerning yourself if you don't know who you are?
Give me the iPad.
And so one of the struggles that our people have, we as diasporans have, is that when we come home, it's not easy. It's not easy to tell your family that you're going to Africa.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can appreciate, Paul, I don't know if you can appreciate, Mike, I don't know if you can appreciate how, just imagine, as an African-born, African continent-born African, okay? Someone coming to the realization that, you know what, this is not my home, it's never been my home.
Yeah.
It's all I know, but it's not my home. And I want to go home. But to do so, you have to tell the vast majority of your family that you're moving away from them 7,000, sometimes 10,000, sometimes 14,000 miles away to the continent. To tell them that I'm not going to be able to just fly back anytime I want to because it's very expensive to travel to Africa by design.
Wow.
To leave cousins behind, to leave brothers. I left a sister behind, 2 brothers behind. I left a whole washload of cousins. The family is huge. I have cousins all over the Caribbean, all over the United States. But the ones closest to leave them behind. Many times our families see it as a form of rejection to go back to Africa.
Oh, God.
Right? Can you imagine that?
God, please.
And then for all the research, we read books, we read articles, we look at videos for months, for years, 2-3 years, doing the best we can. We make friendships to try to learn as much as we can. Nothing can prepare you really for Africa once you read. You're starting all over again. And then to be told you're Mzungu. To be told that you're an American because of my passport. Who created the passport system and why? You see, this is the side of the narrative that we don't articulate well enough to explain to our brothers and sisters. And you need to understand. But then we come, at the same time, we come with all kinds of false and erroneous ideas about our African brothers and sisters on the continent. We come with funny notions and beliefs that comes from that propaganda machine called education, called the media. So we come with our baggage, right? And then because of colonization, you interact with us because of your baggage. And because we don't understand each other, we don't understand that we are paying a price. You don't understand we are paying a price to leave. It doesn't matter how much money we have. You can have a lot of money. I can tell you that people who have come with money and they have invested and they lost the money because why? Because people saw them as an ATM. People saw them as a bank. People saw them as a get-rich-quick opportunity. They didn't see them as brothers and sisters who worked hard for that money, who endured all kinds of discrimination for that money. Or you're just seen as a meal ticket. That's all. You're not my brother. You're an American. I don't care that you're black like me. But then we came and we are coming. So many of us are coming thinking, oh, we are better than. Don't you know we come from the West, you know? We know more than you, you know? And I'm saying that we are all been dealt a raw, bad card with colonization and slavery. And until we start asking questions, before we start providing answers, until we start thinking about the other person first, their perspective, and not our own, we will never break down these walls that have been set up for us to hide behind. The people, my friend, Brother Mike, the people who are coming, let's at least acknowledge that they decided to leave their family. Now, unfortunately, there are those who come and because they don't have their, what I call resilience, relocation resilience, they know they have this passport that allows them to go back. They don't give the continent a chance. They don't give their brothers and sisters a chance. They always have this plan C or backup plan. But I'm saying that the time has to come for us as African diasporans, and the time has come for us as Africans on the continent to sanction ourselves. Remember that phrase I used earlier?
I love that. Yeah.
To sanction ourselves.
I love that.
We need to get to the point where we realize that, you know what, we only have each other. Good, bad, indifferent, you know, issues, we have each other and our motherland. I think our passport that allows us to go back when things get tough, as opposed to go to another African country, or as opposed to think about how I can adjust my thinking. How can I be resilient? How can I assimilate? How can I not be so focused on being around my own, who we call our own, which is diaspora, when our own is all of us? And let's see how we can get outside of our comfort zone, but with wisdom, and start to assimilate. We don't even want to learn the language, most of us. Me, I want to learn, but my head is 61 years old, right? A simple greeting in Swahili goes a long way. A simple greeting in Tree, if you in Ghana, you know, in Zulu, in Shona, if you're in Zimbabwe, or it goes a long way to break down the walls. And I think that's the problem. The problem we have is, and we don't want to admit it. Africans on the continent don't want to admit it. Diasporans don't want to admit it. All of us got a raw deal, and because of it, we don't know each other. We don't even know ourselves. And we need to rediscover ourselves. Africans on the continent need to rediscover Africans. Africa, who they are, who we are. We Africans from outside, who born outside, we need to rediscover who we are. And I think we can only do that if we learn from each other.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm rambling, I'm sorry, but
yeah.
yeah.
No. You know, I have so many things, but I didn't want to interrupt you,
Yes,
because
I appreciate that.
what you are sharing, it's very important. And I think it's a fundamental and it's a foundation of the unity we want. I'm going to start with, you know, rediscovering ourselves and knowing who we are. And you said something very interesting. You say that you cannot answer any other question if you don't answer that question.
No.
If you do not know who you are, then everything else that is up there, it's wrong. Maybe you're doing for someone else. Maybe you're doing because maybe you are carrying someone else's identity or something that you're taught. But if you do not know who you are, everything changes. So there are like 5 important questions of life.
Okay.
5 fundamental questions.
Okay.
The first one is that, who am I? Identity, your identity. And the second one is, where am I from? The source, my originality. Where am I from? The third question is, why am I here?
Exactly.
The purpose. It's talking about purpose. Your purpose. Why are you there? The fourth question, what can I do? Potential. Your potential. And the last one is, where am I going? The destiny. So when you're talking about who am I, it reminded me about these 5 fundamental questions of life. And it reminded me that if I identify myself, just for the sake of this conversation, let's say as African, because we know our continent was never used to be called, you know, Africa.
Right.
Yes. If I identify myself as an African, then even when I come to the continent, I'm going to associate myself with the fellow Africans because I see myself in them. I see that I'm similar. I am them. But if I identify myself as someone else,
anything else,
I'm going to create a barrier.
Anything else, not even something.
Anything else. And that's what we see. We're talking about this area that one of the things that I hate the most, and I've spoken about this a lot of time here, it's seeing all these different groups of, you know, local Africans, or you know diaspora or African descendants, which in a way it keep creating division among ourselves, even inside the continent, which was designed long time ago for us to be apart from each other. It's just like the time that I mean our ancestors were taken away to go to those countries. The same thing is happening today, that they come here but we're still divided. They're taken away from
what's
us.
the use?
Exactly. What's the use? Because we have forgotten who we are. And even the local Africans, if we know who we are and we know that they are also Africans, we're going to change your mindset. Start looking at them as an ATM machine that I need to get this, I need to get support, I need to get that. The same mentality that we have in our leadership, you know, receiving loans, receiving aids, that we cannot do anything by ourselves. We need your support. We need this and that. And that's why a lot of us, we like, you know, leaders like leaders like, you know, Dr. Magufuli, like Sankara, like Nkrumah, even Pierre Lumumba these days, people who they believe in the ability and the potential of Africanness, because they knew like who they are, they knew what they can do, the potential in their identity. Yeah. Another thing that I wanted to add is when you're talking about moving away from far away, I got very emotional because I was reminded. I was reminded of the story in the Bible of Abraham.
Yes.
When God, he told Abraham that, you know, you need to go to a place that he didn't even know where he was going. He didn't even know where he was going, but it took faith, uncompromised faith, for him to leave everything that he had, his family and everything. And most of the time we don't think how difficult that was. That was not an easy decision to just stand up and start leaving God somewhere else that he didn't know. But he left everything that he had in that place to go to a place that he didn't know. It reminded me that, and it reminded me of African descendants these days who are moving back home, that they're leaving everything they have. They're leaving family, they're leaving land, they're leaving jobs. We're having those stories. They're leaving everything they have to go to a new place that they've never been before. They heard a lot of negative things about it. They know that our ancestors are coming from them, but they've never been there. But moving, starting a new life in another place. So I think one thing that we can both learn, African descendants and local Africans. For African descendants, we can learn that this new place that you're going, it has its own challenge. It's not a land full of milk and honey. For example, Canaan, I mean Israelite, they thought when they go to Canaan it's just gonna be milk and honey and all those stuff. And you know the report they gave. Joshua, the report he gave, it was a little bit different from other people. They gave a different report. They're like, oh, we saw these giants people and we are scared. We don't know if we're going to survive. So we have to know that this new land that we are going, which is Africa, the promised land, we have to know that it is a place with challenges. It's not it's not a food that it's already cooked. No, but it's a land that needs to be cultivated.
Exactly.
Not and it's gonna take the local Africans and also it's gonna take African descendant diaspora, both of us to come together as one to cultivate this land. Because it requires for all of us to come to our home, that this is ours, the entire family is here. Now let's cultivate this land. But if I come with mentality that I'm gonna go to that place, it's gonna welcome me. Oh, everything is gonna be heaven on earth. You're not gonna find it here because you have a part to play into this land, into this place. And for local Africans here, also we have to know that our brothers and sisters, these are our brothers and sisters who they're moving back home. They've never been here. Some of them, I mean, they've never visited here. They were not born here. They were taken a long time ago. They have no even idea what Africa is. They have seen on TV or on movies, and we all know things that they show on movies and television. It has nothing to do with, I mean, it's not the Africa we know.
Exactly.
So we need to be tolerant towards one another, and we need to understand one another. We need to give each other a chance. As a diaspora, I need to give the chance to the continent. As local Africans, we need to give each other a chance. We need to understand that it's not an easy decision to move back to the new land. Some people, they will choose to remain where they are today, to live their comfortable life in a way.
Or even uncomfortable life.
Even uncomfortable life.
Because the devil you know, they say, they have a saying back home.
Exactly.
The devil you know is better than the devil you don't.
You don't know.
You know, I mean, you know, that's what.
And to be honest, we have witnessed, I was telling you this area, a lot of African descendants who just decided to give up and to live out of Africa. Because it's not the place that they thought it would be, that, you know what, I would rather go. And I'm not taking that like any bad or worse experience that I've taken. That's why we're addressing this. I think it has everything to do with that mindset. Like, you know, where I'm coming from and where I'm going. Like, you know, I said this before, that if you want to come here, then you have to you have to be, you have to forget everything. You have to know nothing. To come from the scratch, to start learning everything from the scratch. And I think we have a job to play, us as, you know, Snowa and my brother here, we have a job to play to educate our people. It's gonna take everything we got, because the issue with money and how I look at you, like I look at you and I just know that, oh, this guy, he has money.
My problem is worse than the average, because in the Dominican Republic was like that. Here it's the same thing. People can just look at you and they can tell that you're not Tanzanian.
How much you are?
No, they can tell you're not Tanzanian. You can just look at you. It's not. Because they just start to walk up and start to speak English and what have you. But my problem is, in my case, because of my complexion, it's worse. Because people think I'm a white guy.
Yeah.
And they just thought, definitely he's got. But it's neither here nor there, right? It's neither here nor there. This whole thing about money and no money is not it. I think what we have to realize, that before you can know where you're from and embrace it, before you can know your purpose, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, before you can know your potential, before you can, you don't get to pick which one of those things you start with first. The first one, you have to identify
yourself. Exactly.
If you don't do that one day, you've lost. That's it. You're done.
Yeah.
Because if you are working with the identity given to you, or you've been socialized to believe about yourself, or based on wrong information, all right, you're going to end up working for someone else's benefit.
Absolutely.
Someone else's purpose.
Absolutely.
Someone else's destiny.
Yeah. You cannot work for yourself if you don't know who you are. You can't. You're going to be swayed away by any wind. And if you don't know who you are, the world is going to define you.
They're going to define you. And who defines you owns you.
Yeah, exactly.
So now that's the next thing. So if I know who I am, if we know who we are, okay. So Africa was already divided before Europe came, and not in a negative way, but it was divided into, I think, 4 or 5 different zones.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You had Misra, or Misraim. We call them Egyptians now. Egypt is actually a Greek word. It's not even African.
Yeah.
You know,
Africa is Misri.
Yeah. Misra, the Misraim, those are who we call Egyptians. They were descendants of Ham. Okay. Then you had another descendant of Ham was Foot, the place that we call Libya today. It's not even that place alone. It's even bigger than that. All right. The Sahel, the northern part, especially
Sahel.
Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, Egypt, all those places, and them, those places that are occupied, I am sorry to say it that way, those places where the majority of the people are a people who have replaced the original inhabitants. They replaced people who are descendants of Ham. Talking about knowing ourselves now, that's what we're talking about. You talk about radical truth, right? I can talk radical truth.
Absolutely, please.
I'm free to talk radical truth, right?
Go ahead.
So long as I don't mess up the YT algorithm, right?
Go ahead.
I'll be careful in words I choose, but I can talk radical truth.
Go ahead, sir.
To show you or to speak to the issue of identity and who we are in the diaspora and who you are in what they call sub-Saharan Africa, from Senegal over to Ethiopia and down to South Africa and everything in between. You will find that you have descendants of Shem. Noah had 3 sons. They're not talking religion, we're talking history now.
Absolutely.
People will say, oh, they're gone into religion. You see, that's what they want you to believe.
Exactly.
That is religion.
So
This
that
is
we
not
may
religion.
never know who we are.
We are talking history, we are talking
the truth,
the truth
radical
now,
truth.
Okay? So part of the continent of Africa belongs to Ham, and part of it belongs to Shem, the descendants of Shem. And we know about Foot, we know about Misra, we know about Canaan, they say Canaan in English, it's really Canaan, and we know about Kush, right? So we have Nilotes, Uganda, Tanzania, small percentage of the people, Sudan, and other places among the population, but they're not all Kushites. In fact, you have, I just want to speak to the fact that there are different groups, okay? But in Africa, we have Shemites, and the Shemites include the descendants of Abraham. Even the place that they call Israel today. Notice my choice of words. The place that they call Israel. All right? That is actually Africa. It's not the Middle East. There's no such thing as Middle East. Middle East was created. It's a geopolitical construct, or in simple words, it's an area that was created, imagined and created to serve a political agenda. All right? They don't want Egypt to be considered Africa.
Yes.
And if Egypt is not Africa, how can Northeast Africa, which is what they call Israel, how can that not be Africa? So they have to define Egypt as being the beginning of the Middle East and across. And why would they want to do that?
It doesn't make sense.
Why would they want to? It makes sense when you think about, if you know who we are, then it makes sense. So the bottom line is that Egypt is Middle East, therefore Saudi Arabia is the Middle East, Israel is the Middle East, whatever that is not Africa. You explain away all the accomplishments of the Egyptians technologically. You explain it away, but it's not Africans that did that. That's the narrative. Because at the end of the day, people in the African continent that look a certain way are not supposed to be capable of advanced technology and engineering. So I'm not going to go too far down this line because that's another subject for another day. But I just want to plant the seed in the mind of the viewer that every Every black person in Africa are Africans, but not everyone are descendants of Ham. As we've been taught in Bible seminaries, as we've been taught in churches and in other religions, the black man is the descendant of Ham. No, not all. And once we go down that rabbit hole and we peel back the layers of the onion to discover, okay, if not every African is a descendant of Ham, and some are descendants of Shem, who are they? And what are they? You will discover that the slavers who went to West Africa to enslave our people, and the ones who came to East Africa to enslave our people in East Africa, enslaved the descendants of Shem. And those of you who are listening and watching, you need to find out. We can talk about it another time. When they, what I'm saying is, when they went to Africa to get some of my ancestors and marched, in the case of my family, 7 clan members, 7 clans of my family, from Sesame, Ghana to the fort, the Danish fort, they knew who they were coming for. When they went to Biafra, Igbo land, when they went to Kikongo, Congo, they went to Angola, what we call Angola, what we call Nigeria. And right, they went for specific people.
They knew what they came for.
They knew who they came for. When they came to East Africa, they knew who they were enslaving, and they knew why. Now we are fast forwarding to 2023, and something is happening globally. And it's being covered up as best they can, but they cannot cover it for long. A shift is taking place. But we will miss the shift as the diaspora, and we will miss the shift as African continentals if we don't understand and know who we are. And they're doing their best to make sure that this shift doesn't happen, because when we unify, that's the final nail in the coffin of what is called the West. And if we think we're going to look to the East to get out of this mess, or to see progress and development in Africa,
we're lying to ourselves.
We're lying to ourselves.
We're lying to ourselves. That's what I've been saying for a long time. And we had this conversation before. A couple weeks ago, I came here and I was talking about BRICS. And what I said is this. I say that BRICS is the destruction of Africa's unity.
It is.
With all the goodness agenda or everything that I have.
What are you expecting to say bad? You have to say good.
Yeah, it has to be good. Yeah. For me, it is the destruction to Africa's unity. And I say this, I say what Africa needs, it's not another new relationship. It's not another new savior. It's not Russia. It's not anybody else. What Africa needs is, and I thank you for coming here today, because you just added another meat to this bone. That what exactly what the first thing Africa needs is to know who we are. Because okay, I love this. So the word ignorance in Hebrew, it's darkness. And the word knowledge in Hebrew is light. So because of this ignorance, because of this darkness of not knowing the light, knowledge of knowing who we are, my people are perish. Because of lack of knowledge, my people are perish. We are perishing. Africa, we are perishing. We are struggling. We are fighting against each other. We're discriminating against each other. We're killing each other in Congo, these days in Niger and other parts of Africa, because we do not know who we are. If we have that knowledge of understanding who we are, we'll realize that we are one people, we are one man, and we realize that we are more powerful than what we have been experiencing. The reason why we have been handed, we've been controlled, we've been enslaved, we've been colonized, it's because we are very powerful, and they know it. They know it, and they don't want it to happen. They don't want us to know each other. They don't want us to unite. They don't want that to happen. So basically, unity is gonna be very simple if we know who we are.
It's the foundation,
and I want
to build on.
Exactly. And I wanna add to that. for you, you can give us your perspective in all these organizations. I just mentioned BRICS here, and the summit is coming. I want you to build up into that point. You know, I've said that it's a distraction to Africa's unity, because now a lot of countries, they're sending their requests to join, of course, BRICS. But we are not focusing on ourselves. We're not focusing on Africa's unity. Today, just a crude example, what is happening in Niger, you see ECOWAS, what is doing in Niger, giving them sanction in their own country, their own people. And at the same time, you have African countries who are requested to join BRICS. And in the BRICS, of course, there's a BRIC currency, but we're not focusing on our own currency, African currency. We're not focusing on bringing ourselves together, but rather sanctioning each other and finding another relationship from other people outside, like Russia and BRICS, so that we are even, like, in fact, we are getting even farther from one another. We put our trust right now, a lot of Africans, we put our trust in Russia, and we put our trust in China, without knowing that it's the same thing.
And that's all. Thank you.
And we're not putting focus on ourselves.
It's the same thing. You see, me, I have a little bit of soft spot for Russia, but that doesn't mean that I have to follow Russia.
Yeah.
I don't look to Russia for my help. My help doesn't come from Russia. When I say my help,
absolutely,
it's a solution to our problem. Doesn't come from any other ethnic group or nation,
but above.
Comes from above. And so it's a distraction.
It is.
Not only is it a distraction, but if you don't know who you are, and you don't know who is behind all these international bodies and organizations, then you don't know what is actually happening in the world.
Yeah.
If you don't know what is actually happening in the world, and you don't know who is, therefore you don't know who is behind it, how can you understand why these things are happening, why they're doing these things, these initiatives? And if you don't know that what is happening, all of what is happening is actually preventing the unification of our people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then how can you stop what is coming? Something is coming. And so that's why it is so important to understand that identity is a foundation.
Yeah.
You cannot build a house without a firm foundation. Okay? So we are not an international community. I keep hearing them saying the international family, international community. What are y'all talking about? There's no so-called international community when you have people who are saying that because of their interest in somebody else's country, how can you have an interest, a national interest in somebody else's country, and use that as justification to say you're going to keep your troops there? All right? That's somebody who knows their identity, but they're dealing with people who don't know. But the truth of the matter is that the people in Niger, the people in Burkina Faso, the people in Mali, the people in Guinea, now even Senegal now, the people are kicking up, even Nigerians, they don't want to know this. They're pushing the Nigerians through ECOWAS to go and do divide and conquer, go and fight, use them to kill each other, to shed each other's blood, one brother against the next, for France, for Europe, for America, right? So that they can have access to the resources. So BRICS is Belt and Road. That's what BRICS is. It has nothing to do with what they think it has to do. Let me say it again. The Belt and Road agenda.
Yeah.
You know that one.
Yeah.
That's what BRICS is. Nothing else.
We talked about it.
That's
I mean,
all
even
it is.
the foundation of BRICS, I mean, Africans were not there.
No.
We were invited later on. I mean,
South
the founder
Africa
of those, they were European.
Any African nation that joined BRICS is a token. African token, that's all it is. It's to make us feel that we have a seat at the table. All people are doing is leveraging our pain and the colonization and exploitation of Africans to get access to what? African resources.
That's what I always,
that's all.
That's what we always talk about, my brother, that the solution to Africa's problem is unity.
That's it.
It's unity until well, you just take a look. Take a look at West Africa. How much richness is in Ghana, Nigeria, Burkina Faso, and Niger, Mali, and all these countries. But see how many conflicts are going there. Terrorism going there. And the reason why, it's because they just want to separate. They want us to focus on, fighting with one another, buying weapons, but not really focusing on developing ourselves. And now you have organization like ECOWAS, who is last year it put sanction on Mali. This year is putting sanction on Niger. But we don't even, it's like we don't even know. Like we are being used, like they're using our own organization to divide us, to pull us back. And we're not focusing on anything else.
So the solution?
But war.
The solution, as we said earlier, is that we need to sanction ourselves.
Yes.
Yes. Can we talk about that?
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about sanctioning ourselves.
As long as ECOWAS is funded by anybody other than African people.
It's not our own.
As long as
African Union.
As long as the African Union is financed by any other nation or ethnicity other than indigenous Africans.
We're doomed.
There's no way, absolutely no way that we will unify or that we will benefit from the land that is called Africa.
There is no way.
There is no way.
Because it's there for that very reason, for dividing us. Well, please, go Gina.
It's okay. And this is the uncomfortable truth. You said radical truth, right?
Radical truth.
You sure? You still want to stand the
radical truth?
Okay.
This is radical truth. I'm
You're ready for this?
100%. I'm ready.
Okay.
I was born ready.
Okay. The problem we have in the Caribbean, the problem we have in the United States. I'm talking about our people.
Yeah.
The problem we have on the continent. I'm talking about our people. I'm not talking about Chinese and Arabs and Indians and whites. Please, y'all listen carefully to what I'm saying. I'm choosing my words the way I'm choosing them so you can understand. Everyone is going to look after their own interests, and they will say whatever they have to say to convince you that they mean well for you. That's them. I can't fault them for that. They will do what they feel they must do to get what they want. I'm not speaking about whether they're right or wrong. It's established that all of this stuff is wrong. Our problem, though, on the continent, our problem on in the diaspora, all right, is that we want to appeal to the consciences of these people for them to do the right thing by us. After how many hundreds of years? How many
Ain't gonna
thousands?
happen. Ain't gonna happen.
And so, how do we appeal to them? We say we want foreign direct investment or DFI, direct foreign investment. We want to develop and empower our youth and the continent. We want to develop our infrastructure. We want to do all these good things. That's what we say. We want to do this. We want to do that. But to do it, because we are looking to outsiders. We say we need Mr. Investor Bill Gates or Mr. Investor Halliburton or Mr. Investor, whoever you want to call them, to come and invest their money, however they got the money, and develop our continent for us. Who will own that continent once they invest the money? Yes, money that they stole, money that got from slavery, money that they you name it, I don't care. Once they come with the money, however they got the money, and they invest in your roads. Let's use China, for example.
They own it.
Yeah, they own it.
They own it.
We need to get over this thing. If we want an Africa that is developed, we must develop it ourselves. And this is not the rantings and the ravings of a madman. I'm telling you, it is human nature. If you don't find a way, I'm not saying that you know how right now today, but if you don't sanction yourself and say, I cannot do trade with Europe, I cannot do trade with America, I cannot do trade with China. I'm not a madman. I want you to listen carefully. If you don't say that I'm not waiting for you, America, or you in NATO to sanction us like you did Zimbabwe.
And Eritrea.
I'm not going to wait for you to sanction us. We're going to sanction ourselves.
Yeah.
But understand, when we sanction ourselves, it means that we have sanctioned you.
Exactly.
It
Yeah.
means if
Yeah.
I can't do business
Yeah.
with you,
Yeah.
because if you sanction me, you would say you can't do business with me. It
Yeah.
means whatever businesses you own in our continent. All right? We have to change the relationship. Either you get out or we have to change, we have to nullify that agreement, because
Yeah.
everything
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
the way that leaders have contracted with non-Africans to quote unquote develop the continent has been done on a basis of bad faith.
Yeah.
You know that term, that legal term, bad faith.
Yeah.
You came to the agreement as an investor saying that you're going to provide jobs, saying that you're going to develop, do technology transfer, saying that you're going to do all these wonderful things. But at the end of the day, there are no jobs. At the end of the day, in the case of China, for example, they will lend you the money, they will bring the Chinese employees.
And your people will be working in the
You have
toilets.
to pay, yes, and you will have to pay back this money, but they took the money that they loaned you, they paid it to their own citizens and took the money
Exactly.
back to China. And you are saying, whoo, they don't interfere, they don't interfere. How you mean they don't interfere?
They lend you the money, they
They
bring
bring
their
the employees.
expertise, and you pay them, all of
You pay
them.
them.
They like, so basically, we African government, we pay them.
Yes.
They're working and we pay them.
Yes.
And they take.
And that's China. America does the same thing. Different style, same outcome. The outcome is that we are left to pay back money. With what money? Was that money added to the circulation of the money existing in the economy? Was it African subcontractors that got the work and hired Africans? Were they able to now start businesses? Some of those employees? No. The money came into the country and it left. Oh, we're not interfering with your politics. We're better than the US. The US is bad. Europe is bad. Unacceptable.
It's the same.
There's no
agenda.
difference. That's my point.
It is the same.
It's the
agenda.
same agenda.
It's better. It's better to have somebody who actually show you what they're doing. If they're interfering, they're showing that we're interfering, instead of having someone who's
With a
not showing
smile,
like smile and
gentle
I'm
and
not
quiet.
really engaged, but they have sneaky moves.
You don't pay that back. You ask Uganda. You don't pay back. Ask Sri Lanka. You don't pay back. Ask we're in the Caribbean now. Is it Jamaica? Which one? Anyway, you just ask them what happens when you don't pay. And it's all part of the BRICS, all part of the Belt and Road Initiative. And so my point is, I don't want to get lost in the details, and I don't want people to feel that I'm bashing. I'm not bashing. This is radical truth. Okay, so the bottom line is this. The bottom line is this. I don't want to hear. I'm so tired of hearing, oh, we have the resources, but we don't have the know-how, or we don't have the finances. It's a lie. It's a lie. You have the know-how. You need to go and call the know-how back to their homeland.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whether they were born in Africa, you have a
Mhm.
lot of Africans from Africa, born in Africa, living in Europe, living in Asia. I even met there's a Tanzanian in Japan itself. I saw. I wish he would do his program in English so I can know what he's saying. It'd be very interesting to hear what he's saying. You have so many Africans from the continent, outside of the continent. Okay, you have so many African diaspora. We're not all poor and stupid. That's the image that people have of us. We're not all gangsters and prostitutes. That's the image that people have of us. All right? And those of us who don't have money, we have know-how. So the know-how to do what we need and the money is outside. But we are not leveraging, our governments are not leveraging our people. I want to stop and give you an opportunity to respond, because I can go on and on and on. My frustration is not with white man, not because of my skin color people. I'm a black man. My frustration is not with the Indian man. He's been an Indian.
They gotta do what they gotta do to survive.
They're doing what they feel they have to, because after all, we are the ones that are blessed with the most of the resources.
The problem is with us, brother.
The problem is us.
Is with us. And you know, I was quiet here, man. Like I'm crying right now. And the reason why I'm crying, it is because I was actually just having a moment of prayer to pray that God, what can we do? Why should we do?
There's so much we can do.
Because when you think about this, like when you have this radical truth conversation, you realize that these problems are they're
they have been castrated for so long, for 1,000 years ago.
We think it's natural.
And we think it's natural. Every single thing that is happening is planned. For me, I believe, like, even the pandemic. Now we have Ukraine war. There's something else is gonna come.
Those are others, because those are topics for themselves. But yes, they are. Yes, that's why. Let me tell you something. That's why so many people are coming. They see it, but we see it with some level of ignorance. We don't see the full picture.
You know, the funny thing is, every single thing that they projected about the pandemic, and I'll say this is the truth, because we had people who say that Africa, they're going to lose a lot of millions and millions of people, they're going to die in Africa. They projected that because of how we behaved when it came. But everything they projected, it actually happened opposite.
Yeah.
It did not happen to Africa like the way it happened to other places. Yes. And also a lot of African descendants, they actually moved back to Africa because of that.
Every move they make, you see, because once we know who we are, my brother, listen, you see what you just said is profound. Everything that they projected and they pushed on Africa.
Absolutely.
Has backfired, and it will backfire and will continue to backfire. But if you want to really see it backfire in a massive way, let our people on the continent and our people off the continent realize who we are.
Yes.
Then we will understand who is doing this thing and why.
Yeah.
Who is doing it and why. And then we'll know what we need to do. But for most of us, like Abraham, he did not know which land that the Most High Yahweh was sending him to until he exercised his faith and start moving under the guidance.
Exactly.
Start going to where he directs you.
Yeah.
You don't know. A lot of our people, we want to know everything. We want to make sure we have everything in place.
You ain't gonna know unless you leave, unless you take that leap of faith and start moving.
He left.
It's action.
The scripture says he believed Yahweh, and he accredited or counted it to him as faith.
My brother, let me
moved. He didn't believe. He moved based on the belief. He moved.
Let me give you my testimony. I gotta give you my testimony because, and also after that, we're going to talk about LGBTQ. All right, we're going to talk about that agenda. We have to talk and how exactly to Africa as well. Exactly, everything. It's not going to succeed. When I left Tanzania, when I left Africa, and I went to Korea. After 1 year, second year, my plan, it was not to move back to Africa. I did not want to move back home.
So many of our people are like that.
Exactly. Right. So I stayed there for 9 years. And I believe when I stayed there for 7 years, it was already like my time to live in Korea was already done. I was supposed to move back, but I pushed. I went all the way to 9 years, almost 10 years. When my time came to move back, by the way, the last 2 years, after 7 years, the last 2 years until 9 years, it was a hell. It was a hell to me. It was like, in a way, it was like I was not where I was supposed to be. So nothing went good, went right. I survived. I ate. I slept. It's like God was giving me manna of every single day, and that's it. But I was struggling. Like, brother, I was struggling. One day I'll go into details, but let me just say that I was struggling.
You know why I'm smiling, right? I'll let you finish and I'll tell you why I'm smiling.
All right. To the point where you even feel like the government there is working against you with everything that you have given for all the time. Because things I've done in South Korea, I did a lot. I was even honored. I was given the honorary citizenship because of what I did there.
Look at that.
I was given I have a gold card here. I can go to South Korea anytime I have. I want. I was given a medal because of what I did to promote South Korea to the rest of the world. But the last 2 years, it was like a hell to me. But look at this. So my plan, it was not to come back home. I was running away from home. So what I did is, after those 2 years, yes, I was trying even to run away more. So I applied for scholarship to another country. Spain, Barcelona. Guess what? I got it. So I was like, my plan was just to leave Korea,
to go straight to Barcelona, Spain. So I applied for visa there, and those guys at the embassy, they told me that, hey, my brother, you cannot have a visa here. You need to go back home to apply visa from the embassy, Spain embassy from Tanzania. I was like, all right. So I had to come back home, but I was not ready to come back. I had to come back to only apply for visa and to leave. Because
that's what you're told, and that's what you thought.
Exactly, that was my thought. So I had everything, like my bag packed. I had admission. I knew that on October I'm going to start that was September, around September. I know in October I need to go to start school.
Right.
Everything is ready.
Right.
The moment I came back to Tanzania, my brother, I was there at the airport. The moment I just landed there, I knew. I'll say this again. I knew in my spirit that I am supposed to be here. I knew. I don't know why, but I knew that I'm supposed to be here. So this is what I did. Yes, I knew that I'm supposed to be here. So what I did is I pick up my phone and I call Spain, Barcelona, to that university that I was supposed to go.
Yes.
And I told that organizer that, I'm sorry, I'm not coming. And she was like, oh, why are you not coming? I was like, it's hard to explain this to her. So I was like, no, I know that I'm supposed to be here with my family. She was like, okay, then we're just going to keep this scholarship for you for 1 more year. It's okay. We can do that for you. After 1 year, you can come. And I was like, no, I know that I'm not going to come. So that scholarship and that opportunity, please give to somebody else, not for me. And that, my brother, it was the best decision I've ever done in my life. Because after that, I've been here in Tanzania almost for 2 years right now. After that, it was like God telling me that, good job, my brother. That's when I just landed here. That's when I went to Ethiopia 4 times last year. And I didn't go there because I wanted to go. No, I was invited.
Right.
And I was paid for everything. Right. Everything, living in the 5-star hotel, for Pan-African Youth Summit, for different activities related to Africa. If I was in Spain, I would never be there.
Right.
I would never do what I did last year. And even this, maybe what we're doing today, it would never be here. Right. But until right now, I know that. So people, they ask me all the time, they say, no, oh, I'm supposed to be in Africa. I'm supposed to be here. Now we're here in our own office. And my mission right now is to bring my people back home. That's actually is the mission, our mission. Let me say a little bit our mission here in Swahili Nation One Africa. Our mission is this: to defend the image of Africa and bring back all the heritage, sons and daughters of Africa to the continent, to decolonize the mind through authentic knowledge, and to create a bridge for oneness and peaceful Africa. That's our mission. And our vision is toward one Africa of solidarity in peace and love. That is our vision. So I had to say that because even me, myself, and we have a lot of Africans, my friends, a lot of my friends are still there. And they don't want to come back home. Even us, we don't want to come back home because of all this stuff. But I thank my King for that revelation on that day at the airport, to know that I'm supposed to be here. And it was not an easy choice, because I had to tell my parents that I'm not going to school.
Of course.
Yes, and I had to tell them that that scholarship can give to somebody else.
Trust me, I understand.
And I had no idea what is there for me next. But because of that step of faith, we're here today.
You know, that's it, and that's what it's going to take. It's going to take it. There's no way around it. You know, I can't remember the exact study, but somebody can research it on the internet, or you can research this on the internet to verify and to confirm what I said, what I'm going to say. A survey was done some years back. I have to find it, but you can find it.
Yeah.
And in this survey, they asked Africans if they had the opportunity to leave Africa, would they leave? And if they left, where would they go to? It was like a what if question. What if you had the opportunity to leave Africa to go anywhere? Would you leave? And where would you go to? Over 85% of the participants in that survey said yes. If, You know, the big problem with leaving Africa is getting visas to go to certain countries and so-called developed and so forth. They would say they would leave, and then a very high percentage of those, the vast majority of them said they would go to the West. They'll go to Europe or America or Canada. And that's a sad statistic. It says so much. Just those two questions and the results of that survey speaks volumes about where we are as Africans. I'm not talking about Africans in the diaspora.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm talking about my brothers and sisters. And the big question is why? We know some of the answers. The first answer is, well, we are educated, but we have no jobs. Or we have jobs, but what we earn, we can hardly, you know, we have nothing to show for it. We can't afford a car. We can't afford to raise. These are all the reasons why young people give for why they would go on a boat and overload a boat and die trying to get to Europe. That's after going through the Sahara Desert. Or why people do what they do, the 411 scams or what have you. My point is this: people are willing to risk their lives because they believe, they have faith that Europe is the promised land, that America is the promised land, that Canada. Now they've gotten so to the point where they feel China is the promised land. And I'm here to tell anyone who is willing to listen, just as Abraham left, going to a place he didn't know. Because he knew who he was.
That was prophetic.
And he knew who was telling him to go. He left. And the world has not been the same ever since.
Absolutely. Yeah.
If I was to tell you this uncomfortable truth for our enemies and uncomfortable truth for those of us who are still stuck in the lie that is called history as they taught us and we've been socialized to believe. If I was to tell you that the slaves, the people who were taken into slavery, the West Coast of Africa and even the East, that we share the same ancestor and his name is Abraham, you would say I lied to you. If I was to tell you that the land that is called Israel or the land flowing, or Canaan, let's say Canaan, let's use that one to avoid geopolitics. Canaan, the land that flows with milk and honey, is actually a significant part, a huge part of Agibulan or Africa. If I was to tell you, not only are we the descendants of Abraham because he had more than 2 sons. He had sons by Keturah. He had one son by Sarai or Saraya, right? By the way, my grandchild's name is Saraya.
Wow.
Right? And and he had Ishmael by Hagar. I mean Saraya. All right? If I was to tell you that the vast majority of Abraham's children make up the vast majority of sub-Saharan Africa, you would tell me I lied too. Why am I saying all of this? Because identity is everything. If you don't know who you are, if you allowed somebody to redefine you through colonization and slavery, then guess what? They can use you for anything.
And on that note, let me just respond to one person here, Aaron. Let me just respond to you. This is what they don't want you to know. So a lot of people, when they hear this conversation, which is what she's saying there in the comment section, that they're talking about Jesus. Jesus is Western agenda. Let me say this. Let me say this once again. Let me just say, let me address
That's part of the lies.
Just for because I really care for you. So let me address this to you. That Aaron, that's one of the reasons why they don't want you to talk about that. Because the moment you start talking about this, you will figure out who you are. And that agenda has been hidden for so long, even through those so-called missionaries who came to Africa for another reason. You can hate the messenger, but don't hate the message. The message is pure. The message is truth. All right? So these guys, they don't want you to get to know that. So we have this conversation all the time. When you talk about this, the only thing that we will say, oh, you're talking about religion. Oh, you're talking about this. I don't want to hear that.
I'm talking about identity.
And because of that, you will never find who you are, because you are not, even me. I'm not just Mika from Hehe tribe. I need to find out, where is Hehe coming from? Where is that origination? I need to go to my roots to figure out who am I really? Like, I need to ask my grandparents, I need to ask everybody from that to know the history even before the Hehe was there, because there must be somewhere. And this conversation, they are helping us to get there, to at least find out who we really are. So if it's something that you do not agree with it's something that you don't, it's okay. Like, you don't have to agree with it, but you can listen. If you don't want to listen, that's cool. You can even, leave this live stream. You don't have to watch. Nobody forced you to watch. But we need to have this conversation, because we have been lost for so long. And if we do not give each other a chance to have a conversation, and we just block each other, oh, no, you're speaking nonsense. Oh, yes, we will never find out who we really are. I want us to talk a little bit, my brother, about this agenda of LGBTQ.
Yes, it's very important.
Yeah, because we're having this conversation area. And I even mentioned that, they're not doing the same thing to Arabs. They're not pushing this agenda. But why specifically to Africa? They're targeting Africa, even telling us that, you know what, if you don't accept this, you're not gonna have what? There'll be no aids, there'll be no loans. That's why we have to sanction ourselves.
We have to sanction ourselves.
Yes, and also right now, you are sharing this with me yesterday and today, but I knew this before. Yes. And what I knew is that right now, what is happening, even these NGOs that are in Africa, their secret agenda is to push that agenda of LGBTQ. Yeah. That is their secret agenda that they do. Here in Tanzania, I'll tell you the truth, it's not even in the closet. The leader of this country, one of the leader of this country, was talking about it. Tanzanians knows about it already. Okay. That kids have been trained and this and this. I mean, no, like everything was just on the open space. Everybody knows. But this is not just in one country, but in the entire continent of Africa, there's this secret movement through NGOs. They are pushing this agenda slowly. And what is so hard, and that's why kudos to Uganda for what President Museveni did, because when Ghana as well,
100% of the parliament said, hey,
absolutely, they say that
the Supreme Court, on a technicality, turned it down. They came back, 100% said no, sir.
They say no, and I shared it here in Kenya. Even the president also said that, and they're talking about it. It's
Zambia, the people,
exactly, Zambia as well. This is disgusting. First of all, when you think about the kids, when you think about the kids, the families, when you think about how the family should be, and when you think about even because even later in the future, I was talking about this the other day that when you have this is radical truth, so I'm going to be radical.
Please.
I was talking about this the other day that, the way that God designed man and woman, he knew that, you're not just going to, be like, making love from Monday to another Monday, January, to December, because there's things like period, there's things like pregnancy. Like there's a way that God created this balance, natural, that you're not just going to, your relationship with you, husband and wife, is not just gonna be about sex, but it's gonna be about relationship, about you two people. But this agenda, what is happening if it's a guy and a guy?
Let's call it alphabet agenda. Remember that algorithm?
Exactly, alphabet. So from January to December to another January, the only thing that you focus on is in that, in sex, and also you have another thing that adoption of kids. Like these people these days, they can adopt kids, and these kids have been raised in the environment that they don't get to experience love from both parents, maybe mom and dad. So they grew up confused, and also eventually they'll become
identifying with
exactly. So at the end of the day, where we are going is that we are not gonna have kids anymore.
Okay, so let's talk about that.
We're not gonna have families anymore.
Exactly, and that's the large part of the agenda. So when we came here, using Tanzania as an example, Tanzania had 61.5 million people.
Yeah.
Now it's 67 million plus people. The growth rate was 2.97%. You have Uganda, you have Tanzania, you have so many so-called sub-Saharan African countries have a positive growth rate. That's not only replacing the population. You need 2.1 babies statistically, right? 0.1 baby, what's that? Anyway, to maintain your population.
Yeah.
Anything above that, you're adding to the population. Do you know that that's like the worst sin or crime as far as the West is concerned?
Yeah.
With Africa? Because remember now, Africa is going to have two, that's their crime. As far as they're concerned, you see, what this alphabet agenda does, like you said, is it's a way of cutting down the population.
Exactly.
Reducing the population. So you have the stuff that you're doing using fake science and medicine.
Yeah.
Then you have this agenda, the alphabet agenda. Then you have the stuff that you're spraying in the sky, which only now Africans are beginning to understand what that's about. But in the West, they're doing that. And yeah, there's a lot of it. We are in a war, and it's a multifaceted war.
Yeah.
And this agenda, this alphabet agenda, is a huge part of it. If you don't reproduce, like you said, then what happens?
Yeah.
So what is happening now is that they are hoping to not only reduce the population using this agenda, but now they want you to identify as a gender different than who you are. Then the next step, they want to do what is called transhumanism.
Yeah, yeah.
And transhumanism is that, okay, now I'm no longer a human, just a human. I'm a human and I'm a machine as well. Neuralink.
Yeah. That's what is happening right now.
Yeah, I'm no longer a human being. I can identify as whatever. So, is Africa going for this one? Are we really going to go for that?
You're asking?
Yeah, I'm asking.
You know,
is there a chance that we might change our mind, because that's what they're hoping?
I know Africans will never accept that. The only issue and the problem that we have is like we have this leverage of these loads and aids, which most of our leaders, they're even scared right now to oppose the alphabet agenda. They're scared to oppose because of the backlash. What kind of backlash will come? And that's why you say it's important for us to sanction ourselves and to have that unity, because all these agendas are coming to us for one reason: to dehumanize us, because what is happening right now is dehumanization.
That's it.
It's dehumanization. And when you go to the West, the West is already broken. Too much.
Already dehumanized.
You can only come to Africa and see that, okay, these are human beings are living. That's why a lot of people are moving here. Even, not even black people, even Caucasian people are moving back here.
Even moving to Zanzibar, of all places, imagine.
Exactly.
If you go to Zanzibar yourself.
Yeah.
You know, not just as visitors. Well,
yeah.
Yes.
They're moving back because they can experience at least, okay, at least Africa right now is still not corrupted this much. At least human beings are living here, and not to disrespect anybody else, but all these agendas that are happening is dehumanizing our people.
Anti-natural, anti-human.
Exactly. And because even the robotic right now, like robots and everything that is happening, man, when God created human being, man, your brain, you as a human being is much better than even a computer. Not to say that we don't even need it. Your brain is so smart and bright than computer, than all these robots, than all these machines that we are creating today. Even the AI, the agenda that is happening right now. Yes, we can learn to take advantage of it, but you should never look down on yourself and think like there's something better that is coming than yourself.
Control.
Exactly.
See,
it's about
control. This
controlling.
whole thing is about control. It's about depopulation. It's about control. And the big question I have to ask is, who is in control? See, I keep going back to the same questions. What are they doing?
That's $1 million question. Yeah.
Why are they doing it? And once you know the answers to those three questions, the biggest question of them all is, what are we prepared to do about it to stop them? You see?
What are we prepared to do to stop them?
Stop them. So
it is possible.
It's like this agenda that was around when the previous administration was here. Okay? The way he stopped it by is you don't comply with the first thing they come with, you don't comply. You don't comply with wearing the mask. That's the first thing. Yeah? What happened? Oh
no.
You don't
put the charge in my phone.
Okay. You don't comply with wearing the mask. That was the first thing. Once you comply with the mask, then they're gonna get you with every other one.
Absolutely.
You see?
Absolutely.
And so you don't comply with anything. And this is the thing that they're leading us towards. Now, am I against advancement? My background is in information technology.
Yes. So you know what you're talking about.
Okay. Yeah, it's information technology.
IT.
And I don't have a company now. Okay. Okay. I registered one, but it's not operational. All right. And it's not just information technology. In fact, it's not information technology, but I use that, and I will use that for what we are doing in agriculture when we get that started. My point is that somebody, and we know the bodies, we can call the names.
Yeah.
We won't. There are people who want absolute control over everything, every life form, every human being, every continent. But the crown jewel, the prize, is Africa. When we Africans on the continent and the diaspora realize that the prize is Africa, then we have decisions to make. And we don't have until 2063 to make those decisions. We have to make the decision now.
Right now.
Now is the appointed time. This is not religion. This is not hate. That's not racism.
No, man. That's why. Let me just say this. That's why, African descendants, you must come back home to protect this land. It will take all of us. It will take the local Africans. It will take you as well, because you guys, you have knowledge. You guys, you know how the world works outside there. You've been part of it for a while, and for a while,
yes.
Exactly. But the time has come, and the time is now to defend the motherland, because the other part of the earth has been destroyed already. It's been corrupted already. Don't let nobody tell you that your continent has corrupted leaders, it has this and this and that. It's just the little agendas to make you guys not come back home. But we've all seen how many people have been killed. You can start from Gaddafi, you can start from Sankara, Pierre Lumumba, Kwame Nkrumah. You can name all of these people. How many people, like how much, how desperate they are, that if someone like you or like me stand up and start speaking this truth, and we have seen even in the Western countries, how many people have received backlash, been cancelled because of just this black consciousness, because of what we are talking here today. And if you do not understand that, I mean, all the evidence are out there.
They're not afraid of black consciousness, you know. And now, for those of you who are listening, don't get offended. Please listen and hear my heart, okay? They're not afraid of black consciousness. If by black consciousness you mean that we recognize that we are all black people, we are all Africans. That doesn't frighten them. You know what frightens them? Is knowing who we are and doing something about it. And know where we come from and doing something about taking responsibility for its development, and that's Africa. We can be as conscious as we want, but if we do nothing about it, they will let us talk. They will let us talk. They will let us talk and talk and talk. What you are calling for, what I've heard you call for, what people like Ronald Dalton Jr., right, Hebrews and Hebrews, what he's calling for. People like you have Yakoba and Theo for Theo Ministries. You have people like Pastor Stephen Darby. You have people like Dante Fortson, right? You have people like Benaiah Israel. I don't know if any of these names you've heard before. Some of them you've heard.
I did.
Okay, great. And there are others that are unknown. People who have just been under the radar, right? For decades, literally, that people don't know about. When we decide to do, and it has started. We've decided to start to do. But all of us have to do it. We have to do it together. We can't come and do it. You can't do it by yourself. We have, the two sticks have to come together. Okay, we're not talking religion. And when we come together, that's what they're afraid of. That's why they killed Malcolm X. That's why they killed Martin Luther King. That's why they killed Gaddafi. And he wasn't even indigenous, he was Arab. But he was doing some good. Okay, great good. And he was going to mess with their banking system. And he said, no, we have to get rid of this guy. Okay? we can call names. We can go very close to home. We'll leave that one alone for other reasons. My point is this. Black consciousness should lead us to self-identification.
Yeah.
And self-identification by necessity must lead us to action. Because when you identify yourself and you know who you are and you know what has happened to you, then you realize that Africa is not going forward unless Africans take it forward.
Absolutely.
Until Africans return to the ancient path. And take ownership over where we are and where we need to be. Nobody's coming to do it for us, my brother. Nobody's coming to do it for us. That's, please, if you remember anything we say, remember this. No one is coming to give you the Africa you want. They're coming to build the Africa they're going to take from you. And you have the ability. You have it. But if you don't know who you are, you will not know what your purpose and destiny is.
The fight for liberation and for Africa did not stop after independence. It actually began after independence.
Because the independence we think we have, we never really have.
We don't have it.
It was just a stepping stone. We were
don't have
supposed to, but we allowed. You know, brother, I will say this about this alphabet agenda. So they want to reduce the population. They want to stop us from. But why? See, again, this is the what. They're doing. But let's talk about why. Okay. Do you know that based on the birth rate of Africans, they like to use the term Black Africans. You know, that's a problematic term. But the population rates across the board in sub-Saharan Africa and the African diaspora, in spite of abortion, in spite of the bad quality of the food, in spite of everything, we are growing to the point where in 2045 we will be 25% of the world's population. If nothing else changes. I say it would be more because of what they did for the past 3 years. Okay, we're going to be much higher than 25. But based on their estimates before their agenda started 3 years ago, the population is projected to be 1 in 4 persons walking the face of this earth will be African, sub-Saharan African.
That reminded me of.
I wanna, but yeah, and then 2100. They're saying they're going to be 40%. I want to ask a question. Do you, listening or watching, believe that those people are comfortable with those statistics?
Not at all.
And that's the why. That's the why for what they're doing and have been doing. So if we do nothing, if we don't sanction ourselves, and by that we mean just imagine that we don't have any friends. We don't have anybody to look to come and help save us poor Africans. We're not poor.
We're never poor.
If we don't get to the place where we realize that we have to find solutions on our own, we have to make an assessment of what we have in the area of not just natural resources, but human resources on the planet, on the continent and off the continent, then we'll never solve the problem. You know, Zimbabwe today, because of sanctions, Zimbabwe now produces enough wheat to feed itself to the point where they're getting ready to export wheat. Why? Because of sanctions. Nobody will sell to them. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think if we get to the point where we say, you know what if we treated ourselves as though we were sanctioned? What can we do to solve our own problems? And tell those people who want the resources, if you want the resources, you have to come and actually wage war against us the conventional way and come attack us and stop pretending. That's my problem I have, is the pretense.
You know, in that note, I want us to talk a little bit about, Dr. Magufuli. Because I think...
You're sure we can talk about Dr. Magufuli?
Yeah. I want us to talk a little bit to remind ourselves about, of course, what he did and what he believed in. Because I think it was one of the few leaders that we had recently that he practiced what he said. He knew what he was saying. And he did not afraid about anything. He literally gave himself For that's what he said. You know, one of his
I
speech.
decided.
Yeah, I sacrificed
to
myself.
sacrifice my life.
Yeah, my life for you guys. And he always say that, oh, msema kweli ni mpenzi wa Mungu. Like whoever that speak truth is the friend of God. He always used to say that. It's one of the rare examples that you find of leaders today who there for to walk the talk, right? To walk the talk. And me personally, I'm saying this because me personally, what I do, it was highly inspired by him when he came to regime here in Tanzania. I remember I was in South Korea, and when I saw him doing what he does, it really inspired me. And after he died, that was kind of like the climax of what I was doing. It was like awakening. I was like, all right, I've been listening to him all the time. And now he's gone. He's not gonna talk this anymore. Okay, we gotta keep fighting. We gotta keep moving forward. So that's when I really dropped everything, and I was like, all right, we gotta deal with this. And then I started to do it. But I would like us to, remind ourselves that because one of the biggest agenda that he was saying, and he was always addressing to Africa, not just here, and he always had this African map on his suit. And what he always talked about, it is the ability of us as Africans to solve our own issues. And promoting Africanness and telling us that you guys are rich. He was saying that this country is very rich. You guys, you don't know, we are very rich. We don't need anything. And he proved that in so many actions that he did. And I think this is the time for us to remind each other our ability and our potential as Africans by looking at someone who was just here 2 years ago, and he did it. He proved it. He didn't just speak, but he did it. They were not ready for him. And during his funeral, I would love. Let me share this video.
I went to the viewing, by the way.
You went there?
I went, but I had to leave because people were so distraught.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah.
Please let me share this video. I have to share this video for you guys to see first. And this was the speech of the president. I believe he was president of the president of Malawi. Yes, I have to share this. This is one of the best speech he gave. I need to share this, and then we're gonna carry on from there. They didn't see him coming. That's how I titled it. They didn't see Magufuli coming. Yeah, I need to share this. This was one of the best. I need to share this, and we can talk. Because I remember even after his death, people from the Caribbean, they were actually outside of the street. And I remember those news. We saw those news. So let me just share this video a little bit here. This speech for you guys to see what I'm talking about. Okay, where can I put it here? Is it there on the screen? Gotta be there on the screen. Let me do this. Paul, how do you see that? Can you see the screen, the video on the screen? Yeah, cannot see it. Let me play. Maybe people they will hear it. Guys, let me know if you can hear this. Can you guys hear that?
Hey, I join you all in a state of shock and grief, representing not just myself, but all the peoples of Malawi, at the passing of one of Africa's finest sons, because none of us saw it coming. This ability to let no one see his next move coming, which we find unsettling in death, is also what we find inspiring in life. When They said laziness and sloth in public service cannot be cured. They did not see Magufuli coming.
Come on now.
When they said the cartel of corruption strangling Africa's governments cannot be defeated, they did not see Magufuli coming. When they said African states,
what is happening? This video has to go out there.
Yeah, man.
Cannot become middle-income economies within a single presidential term. They didn't see Magufuli coming. When they said infrastructural projects in Africa cannot be completed on time and on budget, they did not see Magufuli coming. When they said the only way to pursue our development is to follow failed prescriptions of foreign financial institutions that have left Africa more impoverished and in debt than they found it, they did not see Magufuli coming. To us, who had the privilege of knowing the unpredictable Magufuli, the example of his life of service shall ever, forever be a launching pad of our own. To us who have the honor of going through this world as Africans, Magufuli's love of country shall forever be a light on that pilgrimage. To us who have been entrusted with governing the nations of our beautiful and rich continent, Magufuli's leadership shall forever move us out of complacency. It is right for us to hold him in this regard. John Pombe Joseph Magufuli was not just an icon, he was a hero. May his name be preserved in every capital of Africa as a symbol of the kind of resolve that will create the Africa we want. May his work be venerated in every village as an example of worthy of our imitation. And may his soul rest in eternal peace as he meets with his God, with whom we hope to one day see Magufuli coming. Madam President, we will stand with you. Tanzanians, Malawians will stand with you. My friend, kwaheri ndugu yangu. My deepest condolences to you all.
All right. Yeah. So when this happened, anyways, so yeah, let's talk a little bit about. I mean, I know you have a lot to say, and also even why you came here. So I'm just gonna leave it to you. Yeah.
Okay, so and I'm happy that you excuse me, that you played that video footage. That video footage left an indelible mark on my mind, because the president of Malawi couldn't have said it any better.
Yeah.
Right? Not so many words, not so long a speech. I also thank you for playing that, because I am very passionate, as you are, about these issues. And our passion can get to the point where I speak fast and I speak loud. And I want those of you who are listening to understand that what you're hearing is only passion.
Yeah.
It is nothing else but a sincerely held belief and conviction about these issues that are critically important to discuss and to take action on.
Yeah.
So in 2019, I was in Puerto Rico preparing for a transition from the Dominican Republic, where my family and I were staying for 9 years. And we were going to spend 4 years in Puerto Rico. And during those 4 years, the plan was I would be traveling back and forth between the Caribbean and Puerto Rico, because I didn't feel comfortable leaving my wife and children in the Dominican Republic. When this whole affair of the pandemic emerged, we had to fast forward our plans. We were not prepared. We were not prepared. And the plan was I would be traveling back and forth between Ghana and Puerto Rico to set up what we are doing. And then from Ghana, we would set up a branch in Tanzania, a branch in South Africa, a branch in Ethiopia, a branch in Nigeria, of Frontline and our Bantu project. But the world was shut down it didn't take so long. I mean, Puerto Rico shut down, and suddenly you couldn't really travel. You couldn't freely travel. And so, because I told my wife and my children, I said, you know what? I said, this is it. We saw this coming.
Yeah.
For years, we knew this was coming. We didn't know how they were going to do it, but they did it. And we don't have time. So we left. And the plan was to come to a country that's open, stay there until Ghana opens, and then go. And when I did my research, there were a couple countries, but the African country that made sense for us was Tanzania. I don't know who is watching this, and I hope that, anyway, let me don't go there.
Go, go.
All I can say is we were planning to go to Ghana. But now, the reason why we felt even more comfortable coming here is because of the leadership that we saw in the late His Excellency Dr. John Pombe Joseph Magufuli. And I don't speak for myself alone. I speak for my wife. I speak for every one of my children. Our children, the first two are adults. And I also speak for many Caribbean people and African American in the diaspora. We see, or we saw in Magufuli, an example of what African leadership should be.
Yeah.
And what he did, not only what he said, because he said a lot, but he backed everything up with action. What he said and what he did dispelled or erased every single stereotype and lie that we all grew up listening to and hearing. The president of Malawi, he said it. Corruption. That's the first word that comes to everybody's mind when they think about Africa. Because of not only the stereotype, but the reality that we have all too often. I didn't say everyone. All too often, what we have is either a leader who will not lead the people by example, but he will lead the country into debt for his own financial or her own financial benefit, A, or B, they will go along with what they're told to do because they're afraid to die.
Yeah.
They're afraid, they know what will happen to them if they don't take that loan. Imagine now, these loans are by force. So
yeah.
A lot of people don't realize it. You ask the people in South America, these loans are by force. But when Magufuli came, we saw, all of us saw that he said, no, We don't want your loan. We don't want your money. We will sort this out. We will finance it ourselves. We have the money. We just have to manage our money better. I'm not throwing shade on anybody or any government per se, but I'm saying I find it awfully interesting that after his death and after his burial, you don't hear just about any political leader or president speak about his example. Have you noticed that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody's quiet. It's like he doesn't exist.
Yeah.
But when he died, I like to say, when he died, 1 million Magufulis were born.
Yeah. Yeah.
On this continent,
yeah,
and outside this continent.
Absolutely.
His body died, his spirit left, but he has imparted.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I say that wrong. The spirit of Yahweh, the spirit of God, has imparted what he imparted to him to young people.
Exactly.
The future of Africa is young.
And that was his success.
That's his
Not
success.
about what even he did.
They killed his body.
But what he left.
What he left behind.
He left a lot of mean, even though a lot of people are trying to really take away what he did. Of course. Opposition. And everybody, they're trying to say so many things by so much power. And someone is on the ground in the ground right now. He cannot even speak.
He can't speak
for himself.
He can't speak for himself. But you see, action speaks louder than words. And what you see with your eyes will always remind you. 5 years prior to his death, this country was one way in terms of development. We're not going to deal with other things.
Yeah.
I'm told, this is what I'm told. I was told, and I don't know how this will come across, but I was told by not one person. I asked questions, people volunteer information. I've been told by so many people, young people in this country, that there was a time not so long ago when a poor person could not just walk into any office.
Oh yeah.
You mad?
Yeah.
They wouldn't dare enter. And that has changed. And even though he's gone, that has remained.
Yeah.
That change that he had has changed.
Yeah.
It's a good change.
Yeah.
Now people realize, look, that office is my office.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they have to serve me. We can go example after example. This man was a hero to us. And I want to say something to those of us who think that the African Union in its current form and leadership and practice work for the interest of Africans. And that the plans that they have and the goals that they have are excellent. They are not. I don't say this to be disrespectful.
Yeah.
I say this because we don't have time.
Radical truth.
We don't have until
a luxury of time.
We don't have till 2063 to get this thing
years.
right. Are you serious? How old will you be in 4 years?
I'll be 70.
Okay. How old am I? I'm 61.
Yeah.
Where will I be? 40? I hope in my life I'll be 101. Young people everywhere in Africa. Young people in the diaspora, people my age who know themselves. We don't have 40 years.
Yeah.
Magufuli proved to all of us and to those leaders who are watching and the African Union, you don't need 40 years. You don't need 15 years to effect tremendous change. He did 5. Can you imagine 10?
5 years.
5 years.
He did 5 years.
5 years.
He broke all the system because he was dealing with the system. 5 years.
Okay.
The country, it was running like this 5 years. People were not resting. Because I was so close with a lot of people in the, in the government. I was so close. So out here, they're saying that
all we do here is work.
Yes. Work.
That's
anytime,
right?
you could receive a phone call at 2 a.m. in the morning and you need to wake up. 5 years. A lot of revolutionary leaders, they did not stay for long. And the change they brought, it was just for a short period of time. You can name anyone. They did not stay for long. For a very short time. 5 years. Look at what has happened. For me, I'm a believer. So I'm a believer. Me as a believer, one of my role models, the first role model for me is Jesus. It's Christ. He was here for.
I'm right there with you.
He was only here for 3 years.
Right.
And his impact until today, we
Right,
still talk about it.
right.
And it happened 2,000 years, more than 2,000 years ago. Magu, you know, this is what I wrote it here when we started to talk about this, that I just got it here today. I feel like he was here and really like God showed us for a very short period of time that you guys can actually have it. You guys can actually do it. And he showed us an example through him because he was ready.
That's it.
And I believe that he was here also for that pandemic. You know,
Of
because his response when pandemic came, he called the entire country to fast and pray for 3 days.
Of course, that was the thing that impressed us the most.
And mind you this, that he was a
Call
chemistry
everybody.
guy. He was a
Yes.
chemistry guy.
Yeah, he's not
So
an ignorant.
he was a
uneducated
scientist.
guy.
Yeah,
Exactly.
he was not a he was a scientist. He was not ignorant.
Right.
But he called the entire country to fast and pray for 3 days because he knew what was going on. 3 days, people they fasted and prayed with all their religions. Muslims they did, Christians did, everybody for 3 days, and after that, he called for 1 week to just give Thanksgiving prayer.
Oh no, I didn't hear that part.
Yeah.
Okay.
And people that went there. Not only that, he decided, okay, I'm not gonna lock down, which a lot of people criticized him, but and also you remember the case of
course.
when they came and he had to try it in different animals and everything to see if it's clear and everything. Yeah, papaya and result
Engine
came.
oil, yeah.
Exactly. And he was talking even about the masks that are coming from outside that don't use it, use your own. He spoke about it, you know, and what he did, a lot of Western countries bashed him. Western media bashed him,
They knew why they were bashing him though.
which I wrote the spoken word about it. I'll show it with you guys in a moment. You know, but they did that. But surprisingly, 1 year, 2 years later, they were doing exactly the same thing. They opened up their countries because they were locked down. They opened up the countries. They started to say, you know what, we need to live with this because it's not gonna go anywhere anytime soon. We need to cope with it. That's the same thing he did when he just came out. 2 years later, the guy was living in the future. 2 years later, they are deciding to do the same thing that he did 2 years ago, and nobody acknowledged it.
No, that's the thing now. There is a disinformation campaign surrounding his legacy, surrounding his accomplishments. And his accomplishments, for those of you who are not a Magufuli supporter, please don't be annoyed, okay? This don't be annoyed. This is not his accomplishment for his own benefit. This is the accomplishment of the nation. Everybody benefited.
Yeah.
Everyone benefited.
Absolutely.
So you shouldn't just remove the politics out of it.
Yeah.
Because this country's economy grew or maintained itself during the so-called pandemic.
That's the reason.
Economies were devastated.
Yeah.
And they're still feeling the devastation up to
Today.
now.
Yeah. But Tanzania is not the same.
And now because of that,
yeah.
The current president is able to build on that foundation and to finish the projects, right? And to continue them, right?
Yeah.
But had he not taken that stance, can you imagine where Tanzania would have been?
Oh man, we'll be like, I don't know where we'll be.
So we came, we chose this one, we prayed about it. Listen, I don't know. I have a testimony too I want to share.
Please.
If my wife is watching, because I don't know if she's watching, but this involves her. So we were praying, Heavenly Father, do we stay longer or do we go? Where do we go? I mean, is it your will for us to leave now? Because at that time, to travel from the Caribbean to Africa, you have to fly through New York.
Yeah.
In fact, that's true for till now. Most places in the Caribbean, at least that part in the Caribbean, you have to fly through New York, and we didn't want the test. We did not want that test. So I said, what would we do? We leave now while we can, or do we wait? And do we go to Tanzania, or do we try to go somewhere else? So my wife was praying. This is not religion, okay? And unless you're an atheist, you understand that people pray. Now
that
you
is
might pray
faith.
to someone else.
That is faith.
We pray to the Most High Yahweh, right? And she fasted and prayed. So a couple of weeks later on, she came into the room after praying, and she said, I had this weird experience. what was the experience? She was praying, and she started to say, yes, if I remember correctly, she said, yes, Lord, yes, Lord. Yes, Lord, I'm not afraid. What was it now? I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. You're in control. You're in control. And she didn't know why she was saying that. And suddenly she heard a loud explosion, a loud noise that came from the bedroom she was praying in the corner of that bedroom. By that time, we had suitcases packed.
Wow.
In the corner of the room with some of the things that we don't really use on a day-to-day basis. We were just like in a holding pattern. You know what happened? She said when she opened her eyes, the zipper on one of the main large suitcases and the zipper on one of the carry-on, the backpacks, the zippers were shaking.
Wow.
Violently shaking. She was the only one in the room.
Wow.
I said, wow. Okay. What does that tell you? You're praying to me, asking you whether you should leave or not, if it's okay. You are too late. You need to get ready. Get going. Get packing.
Yes.
Get packing.
Get out of here.
Get out of here. And so that's how we came here. Now, we were not prepared. And we thought we would just be here for like 2 or 3 months maximum. And then we would go. We didn't ever imagine that Ghana was going to stay shut down so long. It's just the other day that they opened up.
After 2 years.
Yeah. Okay, they opened up, but you had to have that thing. And we were not going to do that thing. So, yeah.
So you're here.
So we are here.
Thank God. Now we met.
Yes, yes.
We would never met, you know.
That's it. That's it.
God has his own plans, my brother.
That's it.
Wow.
This country has tremendous potential.
Yeah.
You know.
It does.
It does.
It does. And you know, I'm trying to I'll share with you guys the Western media. I did this spoken word called Dear Western Media after he died, and how they were trying to paint him with so many stuff as if they were here. They didn't know anything, by the way, because most of his speeches he was always speaking in Swahili. Yeah. So, but
we're too lazy to even find somebody to translate.
Those speeches, they need to be translated.
Right.
For me, I already made a decision that we're gonna do it.
No one say,
we're gonna
I'm
do
not
it.
talking about him, and I'm talking about those Western media.
Exactly.
They didn't hire somebody to translate so you can hear what you're saying. They just
Exactly.
dismissed him.
But one of our plan here in Swahili Nation, we're gonna do that.
Yes,
we're gonna translate them. So we basically just hire somebody to just translate them into English, and we'll be sharing with them with you guys. So yeah, I made this spoken word. Somebody wrote some stuff, and I had to do it to just talk to them what he did in English. So I want to share that with you guys, before we come back and we wrap up this session for today. But this Radical Truth, my wish is that we're gonna continue to have different topics in the coming future. So you guys be ready, stay right there, and you guys are gonna participate as well. Please drop questions and everything that you have. We'll get some time to reply to them as well. And don't forget to like, subscribe, because when you like, this YouTube thing, they can suggest to as many people as they can. What we're talking about today, I don't know if they're going to suggest, but please do me a favor and like, because it's a radical truth, and radical truth is a scary truth. But yeah, without truth,
it is what it is. It's the truth.
Yeah. Truth shall set you free. Right. So you do that, guys, and I'm gonna share with you this video. And I know most of you guys might get sad because of the footage and all those stuff, but I need to share this with you guys.
I miss him. We talk about him all the time.
Yeah. Myself here.
He's the role model for African leaders.
Yeah.
If they would only humble themselves, right, and learn.
And some people, they're talking about his aggressiveness and everything.
Have to be.
But the point that Africa we are at, we need a leader like that. We definitely need a leader like that. And for him, he had to be that way because people, they were not getting him. They started to get him after he's gone. That's when they started getting that.
And that's true for any great leader. They always get them after they're gone.
Yeah. Why should we not remember these things right now, while people are still here? It's very important. So let me share this here, and for you guys to see.
and even for my brother here to see, and then we'll be back. It is the bulldozer. All right.
That's what they call him, yes, the bulldozer.
Better to die as a hero than to live as cowards. This is for you, Mr. President. He refused to bow down to them. He refused to accept their ideology. He refused to travel abroad, but rather to save Tanzanians. He loved Tanzania. He loved Africa. He kept God first in everything. He never missed a worship service. He reduced his own salary to save his people. He was a godly man. Before he died, he prayed for all the doctors in the room. He saw it coming, but that didn't stop him. He kept going and doing what is right in the eyes of God. He wasn't a perfect man, but Tanzania is a better place right now than ever before. He walked the talk, he fought the good fight, he finished the race, he kept the faith. Dear Western media, I tend to oversleep on Saturdays as my weeks are normally very, very long. So I woke up to my young cousin and Damando sitting in front of the telly watching the sending off of our dear president. I watched as his motorcade rode down the roads of Dar es Salaam. Wailing women and men tore off their kangas and t-shirts and laid them on the roads with the motorcades riding on them. People stood along the roads holding up banners that expressed what Magufuli was to them, and they were all full of love and admiration. Wananchi are wailing with the heaviest heart. This man was loved. Western media. Did he make mistakes? Oh yes, he did plenty. He was not an angel after all. Not too, he was very flawed. But he stood for the people of Tanzania from the get-go, for the common Mwananchi, the one who hardly ever has a voice. In fact, he used to say over and over again that he is the president of the poor. When Magufuli did not lock down the country, he was thinking of his people, the common Mwananchi. Magufuli did not want us to come to you with kept hands as it is always expected by you. He wanted his people to stand on their feet with pride. He wanted his people to stop being neo-colonized. Not shutting down the economy of Tanzania drove the country to become a leading economy. We know the Western world did not like him. Of course, how could you have felt anything good for one who was always against you? One who wanted to give Africa back a voice and strength? Magufuli worked hard at stopping the agenda of colonial exploitation of Tanzanians' wealth. He worked hard to build infrastructure that could be used by Tanzania so we can start successfully among ourselves and Africa as a whole without the hindrance of unreliable roads. Utilizing the natural resources that Tanzania has, Magufuli was able to develop Tanzania from a third world country into a middle-class economy within just a short period of time. If I was your shoes, I most probably would have hated him too. Understandably, as the Western world simply cannot be without exploiting Africa. Let me tell you more. Magufuli was God-fearing. He was diligent. He was morally courageous. He had progressive vision. He has principle-centered vision. Magufuli demonstrated a selfless and people-driven leadership that continues to inspire the Mwananchi. Magufuli was one of the few leaders that believed in his continent abilities. He despised and acted against corruption. He chose to be a true African statesman. Magufuli loved his country with a passion. Magufuli loved his continent. He was so proud of his continent that he was ready to die for it. Not everybody liked him, and he was not without his critics. This is simply the way of the world, and not everything he did was agreeable. Again, it is the way of the world. Like the opposition parties, which naturally would, as it is the job for an opposer in believing that they can do better. Is that not their job? Just like a mistress will oppose the wife. It comes with a job description. I agree that in some instances, he could have done better, But the right that he did has been strongly felt. I am now watching as Mwananchi are bidding farewell to a fallen giant, and Tanzania is wailing. Western media. The National Stadium is filled to the brim, as it was earlier this morning at the St. Peter's Church, where a mass had been held for him. Tanzania is crying because we know what we have. Having said this, I have a question for you, Western media. With your world being so full of faults and ugliness, why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye? I humbly ask that. You use that energy you have on Africa on your planks. Tanzanians, let us be like Magufuli. Let us all stand for truth, moral courageous, and emotional fortitude. For this is the best way to stand up to bullies. As the dear auntie says, let us continue loving Africa and standing for Africa. Lala Salama, Baba Magufuli, Lala Salama, a great son of the soul. We thank you for your leadership. We celebrate you, Baba. Tanzanians, God heard our prayers, and He will not be silent. He will not be silent. He has been there before Magufuli. He has been there during Magufuli, and He is going to continue to be there even right now. Mark my words.
Lakini ninajua Watanzania wananipenda pamoja na ninyi. Ninajua ninayoyafanya ni kwa maslahi mapana ya Watanzania, hasa Watanzania maskini. Kwa hiyo ndugu zangu, tuendelee kuchapa kazi, tuendelee kumtanguliza Mungu mbele, kila mmoja kwa imani yake, lakini tujenge Tanzania yetu. Mimi ni mtumishi wenu, na nataka niwaambie ndugu zangu, siku moja mtanikumbuka. Na mimi ninajua mtanikumbuka kwa mazuri, si kwa mabaya, kwa sababu nimesacrifice maisha yangu kwa ajili ya Watanzania maskini. Kwa hiyo tusimame pamoja, tusibaguane kwa vyama, tusibaguane kwa ajili ya dini zetu, tusibaguane hata kwa makabila yetu. Sisi tuijenge Tanzania.
That's it. Yeah. You never saw that. No, that is our second channel. But I think I'm gonna upload in the first channel as well. It's in our second channel, One Africa. I shared the link in the comment section. You guys can check it out. You can see that.
But what we have observed and what we see happening in what is referred to as the West, and you know, is something that is not contained in or kept in the West. It's not something that's happening naturally or organically. It's something that is planned and executed. You know, some people will say, okay, this is a conspiracy theory that I'm suggesting, but I'm here to tell you that this whole agenda, the alphabet agenda and the exploitation of children and the exportation of these ideas of normalizing pedophilia. Pedophilia is the sexual abuse of children by adults. That this is not normal, and it is not an evolution of cultural norms. It's actually something that's deep, highly organized. And you were telling me something the other day when we had the first Radical Truth. You told me, if I remember correctly, that these people are organized all throughout the country. In this country, the people behind this agenda, the NGOs, the foreign NGOs, and their partners. So if they are offices spread out throughout the country, it means that this is an agenda that's being orchestrated. So the question we have to ask ourselves is, who is doing it? Not just say, well, NGOs, but who is behind it, and why are they targeting Africa? I want to refer to a research a poll done by the Pew Research Group, and in that report they did a survey in 2019. The survey they did before was in 2013. In this survey, they show the global divide on the acceptance of homosexuality, of the alphabet agenda. And Canada is 85% acceptance. The US is 72% acceptance of this. Mexico is 69%. So that's North America, right? Europe is Western Europe is 89%, anywhere from 79 all the way up close to 92% acceptance, full embrace of this thing. And then you have Australia, and you have New Zealand, and you have Brazil and Argentina, right? But when you go to Russia only has 14% acceptance of this lifestyle. India increased from 14% to 37%. Japan is 68%. South Korea increased from 20-odd% to 44%. And what shocked me was the Philippines at 73%. Right? But let's look at Africa and the Caribbean. And let's look at Eastern Europe and China. And you'll find that for the most part, just about every country in Africa, acceptance is very, very low or non-existent, with the exception of 54% of South Africans agreeing that it's okay, 7% Nigeria, 9% Tunisia, and 14% Kenya. That's Africa. All right? And China doesn't accept this challenge. The problem, though, with China, this is just an aside, because of their one-child policy that lasted for a couple of decades, there is a shortage of females, of women in China, and there's an overabundance of males, because of the one-child policy, which they ended recently. Because of this deficit of women, or I say because of it, don't say because of it. Let's just say there is a correlation now of an increase in homosexuality in China, corresponding with the relative shortage of women available. And I want to highlight this before I go back to Africa, all right? Because I want to draw attention. I want to draw attention to one fact. When you tamper with what is natural, with nature, right? What is the norm? When you tamper with it, you get unexpected outcomes, which are just as bad, if not worse, than the expected outcomes. The reason why China had the one-child policy was because they said that the country is producing too many children, the population is growing too fast, they want to contain and reduce their population. Now they have created the problem of a shortage of women for these men to marry. And there's a correlation between that and an increase in homosexuality. Yet the society at large don't accept homosexuality. My understanding is that it's actually, there are crimes or there are laws that try to contain the spread and the growth and the practice of homosexuality in China. Right?
Yes.
So what I want to say in conclusion for this segment here, because I'd like your feedback, is notice that the overwhelming majority of people, according to the Pew Research that was done on this topic, the majority of the people who support this lifestyle choice practice, no, I'm not politically correct. No, I'm not going to say that you're born with it. I'm not going to say that. But the people who promote this and who accept it are almost always North American, Western European, and of course, Caucasian or European dominated countries, with the exception of Brazil, which almost half the population are African, but somehow they have been able to pass laws that support this practice, and of course, Argentina. Now, Africa sticks out like a sore thumb, and the Caribbean sticks out like a sore thumb. And we said in our first discussion or conversation, we asked ourselves the question: why are they targeting Africa to promote this agenda? Why are they not targeting China? China is against it. Why are they not targeting Saudi Arabia and the Arab dominated countries? And we started to talk about the whole notion that there's too many people on the planet, and that the planet is becoming overpopulated. But yet it's only Africans that are really being targeted. And so we started to talk about why. I'm wondering if we can talk a little bit about why, more details about why. And I would like to hear your thoughts on it.
Yeah, my brother. Thank you, man. Today we're gonna kill this thing all the way to the roots in Jesus' name. Let me just share something here that today morning when I woke up, I found the email. I found email to One Africa, and I want to appreciate you guys for sending emails. There's a lot of emails here coming, and sometimes we don't get to go through all of them as soon as possible, but we try our best. So I'm just going to read this. This person, he actually saw our conversation about LGBTQ, and he had his own thoughts. So he shared with me some of the things here, and even some documents that I'm still reading. I haven't finished it yet. So I'm just going to share his thoughts, because these are his thoughts. And we're going to talk a little bit about that. So he said, I have heard other African leaders ask the question, because the question is why America and other European countries are so disrespectful to Africans, because they're against LGBTQ activities in Africa. And just I think the other day, World Bank, they stopped supporting Uganda because of the bill that Museveni passed. And he actually responded to them. He said, you know what? Get out of here. We don't need you.
That's it.
And that was the best reaction, by the way.
Best reaction,
yes. On my side, I'm like, you guys, first of all those aid and loans are our money. So please stop, and we'll figure out how we're going to run our countries. You know what I'm saying? So I just hope the entire continent will sanction these guys. Anyways, so this guy continued to say that America and other European countries are so disrespectful to Africa because they're against LGBTQ activities in Africa. They wonder why Europe and America do not condemn Muslim Arab countries for being against LGBTQ. And I've said this, I've said this before, like, why only for us? Why not China? All right, why not Arab countries? But why Africa? So this guy said the reason is simple. He said they consider the majority of Africans as their mental slaves. He said they have no true respect for Africans, especially the ones who are still Christians. All right, let me continue, and then we're gonna dive into that. So he said Christianity, as the Caucasians taught our slave ancestors in the West Indies and on the American continent, was designed to make them accept their situation as slaves.
They accepted whatever bad treatment they received from Caucasians because they wanted to be good Christians. They believe that if they went against Caucasians, then they would be going against God. And then he said, if you have a time, please read the article below. The article says lie taught in Christianity about Jesus Christ was the main cause of African slavery and colonialism and present-day racism. So for me, when I read this, and I'm still reading this article, you know, when I was reading this, I understood one thing, and I think I agree with this guy to some extent, that the reason why Africa is the main target, I think Anthony can mute for a second. There's a lot of noise coming out.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I think the reason, one of the reason why this issue is the big, especially here to African countries, and these guys are really pushing this agenda to African countries and not China. They don't say anything about China. Well, what about talking about, you know, the human rights in China? What about talking about human rights in the Middle East or Islamic country? The reason why I just want to dive into what this guy said, that, you know, a lot of Africans, we have Africans today hate Christianity because of what it did during colonialism, or because of how these colonizers misused the scriptures, misused these ideas, even painting the picture that we saw called Jesus today. You know, this white man with blue eyes and long, you know, blonde hair. You know, Jesus did not even look like that, right? They painted purposely, or the idea or the agenda, yeah, exactly, brainwashed. The agenda behind it was to manipulate Africans, first of all, not to believe in the true God himself, but rather to believe on something agenda that they already had. So for me, I see these guys, all these plans, they don't plan for 20 years or 50 years. They plan for 100, for 200, for 1,000 years later. Like plans for 500 years later, they are already there today. That our kids and our grandkids and our grandkids, they'll come to experience 5 years later. 500 years later. That's how they plan. So for Africa, colonialism, the difficult thing, or the major thing that colonialism did to Africa, it was to brainwash, to clear all the identity of Africans. Anything that Africans believed before about themselves, about their God, about their belief in God. Because I was saying this, that Christianity, it was here even before colonialism came. But when they came, their main agenda, it was to tell you that, guys, what you believe on is not right. So they came, they taught us their language. They came, they trained us in their own schools. They came, they did everything. And if you didn't want that to happen, you were there to be punished. One day I was having a conversation with my mom and my daddy, and I was asking them, because they were there, during that time. And I was like, tell me a little bit today the experience of, colonialism and what it did that to you. My mom, she was telling me that, when she went to school, sometimes they didn't have money to pay. So, but when they went to school, these colonizers, they did not just punish kids. They actually called parents to school, and they beat the heck down parents in front of their kids in the entire school. That's what they did. And not only that, he said that, so you'll have all these, kids of colonizers and all this stuff. They had separate schools. They'll never go to the same schools. But the schools of the, white men and all these guys, they were far way better, and they had everything. They did not even pay for anything. But then when you go to black school, where our kids, where they attended, man, it was awful. They were sitting, first of all, on the floor, and they were being punished, them and their parents. And my dad, he told me the experience that he saw this one man who he just refused to do something in front of the white man. And this guy, he was barbecued. This guy, he was hanged on the tree, and he was barbecued in front of the whole village, entire village. These stories I was hearing from my dad and my mom telling me what was really happening. So with all these things, do you think that these guys are not going to be willing to leave whatever they believe, to leave their norms and traditions, and to believe what this white man was telling them. So what they did is that, brainwash and everything. So until today, a lot of us, we are still brainwashed. We still believe in the blonde hair and blue eyes and, this white man Jesus, that, they came and they manipulate everything. The scripture, even the scriptures that they used, for example, I always say this, like the scripture that they use about you slaves, obey your master. They did not read the following verses that says, you masters as well, do not mistreat your slaves, because all of you, master and slave, all of you, you have the same Lord, and that is God in heaven. So when you read the scriptures, it's very clear about how slave and master should behave with one another. It's basically like specified that it should not be about, okay, you are higher than me and you're no, you should respect them, you should not mistreat them and all those stuff. So a lot of our people these days, and I understand this, a lot of people are skeptical and they hate the idea of all these things because of things like this that we're talking about today, LGBTQ. Because these guys, they still believe they own us. They still believe they own black men. They still believe they own Africans. That whatever that they decide, whether it's natural or artificial, whatever they decide, the first people that they are targeting is Africans. That Africans must obey this. Africans must follow this. That's why you're not going to be surprised today. All the celebrities in the United States, all black people, very few people that I know. Like just 2 days ago, I was, my laptop is not working today, but just 2 days ago, Neo, I don't know if you've seen the interview of Neo. He was talking about this issue. Let me see here if I can share with you guys. This guy right now, he's having backlash because of what he shared about this issue and how they're targeting children. Like they said, he was saying that, for example, in LA, there's this one law right now that if your kid come to you and say that, that kid wants to be a woman, then you should not say no. Otherwise, you'll go, to prison and all the stuff. He was sharing that. Let me show you here, because now the laptop is. Let me show this video, just for a second, and then I'll continue to build into this, because this one. Let me show this for a second here. Okay, yeah, this one, this interview. I want you guys to listen to this just for a second. This is Neo having interview, and now it's a big deal. Like people, they are attacking him and everything. But I want you guys to see this and to see what he shared. This guy, he was just speaking, and I'm so proud of him for what he shared about. Let me share this a little quick for you guys to listen to this, and then I'm going to continue. Listen to this.
With the LGBT, I have no problem with with nobody. Okay, right. Love who you love, do what you do. Exactly. I just personally come from an era where a man was a man and a woman was a woman, and it wasn't but two genders, and that's just how I rock. Now, you could identify as a goldfish if you feel. Right. I agree. Care. That ain't my business. It becomes my business when you try to make me play the game with you. I'm not gonna call you a goldfish, but you want to be a goldfish, you go be a goldfish. It's all
Amen.
Good. I mean, it's just. We live in a weird time, man. We do. We live in a time where a person will have a mental breakdown in front of their camera.
Right.
Wait, let me white balance. No,
that's crazy, right?
What the hell is that? Like, if you are of sound mind enough to find the light,
right?
And then break down.
Exactly.
Ain't nothing wrong with you.
Right. No, there is something wrong with you.
There's something wrong with you. Right. There ain't nothing wrong with you. Like, man.
Right. You're adding to it. It's not how we deal with life. Yeah. And a lot of people want pity, self-pity. And I don't like that.
That was one thing that was not allowed in the house that I grew up in. It's like, okay, get your cry out, give that its moment. But once it's done, keep moving.
That's right.
We're not going to sit and dwell in sorrow. We're not going to sit and dwell in anger. We're going to give those emotions the moment that they deserve. We're going to respect those emotions. But then we're going to get up and continue moving, because it's not about the fall. You can fall 1,000,000 times. You get up 1,000,001. That's the way I was raised.
Me too.
Yeah, like, all right, that hurt. Go ahead, cry.
Now they pamper. Oh my God, and
trigger warnings. What the hell is a trigger warning?
Yes, exactly.
It's just when I just don't know
weird
when
times.
the world became so sensitive. Like comedians can't tell jokes no more.
No.
Like, everybody's offended. It's a joke. It's a
Right.
comedian.
Right.
It's a joke. You're not supposed to take it serious. It's a joke.
Right.
His literal job is to joke. And
About everyone.
About everyone
Right.
and everything. And people want to get offended and like, don't say that. That's triggering. Oh God. You know what?
Yeah.
Sit in your house by yourself.
Exactly.
It annoys me. It annoys
I mean, anything can trigger you. A light can trigger you. A smell can trigger you. So, I mean, we got to walk on eggshells. Well, that's what they want us to.
That's what they want us to do.
But
My generation,
I'll be
there were no
damned.
trigger warnings. Okay, you got up and you kept moving. That's
Right.
kind of what it has to
We
be.
was kicked outside. We would come inside before the lights go down.
Exactly
If we
that.
got bumps and bruises, we just washed it off with the hose outside.
Yeah, you was good. Come on, man.
It's totally different
We
times.
need to get back to them days. I feel like I feel like parents have almost forgotten what the role of a parent is.
Amen.
It's like, okay,
Lost control.
if your little boy comes to you and says, "Daddy, I want to be a girl," and you just let him rock with that, you just let
Right.
he's 5.
Right. And where did he get that
If
from?
you let this 5-year-old boy decide to eat candy all day, he's going to do that.
Exactly.
Like when did it become a good idea to let a 5-year-old, let a 6-year-old, let a 12-year-old make a life-changing decision for themselves?
Right.
When did that happen?
Right.
Like I don't understand that. I don't get that.
And to medicate these young kids that are 5, 6, growing up and knowing that it affects their brain, it affects their organs, it makes them sick, but they're not allowed to do drugs, they're not allowed to do alcohol.
Right.
But we can medicate
He
them
can't
up.
drive a car yet, but he can decide his sex.
Right, right. What sex orientation, and he can cut up his pee-pee, and that, to me, that makes no sense
And
whatsoever.
so I don't know if this is true, but I heard a rumor that they either passed or are trying to pass a law in LA that states if your child comes to you and asks to do some of these things and you say no, they can take your kid from you.
Yeah, that's true. Just passed in California.
That makes no sense.
They want us to have no control over our children.
I don't get it.
In schools,
I don't get it.
hospitals, libraries.
Yeah.
They just want to manipulate. You got to understand when they're so young and they're already, that's
Impressionable.
That's right.
Mhm.
And from them, they're going to believe what you say. I mean,
Yeah.
we say Santa Claus is real, the
And they
Easter Bunny.
believe it, like,
right,
come on.
exactly.
Like, you gotta
they know what they're doing.
Remember who you're dealing with. Like, I can't take credit for it, but I heard somebody say one time, it's like, all right, if your son comes to you and says, "Daddy, I want to be a girl," ask your son, "Son, what is a girl?"
That's a good one.
What is he going to do? He's going to say, well, he might want to play with dolls. All right, you want to play with dolls? Fine, play with dolls.
Right.
But you're a boy
Right.
playing with dolls.
That's
I want
right.
to wear pink. All right, cool, wear pink. But you're a boy
That's right.
wearing pink.
I was a town boy. I still love boy sneakers and I love my baseball cap. Doesn't mean I want to be a man.
Right.
So this is it was his interview that he did, but I want to share his response because after that, I think one of his publicists, he went to the Instagram and share an apology that he's apologizing and everything, but this is what he responded later on.
Care about what I say, whatever. I normally don't care because, like I said, opinions ain't special. Everybody got one. However, this is something I feel very strongly on, and I need y'all to hear this from the horse's mouth, not the publicist's computer. So check this out. First and foremost, I do not apologize for having an opinion on this matter. I am a 43-year-old heterosexual man raising 5 boys and 2 girls, okay? That's my reality. Now, if my opinion offended somebody, yeah, sure, I apologize for you being offended because that wasn't my intention. My intention is never to offend anybody. However, I'm entitled to feel how I feel. I'm absolutely entitled to feel how I feel the same way you are entitled to feel how you feel. I ain't asked nobody to follow me. I ain't asked nobody to agree with me. I was asked a question and I answered the damn question, okay? I have no beef with the LGBTQIA plus community whatsoever. I ain't got no beef with y'all. Do whatever the hell it is you want to do. Do what you want to do with your kids. However, somebody asked my opinion on this matter, and this is how I feel. I will never be okay with allowing a child to make a decision that detrimental to their life. I will never be okay with that. I definitely plan to educate myself a little bit more on this matter. However, I doubt that there's any book anywhere or any opinion that somebody's going to tell me that's going to make me okay we're letting a child make a decision like that. That's just period, point blank, and that's how I feel. If I get canceled for this, then you know what? Maybe this is a world where they don't need a Neo no more.
All right.
Yes, my brother.
So that is what I imagine. Like this is one of the very, for me, I see him as a brave man to actually speak up his mind and also to step out and to be like, I stand with what I say. But the thing is, this is happening. Imagine this in the United States, but here in Africa, it's even more because first of all, if you are not agreeing to all this agenda, then they are cutting down everything. If it is World Bank, if it is IMF, whatever it is, they're cutting it down. And you can see like how much strength they're putting into that. So, what I want to round up with, with my thoughts and everything that I'm saying is that, first of all, everything that is happening is, I was saying this area that is abusing our children, because if you have two female or two male, and you're raising a child, because now they can adopt a child, that child is growing up in the environment that he don't or she don't get to choose who is mom and who is dad. What is this child gonna say? So this child is growing in an environment that he cannot choose anything. First of all, that is abusing of the child. You're abusing children. So all these things that are happening, the main agenda, especially to Africa, in my opinion, is to destroy Africa's family values, because that's one of the strongest things that is still there here in Africa. People are fearing God here, and the family values are very strong. I was sharing the other day how kids are being punished here. Yeah, punishing a kid is not a crime, like in the US. Oh man, you could be like 20 years old and your mama is going to punish you. Even 40 years old, your mama can punish you. Still, your dad can do that because you are their child, and they gotta make sure that you are staying on the line. And these are things that Africa cares the most about the family values, about the basic stuff. All these things Africa is caring a lot. But for them, these agenda are aiming at destroying the family values, are aiming at separating us, are aiming at destroying everything that we have, taking away the fear of God, and what you have left is the fear of the Western people. So all these actions that they're taking is just so that we can fear them and we can stop moving forward. We can stop making our own decisions for our own people, for our own kids, and be controlled. Like whatever they say, that's what we have to follow. But we have a choice to make, because they ain't doing the same thing to Chinese or to Arabic countries. They're not doing that, but to Africans. And I think this is one of the reasons. So it's the time for Africans to stand and to be like, you know what, I ain't gonna follow this. We ain't gonna obey this. We're gonna make our different choices. We're gonna make our own choices. And you're not gonna say anything about it, And even before they sanction, like they're doing to Uganda, they should sanction us. We must sanction ourselves so that we may continue to protect what we have. So we gotta stay. They're going to make as much noise as they can, but if we stand on a lane and keep defending the image and heritage and our culture values, our family values, then nothing is going to change. And I'm so proud of Africa because we're taking that road, even though these things that keep going on in a secret, somewhere under carpet. We've been talking about this. They're going, in secret with these, few NGOs and all these few different agendas that are going, somewhere. But we are not going to stop to shout and to speak until our people hear what we're saying, that no to this, and we're not going to allow it. And if they're going to ban us because of what they say, then let it be so. But we're not going to shut up.
Wow. 100% agree with you. But let me let you finish. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I was just leaving it to you.
Okay. I 100% agree with you. Again, like you said earlier, because we had a late start and so much time was lost, one has the feeling, speaking of myself, and I sense it in you as well, that we're kind of racing behind time to cover some areas because we are sensitive people. We are sensitive to other people's schedule. But you are so right, and Neil is so correct. You see, the whole issue of why we are in the position that we are in today as a people, where we are seen by every other people group in the world as less than, as inferior in every respect, is because for many centuries, going all the way back to even the time of our Messiah, a plan was hatched and carefully orchestrated and implemented as far back as more than 2,000 years. And this plan evolved over time throughout what people call history. And it looked like everything that they wanted it to look like, except for the truth. So let me explain exactly what I mean. When you do your research, you will discover that Yeshua was an African, that the disciples were Africans, that the promised land that they say is in the Middle East, which they call the nation state of Israel and Northeast Africa, now renamed as part of the so-called Middle East. That place is in Africa, but there's even great question as to whether that is actually the Israel or Canaan of the Bible. My point I'm making, though, because all of these things are topics in themselves, is that this the understanding that people who say they are Christians, who say they brought Christianity from Europe to Africa and the Caribbean and the rest of the world, the whole thing started in Africa, but you never get the sense that that's what actually is the truth. So what actually happened in a nutshell? What actually happened was the identity of a people was hijacked. And their culture, not religion, was hijacked in the process and used and infused with European and Persian-based and Babylonian-based religion, paganism. Remember now, they have people thinking that Africans are the pagans, only Africans. But they infused their paganism with what was called the way. Now, I'm going to lose some people who don't want to hear anything about the Bible. They don't want to hear anything about what they call religion. And I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about the stealing of an identity, the identity of a specific people, and infusing their culture, which is codified in a book we call the Scriptures, infusing their paganism, making some small changes here, small changes there, but significant, to hide the fact of who the actual Israelites are and who Yahuwah, or what people say in English, God is, and where these people are from, and their purpose and their destiny. And they took modified, not modified, took this repackaged culture of ours, mixed with the paganism, and branded it as Christianity. By the time of Constantine, the Council of Nicaea, by that time, you fast forward from the time of Christ and the apostles, 300 plus, almost 400 years. By that time, they were well on their way of repackaging our culture into a religion and weaponized it and exported their religion in the name of what they call Christianity to Europe and to Africa. But they have a problem, and you mentioned it. The problem they had, and they still continue to have, is that Ethiopia, the place we call Ethiopia today, which is much smaller than what Ethiopia was called, and it wasn't even Ethiopia, it was Abyssinia, but that's another subject for another day. They have a complete, quote unquote, scriptures, which include the 66 books and what is now called the Apocrypha. I'm going somewhere with this because we have to go back to the ancient past. We have to go to the foundation of the problem to understand what's happening today. But before I go into too much of that, let me just stop to show you what I mean when I say it's related. Do you know what the actual culture of the so-called Gentiles was? Do you know what the cultural practice in the area of sexuality was 2,000 years ago, which continues to this time? Do you know, if you read the book of Enoch, do you know that in the book of Enoch, it describes what was going on during the time of Noah just before the great flood? It was homosexuality. It was every kind of perversion. The scriptures, not the 66 books that we have that has been translated from a newer base text, but when you go back to the scriptures based on the original, the Hebrew, which was translated into Greek prior to the time of Christ. When you go to the Ethiopian Bible, including what they call the Apocrypha, you discover that the giants, the Nephilim, the mixture, the offspring of humans, I'm getting a little deep now, the humans and the fallen angels, these guys preferred each other to women. They were bisexual. So I am saying to you that these people hijacked our identity, took our culture, which is codified in the scriptures, all right, made a religion out of it, right? And by force, by violence, by deceit, forced people in Africa to embrace that when they already knew who Yahweh was. They already knew who Yeshua was. I'm not saying all Africans. Every person that's a part of the group, the descendants of Jacob, okay, who were taken as slaves into the so-called New World, all right? They were Africans, but they were not the same Africans as what you would find in Egypt. So what we have here is a continuation. I'm fast forwarding now because at the sake of time, I think I've put enough out there for people to research and think about. We can come to it another time. You fast forward through the Middle Ages and you see the emergence of a people the Bible refers to, and a people who are not a people will make you jealous. Speaking of the people who we now call Europeans. I know this is gonna offend some people. This whole practice of homosexuality is not new. That's the point I'm really driving at. And now that these people have done away with the faulty, weaponized religion they call Christianity. I'm talking once that Europe has now done away with that, right? They're not pretending anymore. They're going back to their original culture, their original ways that they have, the ways that we met them, that Paul met them with, that the disciples and the apostles met them with when they were evangelizing Europe, that they turned away from. Because they've rejected Yeshua, they've gone back to their vomit, their own culture. And now they want to come back to Africa, now that young people are embracing Yeshua. And there's an awakening in Africa. There's an awakening in the Caribbean, right? Now that we are awakening to who we are, now we are going back to the ancient path of righteousness and obedience. Now we are rediscovering the scriptures because we see how fake pastors in Africa and America and abroad have now taken the scriptures to make money from it. Now that we have the internet, we can research. There is a movement. There is a coming together of the two sticks. The Caribbean, Africa, Europe, Africa, right? Yeah. Latin America is rising up. America. Now these people are desperate. And they're saying, we cannot have a world dominated by black people. especially when most of those black people in so-called sub-Saharan Africa are actually descendants of Jacob, because we are so plenteous. That was a promise to Abraham when Yahweh said to Abraham, look at the stars. From your seed, not just Ishmael, not just the sons of Keturah, but from your seed, Abraham. You are speaking of the promised son, which is Isaac, right? From your seed, he is talking about Jacob. They will number like the stars. We are the majority. These people know who we are, the people who are running this agenda, and they want us eliminated. And they're willing, listen, this is what's fooling a lot of our people. This is what's deceiving a lot of even Europeans. These people are so wicked. They're willing to kill their own people. They're willing to kill anybody, use them like fodder, to hide the fact that the main target is Africa. And the people who are now, I'm telling you, the most populous people in Africa and the African diaspora are the descendants of Jacob. And I'm telling you in a nutshell what I have all the receipts for this. More than 2 decades of research. And we have scholars. I mentioned Teo Ministries. Go to YouTube. Teo Ministries. Yakoba and Teo. Look at Dante Fortson, BlackHistoryInTheBible.com. Look at his website and his YouTube channel, Dante Fortson. Check out Benayah, B-E-N-E-Y-A-H, Benayah, Israel. Ronald Dalton Jr., Hebrews to Negroes. His books, his documentaries, movies, all right? He's now in South Africa. We are just giving you, I'm just giving you a tip of the iceberg for the people who have done the research, who have these people in Europe and America desperate, okay, to convert Africans into their own culture and lifestyle, so that they can emerge as gods and be worshipped. Brother, you can stop me anytime, because I'm telling you, it's hard to stop. It's hard to stop.
Yes.
But I'm limiting. Yeah, I'm limiting this thing here because of time. Yeah.
Let me say this. You know,
yes.
If you take out the fear of God, what is left is the fear of man.
That's it.
And you can evaluate yourself right now. What are you scared of? What are you fearing? What is your fear? If your fear is West, if your fear is man, then you don't have the fear of God. And that's why that is part of my mission, to remind our people across the continent and everywhere that guys, we need to pull back the fear of God. We need the fear of God in our hearts, because without it, there is no breakthrough to Africa. Because when you look at the enemy, how he has been prepared for so many years, for so long time, and how already his enemy's roots are already in the continent, everywhere in every country. In this is what we are talking right now. In South Africa, it's a normal thing. South Africa is a normal thing. And that's one of the things that I highly am against with Malema, like 1000%. That's one thing that I do not understand.
Agree with you. I agree with you.
That's one thing that I hate it. And when I listen to it, I feel disgusting. And that's what actually hold me for so long time supporting or sharing his content, because of that. But I came to realize at the end of the day, I say that, yes, I'm not agreeing with that, but there's other stuff he says, that are true. And I believe they're really important for our people. That's why we started to share. But in that part, it's 100%. I do not agree with South Africa. I do not agree with Malema. I do not agree with any African who will support or stand for that. That is not human rights. That is actually human abuse. That abusing of human
it's not our way of life.
nature. Exactly, it's not a way of life.
It's not our culture. It's not our culture. You see, it's not our culture. What is culture? Culture is ways. Go ahead.
Yeah, since when the exit can be entrance?
Thank you.
That's common sense. That's against nature. That it's nowhere. It's nowhere. That is abuse. That is abuse.
and you call it human right, that is abuse. And that's the truth. That's the way it is. We cannot go like back and forth, and no, that is abuse of human rights. If you put human, if you put human in front of it, you cannot say this is not human right. This is abuse of humanity and who we are meant to be. That is abuse of that. Right. And so if there is no fear of God, and you remember in the times of Noah, these things were there. And the reason why God had to punish that world and leave only Noah and other people because of that wickedness. The reason even why God had to punish Sodom and Gomorrah because of that wickedness, because God sent those angels, and these guys, they look at those angels, they are beautiful, and they wanted to sleep with those angels. And this guy Ruth, he said, you know what, you guys, you can take my daughters. They haven't met any man. You guys, you can sleep with them.
As bad as that.
That's how bad it was. It's like
as bad as that was.
Yes. But you know what happened after that. You know what God did. These are few examples that shows us that every time when man goes against nature, the wrath of God is going to come upon you. And I see right now the wrath of God in the Western countries. I see that. And it's nothing. It's what you see right now is nothing compared to what is about to come. Some of you are sitting here and be like, man, I wish, Jesus come back very soon and we'll leave this world, we go to heaven. I'm telling you, we're going to stay here for a while to witness everything that is going to happen. And for us, we need to stand, because this is our faith being tested. This is our stand being tested. Are you going to stand for a man, or are you going to stand for God? Are you going to stand for what is right before God, or are you going to stand for what is right before man? So you got to choose you now. As P.L.O. Lumumba always say, you have to choose you now. Which Lord are you going to serve? Is it these agendas that we see? Or are you going to serve? Or are you going to choose the King of Kings, the creator of this universe, the Most High God that we worship? And that is what Africa, we are deciding to choose. And nobody is going to take that away. No one. Because what is, at this time, it's no longer about doing what is good. We got to do what is right. And this is right thing to do. Good is not enough.
Right. Exactly. The everything that is against nature is the opposite of nature. So the enemy works in this way. He flips everything upside down. We have a saying back home. When I say A, you say B. When somebody's contrary, right? When we describe someone who is contrary, someone who just want to oppose you for opposing sake. So we would say, oh, when I say A, you say B. No, but if I say B, you will say A. You will never say A if A is what it is. Well, this is what the enemy has done, and he's using people to do that. So if we fast forward to what is happening now, this awakening is not happening in a vacuum. It's happening towards a final conclusion, which was prophesied in the scriptures. The time is coming when the first shall be last and the last shall be first. With these countries that have been exploiting us, they're only able to exploit us, okay? Because of how we disappointed the Most High. He allowed them to, but he didn't allow them to do that so that they can abuse us. I want to go back to something you said before I continue. And something you said is not something you said wrong. You were just quoting the scripture as it's written in the translation that we have. And they use the word willfully and wrongfully. They use the word slave. The word is not slave the way we understand it because of how they treated us. Okay. Absolutely. Here in Africa, if you are middle class or you can afford it, you can hire a nana. The nana will come and live with you. Okay, and stay with you. All right, she can stay. Some nanas will come in the day and leave in the night. But back in the day, the nana would live with you day in and day out. They have their own quarters. They live there. They are a servant. You pay them wages. They don't get much. You pay them wages. You give them food. Back in the day, it was food. Now it's money, and they're there to do whatever the work is. All right.
Yeah.
That's a servant. That's the word that the Bible is talking about. Not slave, the way we understand slave, the way these people treated us and make us believe that that's what God is saying is okay. No, Servants.
It's basically, my brother. I'm
Not
sorry
slaves.
for cutting you off.
There's a difference.
It's basically what we are doing right now. Us saving Africa. It's the service. It's basically what we need for leaders to do to the entire country is to serve the people. Not the slave. Right now, the idea of not only that, my brother, even the idea of colonization. One day I said this one very difficult thing. I said that colonization, it was God's idea. But what I mean in this context is this: before these guys came and changed it, before these guys came and manipulated it, because in the prayer in God's word, He said this that let your kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven. That means God's original idea was this world to be like heaven, the culture of heaven to be here on earth as it is in heaven. That means when you colonize a place, what you need is that if your country, if your main country, if everybody is drinking tea, if everybody's drinking coffee, then whatever that you colonize, they're going to drink coffee as well. That means the culture, the norms, the traditional of there supposed to be here as well on earth. But what they did when they came, today we are like, even just hearing that word of colonization, you hate it. Hearing the word of slave, you hate it. That is because, and other people hearing the word of Christianity, you hate it because of how these colonizers did a pretty good job to brainwash us, to take every single good thing that we had left, to change it so that we may not change. And